Another lesson. Another one.
I know.
Good.
Well, hello everyone. So good to be here on Confidence with Love. But today our show is a noir auntie, right? Show. Um and as you know from looking at the thumbnail, we are going to be discussing um Miss Danae Jackson's interview on what is it called?
Dear Future Wifey podcast.
Dear Future Wifey podcast. Yes. And um I need to let everybody know out there, okay, on the live and on the rewatching that y'all do that we are holding Danae sacred over here. Okay. I just I just need hi Michaela. I just need us to understand we're holding her sacred over here. All right. Um I just I need the audience, everybody out there, everybody coming through. I need you all to really take a moment, take a step back and imagine that Danae. I'm sorry, I messed my baby name up. Just imagine that she's your daughter or your granddaughter or your niece or you. Because a lot of us have gone through what we've witnessed her go through over the last 2 years. And we weren't privy to the other 10 years, right? Of what was going on with her. So it's called empathy. That's what it's called. I'm just saying. That is what it's called. So I'd hope that if any of us as Black women or Black girls went through what Danae is going through and has been through, I would hope that we have healthy relationships somewhere where we could be safe to talk about it, to get it all out, to not have to continue to swallow the pain. And that is really what we try to do here as Noir Aunties. Now, I feel like, and the other aunties may or may not agree because we have three different perspectives, which I love. But I do feel like we have a personal responsibility as aunties to seek knowledge and understanding, to be able to listen to young Black women and listen to Black girls, right? With compassion and kindness. Now, yeah, we're going to ask questions. We're going to need some clarification. We're going to ask you questions and stuff. As your aunties, and now say what? What you say? Yeah, we're going to do that. And we're also going to be using our discernment, not judging, but not calling names, not calling people pick-me's and mammies or whatever the hell people do. We're not doing that. Because we center Black women, right? But there's a lot of other people around that. And we center Black girls, but there's a lot of other people in their lives, right? So we understand all of that. Let me say this. I really hope that as people are watching us, that they see us taking responsibility and accountability for the part we play as noir aunties, right? And that at the center of what we're doing, even though we know that all of us make mistakes, all of us choose bad things sometimes. Some of us have maladaptive behaviors, right? And as we're looking at everything, we want to make sure that we're holding our Black women and Black girls, what I would call goddess born, that we're holding them sacred, protected, and uplifted. And again, that doesn't mean we're not going to ask questions, because I'm going to need to know the part you played and how this worked. And it doesn't mean we're not holding Black women and Black girls accountable for the part that they play. It's that it's never been a thing, really, to center Black women and Black girls, you know? But we do here. We really do. So, the other thing that I want to be clear about is that, though I'm a rough rider, you know, and I'm definitely going to hold men's accountable. I don't. Actually, just say less. However, that's me. That's how I operate. But we have two other extraordinary women here. And so what I would say about the three of us, because I don't think we've ever really talked about that part, but I'll just say this. You have in me a goddess born warrior and healer. I know that sounds anathema to each other, but I promise. Okay. You have in Miss D a high priestess, right? Who is a believer in Christ and walks with Christ. Okay. You have in as our other wonderful auntie Tiff, you have the balance. She balances the three of us, right? And I don't, I think for me, when I listen to both of you, but when I listen to like Tiff, I feel like she's gonna see the other side of it. Whereas me, I'm gonna be like, I don't give a damn about him though. But she's going to talk about the communication and the things that we need to be able to say to one another in the quote unquote Black community. Okay. And while I'm sitting over here going, I'm not in community with them though. I'm not in community with her. She's like, stop.
I keep saying you don't get to detach yourself. I know that Black women are making strides.
Mm-hmm.
Women are doing all kinds of work. I have my notebook here with my Confidence with Love course. I know Miss D has taken the course. We're working the steps together because we do want to be better elders or better, more well-rounded. So this is what I will say. I owe that young lady an apology. I was part of why she got that bonnet on her head. Oh my God, this is so ghetto. Why is she looking like this? I was so angry at her. But then I had to go back and be like, no, wait a minute. He's the cheatee. So something's not right. And in my love course, I've been learning how to read behaviors. So I went back to their interview 2 years ago. And to me, that was a hostage video. If you watch her body language and even the way he was holding her hand felt very unnatural. And then whenever she talked, he put his primary hand on both so she couldn't shift or move. And then when she started telling the details, I thought about what my grandmother always says. Many people don't look like what they're going through.
Yes.
She looked like she was going through it, and we didn't even care because she was a schism. Like, I don't make my elitism and my Black excellence look cheap. I don't like this. And then to hear this girl was fresh off the road, freshly out of this whatever he had going on for 8 months, and pregnant, and she still did the video, and he filed for divorce. She has whatever God has in store for her, and I'm not a double for your trouble Job type of chick, but let it be a Job type situation. But she is just restored and made new in love and everything else, because my God, that interview, part one was too familiar, but part two was way too familiar. And I think a lot of Black women have gotten to the point to where you can distinct, well, my husband doesn't act like that, or I don't date anybody. You don't know. Like, who knew that girl was been going through hell for 9 years and still married this fool? And clearly, I'm sorry, y'all. Hello, I will say it at my big age. If your mama don't like somebody, something's wrong. And I'm not saying your birth mom. I'm saying the woman in your life that you feel most maternal, the person that you feel most comfortable and safe with. If she says, "Ooh, honey, no," run, run.
Mm-hmm.
Because I loved her truth, but I also think her ego caused her to struggle a bit.
I think that's absolutely true. Let's.
Okay.
I'm so glad you're as because you're always balancing. I'm so glad that you are able to say, this is what I thought I saw, this is what I believed I saw, and it was so much.
I was projecting. I think the Black
Um,
community has one word, and I want us to stop talking about narcissists. We know we have them.
mhm,
Derek is an arc. What we need to start doing is really talking about opportunities to be vulnerable with people,
mhm,
because I just don't understand how she got there, but I do. Because we've all
mhm.
had that one bad relationship that you just go, I could just love and heal them. I could just fix, and she's a prayer warrior too. Oh, baby, she was probably what they call it, Tarian, having Tarian services and all in a closet and throwing holy water. And I'm like, baby, that's a succubus. That energy, that
Yeah,
succubus energy
you can't
is,
fix that.
you cannot fix that.
You
If
can't
that's
fix
he has
that.
a character flaw. He has a
That you can't fix
character
that.
flaw. So I want for Black
Yeah.
women to be, don't say what you would never do. I would never. The grave that you dig for that next lady may be the grave that you have to serve. And his new boo thing from IG, she's living a life now, but that money's going to be dried all the way up. Anybody be seeing Wendy Williams' husband going to courthouse begging?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Miss. Go ahead, Miss
Mm-hmm.
B.
Well, I was thinking about this today. My journey toward Mrs. Jackson is not as well fleshed out as either one of yours. I remember Derek Jackson back in the day, but just like the Spirit said with Kevin Samuels, I didn't spend a lot of time watching him because the Spirit's like, nope. And I'll probably talk about on a practical level. Okay, so if you are a prayer warrior and you are a Christian, you kind of need to know a little bit more than holy water and going to the closet and playing in tongues. There are actual things that you should read. Oh, by the way, love, allow me to make a little bit of a correction. The high priest, because y'all know I got to rep for Jesus Christ correctly, just
Yes,
like you have to rep for the goddesses correctly, since that
yes,
is your choice. What I respect about you is you serious about yours, and I'm serious about mine. So you'll
yes,
understand this.
yes.
Christ is the high priest. However, all believers, Christ does not discriminate between men and women,
Mhm.
are king priests. So, of course, in English, that would make queen priestess, but not high priestess. So, just a tiny little correction there.
I'm
But
taking it. I'm writing it down.
but that said, you know that poor Mrs. Jackson never got to know that that was her worth.
Yeah.
She never learned in church that she's a steward of the universe. Therefore, she does not have to put up with.
From listening
See,
to, I'm sorry, from listening to her talk though, I don't. She's not given like me or you or Miss Love. She wasn't raised in church, and she even said that she didn't. I think a lot. She's a baby Christian, and you can tell.
oh, okay. So this is why I say a lot of my knowledge is not complete because
Mm-hmm,
I've gone to know her since she fell back on what she knows about the faith more. And
mm-hmm,
I would say probably my misconception basically came she some of my family members, she sounds like a holy roller, but I didn't know for sure. She has learned the lingo, but there is such a gap in the church, particularly on teaching Black women and girls that their value is equal before God. There is a massive gap. And as I'll talk about more later, any institution in America, default will always be abuse of Black women. That's the American default. We don't have to be cute about it. We have some founding raping fathers who wrote the Constitution, Declaration of Independence. So if you are in a church or a mosque or an ashram and there is general assent to the faith, but there is solid ignorance, you're going to be in the default institution. Still, it's going to default to America's default. So, as someone who has a lot of Black girls, and I'll talk about later the young lady who didn't tell me she was getting married, but she went on and did it. And I listened back for the things I taught her, and it worked out in that she knew enough to know how to assess him. But I wish I had known earlier because she's 21 to my 42. So there were a lot of things I didn't know when I was teaching her, but now I'm like, okay, we dodged a bullet on that one for right now. I have met the young man, so we have to roll out and take care of business allegedly. you know, but I have met him. I have kind of done my vet, but it's just like, had she gone to a different church, and I've talked to y'all about Dr. Desi Webster, who was the woman who opened the first Black Bible school open west of the Mississippi here in San Francisco, were she not at a church where there were good pastors, but also good Black women teachers at the same time, she may not have been able to pick all that up.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Desi Webster's picture is on the wall next to Dr. D. Manning Jackson. These are the two big names, and then to his credit, Kiva and sister Brenda McNeil are now doing their work to give us balance at this point. But if she hadn't grown up there, where it was known that Black women had a role with God and were to be respected, she may not have even been able to take the limited framework I was able to give it, say 35 or 30, and find a man who was respectful to women. Because I just watched his attitude as he was moving around, at least on a basic level. Mrs. Jackson did not get that from American society. The default is abusive. And as a representative of Christ, I'm very, very concerned that women who are involved in Christianity don't be, as the Bible said, I would not have them to be ignorant, because there are men like Derek Jackson coming to church for the sole purpose of trying to hunt down women like Mrs. Jackson. That's the only reason they came. And in an environment in which there is general assent but solid ignorance, they're gonna keep on hunting like they hunt everywhere else. So as your Christian auntie, it's my job to study and make sure that I know, so I can tell you, oh, did he actually read Ephesians 4 down to 5:21 before he hit you with submission? Oh, did he actually read that? Let me find out.
Miss
Mm-hmm.
B,
Let's talk. Does he even know what that is?
speaking of that right now, could you answer Michaela's question? Because I don't
Yeah.
know if you've seen the second part, but she clarified what she said. What she said was scripturally right. And I think because so many people are like New Age Christians that they don't know, like, the Old Testament was rough. Like, you was
And
gonna
that her words have such power, especially as a Black woman. That's
I
something
can't
else we're not taught.
see.
Yeah.
Are you looking at the YouTube? Because I'm not. So I want to
yeah.
make sure that
She,
I
Oh,
answer the question.
okay.
she said vagabond when she said may your children. She gave the whole scripture, but she said, like, may you be cursed and your children be vagabonds. And
Oh, Psalm 109-ish. One of the imprecatory Psalms, 109-ish. I don't have that in front of me, but I know it's out there because people used to round around Psalm 109, because there used to be a shirt when they used to say, pray for Barack Obama. And if you didn't know it was Psalm 109, you would not know the white evangelical wearing that shirt was cursing his whole family.
okay, so a prophecy of vengeance against hateful.
109. Okay, so let me break this down real quick. This is why the Bible says, study to show thyself approved. From where we sit today.
Could you see can you see Michaela's comment?
Because I'm looking on. Let me go over to YouTube and let me go over and see if I can
read it.
Could you? Oh, yeah, if you could read it to make sure that I answer it correctly, because I just want it,
Okay.
because this is a tough one. This is a deep
Yeah.
question.
Yeah. Um, Michaela's saying her she had a statement. She has a statement that she's saying, and it's yeah. Mm-hmm. I have empathy for Miss Jackson, what she went through. What I don't respect is how she came for other people, cursing people for
Okay,
calling out foolishness.
okay, okay. And the scripture that she quoted was probably Psalm 109 from the details that we have.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to try to do dispensational theological seminary where my father studied. I'm going to try to do this in 5 minutes or less. Okay. The thing about the Old Testament that you have to understand, the Old Testament is given to those of us after Christ came as both examples and non examples, but they are not always things that we are to follow. For example, the Ten Commandments, which is in Exodus 20, is recapitulated in the New Testament, in the Sermon on the Mount, and then later in First Thessalonians. So we know that holds over. But we also know that the Jewish ceremonial law does not, because it is explicitly stated twice by the Holy Spirit that that does not hold over. If you do not know that, then you will be out here trying to curse people based on Psalm 109. There's something called dispensations. There's the dispensation of law, when God's people Israel lived under the law, and then there's the dispensation of grace, where Christ is saving everybody based merely on salvation in Him, Jew and Gentile. So the veil, if y'all remember Good Friday time, the veil in the temple was ripped, showing that there was no division between mankind and the Holy of Holies. That's why that comes up when you hear the story about Good Friday. So then we get back to Mrs. Jackson. If we understand that she has not been a Christian her entire life, if you understand the fact that if you go to church, you may never learn dispensations if you don't study for yourself. Dr.
Mm-hmm.
Desi Webster knew about it. And so, because she knew about it, my grandmother, my mom, my dad, and all the people around me at least had some knowledge of it. But most pastors, Sunday school, you are not going to get this in Sunday school. So many people do not understand that because the nation of Israel was allowed to, on certain occasions, call, well, because the Bible does say, vengeance is mine, I will repay, was allowed on certain occasions to do that. It doesn't have anything to do with us. And the other part of that also has to do with that scripture. If you read the details, actually is a divine curse fulfilled in Judas Iscariot, the betrayer.
Mm-hmm.
So, unless you are talking to Judas Iscariot, I can understand how Mrs. Jackson would feel betrayed by Black women who were coming at her, not knowing the whole situation. But as a Christian who has stated a little more, it does not seem that what they call imprecatory or vengeance prayers are for us, because the emphasis is okay, vengeance is mine, I will repay, is still there on the books. But since it's already promised, one thing about becoming a Christian, if you become a Christian long, if you do this for real long enough, you begin to get a real concern about people facing God's vengeance, and you stop really wanting that for people's life. It's love. Imagine offending Sekhmet and the consequences of being born once. Tiff, imagine letting your karmic debt just roll up, roll up, roll up, roll up. You done had 5, 6, 10 lifetimes to get it right, and you still letting it roll.
No.
To understand the level of terror, when you really, like the Bible says, we understanding the terror of the Lord, attempt to persuade people to avoid that. So when you have grown as a Christian, but we cannot ask this of a new Christian to know that. We can't ask this. So while we can look at Mrs. Jackson and say, because remember, we holding her sacred, protected, and uplifted,
Mm-hmm.
probably hasn't been to theological school, probably hasn't grown up with an actual theologian, probably hasn't been exposed to her father's, her grandmother's teachers. She may not have known that that wasn't right. That may take some growth. Now, does she need to be corrected with love? That's kind of what I'm doing right now. But there was no way for her to know that, no, we don't put curses on people. We were not left here to put curses on people. When you meet Christians that are quick to curse folks, then you just understand they do not know that Jesus is the end of every curse for all those that believe. And that just means they haven't read that far in the Bible yet. And that, again, she's new, she's growing. I'm not judging her. I'm just saying we see it. Just like when you see my maladaptive behaviors, you can say, well, you didn't seem very spiritual to me. We're just saying there's some growth there. But no, Miss Michaela, in the same sense that Black women did not have a right to hurt, harm, humiliate, that's Tiff's term that we often use the framework, Miss Jackson did not have the right to misuse an imprecatory psalm. And I don't think either the women who were basically putting curses on her, nor she putting curses on them, all of us are in a learning process. So thank you for asking the question so we can all learn together, because I haven't looked at Psalm 109 for a long time.
I mean,
That's a very deep scripture.
and I, ooh, let me say this. I'm trying to balance between my AME, Baptist, Kojic, Pentecostal,
Yikes.
and
That's a
evangelical.
lot.
I mean, our whole family is serves in some type of way. The one thing we don't have is anybody that's a Muslim, which is odd for
That's wow.
yeah,
Okay,
no,
that's weird. Almost everybody's family has at least one. That's
no,
unusual.
no.
But you know
But
what? Mine doesn't
we have
either.
a Rastafarian though. We have some Rastafarians in Nebraska.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. Gotcha. I mean, it's
Okay,
weird not to see one, but what were you
yeah, they
saying?
went that way. But what I'm trying to phrase it right. But let me just say this: if the way that she used scripture let me know that she's not settled with God yet. Because when you get into a point, I would have never known Psalms 109 because I don't use the Bible as a weapon. It's a comfort, it's a joy, it's a soother, but I'm not like, oh, and what you do, Matthew 5, like that kind of, I can't. I'm like,
I feel you.
tell me all of the things. I'm all about the red letters, and if it goes against the red letters, I'm just like, that's an opinion. And you know how you and I are with Paul Saul.
Yes, I
Don't
know.
like him, don't like him, don't like him. But
Paul Saul
nevertheless,
and his things that are hard to understand sometimes. Yeah, I know. I feel
and
you.
that's when we have to give ourselves grace. But what I realized is, even in this, what bothered me, and I was trying to check myself, was why were we able to receive her now? And a couple things started playing. Why was she's a beautiful girl, but she had on makeup in a particular style of makeup, and she had her lashes on, and her hair was braided, and she had the baby hairs, and she had her cute little suit jacket on. So she was presenting in a way that a lot of us could say, okay, I can identify with that. I can see myself in that. Why didn't we see that girl when she was sitting on that couch with like deer in headlights? Because if you rewatch it, it is absolutely frightening. It's the
It
most
is.
frightening 8 minutes and 27 seconds. That's how awful that was.
You know what? I think you both have said a lot, right? Because we're looking at her. We were answering my baby Michaela's question too, right? You both were. Um, I think for me, I saw her from the beginning, and I think the reason that is because my mission um, involves those three words I always say: holding Black women and Black girls sacred, protected, and uplifted. It doesn't mean that we don't hold people accountable. It doesn't mean that we don't have conversations with one another. What it means is we're not going to sit here and drag another Black woman all through these streets because she made a mistake in her marriage. Okay. I don't have the right like that to judge what I consider another goddess born, right? But that doesn't mean I can't have discernment and say, I disagree with this. And the other thing is, I always understand, I don't know what's really going on with that person. And sometimes they don't even know, right? And what we tend to do in these United States and the Caribbean is give it to Jesus. And because I think she had some church when she was younger.
Mhm.
I just think that it's kind of like we've kind of all had church, with the exception of a queen priestess, right? Who really studies the, doesn't just look at the Bible, but look at whether what they were saying came from the Hebrew or came from, Latin or Greek. You know what I'm saying? Because that's not generally how you're taught in church. Somebody else is up in a pulpit or singing about or whatever, interpreting what they feel they want you to hear, right? That's different from studying it for yourself and having that space to really contemplate. Because the Bible is not, to me, it's not one of those things where you're just going to start studying things specific to a problem per se. You're going to study it off when you don't have problems,
Right.
too, so you can have clarity, so you can do the research, right? But everybody is not trying to read and comprehend the Bible.
But Miss Love, I hate to interrupt you, but both of y'all are going to get, did you hear her say she has her degree? She has her bachelor's degree in religious studies. I don't know where
I heard her.
I was
But
like,
that's recent. She just did that.
yeah.
Okay.
She
So what hold on now. What I'm saying is, again, I think we as Black women, this is an opportunity for us. We as Black women, our girls, our daughters, nieces and granddaughters and goddess daughters, when we're holding them sacred, protected, and uplifted, that doesn't mean they're not going to make mistakes. That doesn't mean they're not going to choose unwisely. None of that means that. It means that we give them the space to do the wrong thing. Okay? But it's also, for me, the Bible is male oriented, right? It's been used in this system of patriarchy, okay? And it's been weaponized against particularly Black girls and Black women. So while I have understanding of it, and the two of you do, let's remember she's just now 32 years old.
Yep.
That part, that hurt my feelings. So I was just like, this jerk stole her 20s. Like, he essentially stole her when you're supposed to be going out and having fun and dating and doing all the things. And it looks like he still was doing all the things while being married.
Well, my mother was an RN. She was the legit she was making things that weren't there appear like they were. Okay. It was how it looked. So she was there to make sure things looked a certain way, but that wasn't really what was going on. What they say, it is what it is. Well, with her, it is what it wasn't. And with a lot of Black women, I find it is what it isn't. We're putting on a face. We're doing all of these things because that's what we're taught from childhood to do. We're taught to swallow our pain. We're taught to be there for everyone else. We're taught to okay, you don't want to be this stereotype or that stereotype. So many of us are trying to either fit into one stereotype or get out of another one, right? And what we do in trying to do that, we compare ourselves to each other. We get in competition with one another, and that's something that the three of us talk about a lot, right? Because it's one of our 4 questions in my course, right? Who are you? What do you want? Who do you consider your competition? And do you think in or out of the box? And for the most part, no one asks us that. No one looks at us as little girls and says, let me find out who she is from her, from watching her, from listening to her behaviors. Because then I can start to have an understanding on how I can best support her. What parts of discipline does she need? What parts of being protected does she need? You know what I'm saying? And I think we have this kind of generalized thing. I hate it when people say this. Well, there's no book on raising children. Shut the hell up. There's no colleges dedicated to childhood education.
Actually,
Okay, just shut, pop, pop, pop. But what I also will say is that my father was a crafty pimp, an actual pimp out there in Oakland, on MacArthur Boulevard.
oh, where
You know
it was real back then.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was for real, for real.
That was for real back in the day. Because I'm here in San Francisco, and
Yeah,
they still
yeah.
talking about the old pimps from that time are the second generation. They're close to your age. No, see, your dad was the one they looked up to. I don't know if it's
Mm-hmm,
your dad proper, but yeah, I know
mm-hmm.
what you.
Yes. And what he taught me, once I moved to California with them when I was 8, I used to have to go with him all the time for whatever. And he was a heroin addict. I mean, my mother, they were married, but he also had a stable of girls. My mother knew all about that. He had children during their marriage. So I'm outside of the marriage because I'm her only child, and they were taught you protect Black men no matter what. You protect your marriage no matter what, because you're nothing really if you don't have a man. Okay. And so what we're not really cared about for who we are as individual Black girls or Black women. It's your connection in a patriarchy to the males in your family or whoever you marry or whatever. And what I just had a problem with was that whenever I'd listen to that dude, the ex, Derek, whatever, I'd listen to him, but all I could hear was pimpology.
I think
That's
that's
all I
all
could
right.
hear. Through 2 or 3 years back when he would pass over my view, I'm like, this boy is pimping. He just telling these girls exactly what he does.
But that was the thing. He told on himself. Like
He
his
did.
information was sound because he was telling the behavior, which almost makes it more sadistic. Because it's different when a person, you get it, Miss D? He knew what he was doing. And he knew that this girl was pure. One thing I can look at her and say, she is as naive as she looks. She is really that naive. From 19 to what she say, 28. Like, what woman that values herself would walk past another woman that's gonna go lay down with her man? And you just say, okay, it's your shift, clock in.
But that was a lot of Black women. That is a lot of Black women, because that's what we're told we need to do and we need to do whatever it takes to make a thing look like what it is not. So that's what we're taught. We're taught how to be prey. I say it all the time. We are taught how to be everyone else's prey. And oh my God, if you come through and you have a voice, or whether you talk too much, you too fast, you too this, you too that, why you such a tomboy, why you doing this, why you doing that, how come you just don't sit your ass down, and blah blah blah. Oh, why you looking in the mirror? So why would she have any self-esteem? If when black women have self-esteem, I'm like, yes, because we do so much, and everybody dog piles on little black girls. We do so much damage to them. You know, I don't care if the dude, the daddy didn't think if she was his or not or whatever. Bro, this girl ain't but 32 years old. They do what's the name? DNA test. Shut your ass up. Okay? Plus, she was born into this. She had no control over the household she was born into. Right?
But they were also kids, so it makes a lot of sense. Like her mom was 16, the dad was
Mm-hmm.
16. So when she gave her history and just started checking, I could either say been there or I know someone that's been there. She was
Yes.
extremely relatable, and she was very transparent. And I think the best, I don't know who is advising her, but whoever's talking to her right now, that interview is probably the best thing that she could have done for herself and for her children, but also for other Black women. Because my one caveat is like, girl, you was good with getting the bread while he was lying. Because when unmarried, all that other stuff, I give it to you. But you know that your husband is lying to women and you are profiting off of this. And that's when we got to say, like, I have to give grace and just say maybe because she was so harmed and doesn't have connection that she just didn't. I mean, there's some people that don't give a damn about the Black community. It's like, forget the community. I'm getting this bread. So that's the only thing that I look at a little bit like, you know.
Yes, I do.
She okay, here's what's a little bit complicated about that. That's kind of a catch-22. She's 32.
Mm-hmm.
She married him at 19. So
Mm-mm.
that bread was all there
Mm-mm.
was.
No. They met
No,
at 19 in college. They dated from 19 to 28, and
okay,
then
that's right.
they got married in 2018. She was married to him less than the time that they
Then the time
dated.
that was okay. Okay, I stand corrected. But see, all that she still knows is him. So where is she finding time to go develop bread making skills on her own? And then you look at, given what she's been through, is she supposed to come out of there with something? Now, I don't say that this is necessarily, I'm talking about the reality. I'm not saying whether or not this is good or bad, right or wrong. But we also have to look at my personal issue with how Mrs. Jackson has often been covered, because I need to roll back and talk about why are we accepting her now. But I'm going to roll back this way. It being made the site of 18 million women's hopes, fears, thoughts when you were 32 years old and never had a chance to respond from, recover from being SA'd is too heavy a load.
Mm-hmm.
We can't ask her to think about what all of us think about when she's trying to put her own life back together.
Yes.
And this sort of also rolls back to, okay, why was she accepted suddenly? Okay, same women online. We kind of know how we behave. We know how male identified many people are. Well, number one, she was beautiful. And she was beautiful when she was in the bonnet. She's a
Mm-hmm.
good looking woman. That was never
Yes.
at issue.
Yes.
But she also was presented by an approved man. Mr. Whitfield's fans love them some Lataris R. Whitfield, but they also are doing. I think this was. Let me give this some credit to this black woman's content creator. My view, my opinion. Her name is Cherie, And she broke this down. She said, you have to understand it. She broke down why she believes that Mrs. Jackson was exploited again. So she said, you have these single men online. You kind of look at the age of their shows. If they really wanted to be married, they could be by now if they were serious.
Mhm.
So you have a man who has built a following who presented this woman. So she has been a ritual of him taking her under his protection has taken place.
Mhm.
And for black women who are very male identified, that makes her more acceptable. She's not dating him, which would be another reason, the competition would kick in. But the idea is she's male approved
Mhm.
by a man who is approved. People think the Terrace R. Whitfield, he has international black women following him. You read his comments sometimes, and you just like, and I remember I don't watch him either because I sat there and thought to myself, I look at the content he does about the welfare of black boys sometimes, but I look at his content and I look at how black women are behaving, and I'm not, and I kind of sit there and I'm like, well, you have an online harem too.
Oh yeah.
So if
See,
you,
in Dallas, Texas. If he wanted a wife, he can go. He first of all start off downtown. If you don't like downtown, go to Plano. You don't like Plano, go to Frisco. You don't like Frisco, go to Allen. If you don't like Allen, go to Prosper. If you don't like Prosper, go to mid cities. That black man is not finna tell me, not my big age, not in Dallas. You can't find a wife and you're lying, sir. You had a wife and you cheated on her.
Cheated
and
on
divorced her,
her. Mhm.
and he was the one that filed for the divorce.
Mhm.
So when we put all those facts together, she's upgraded from Derek Jackson, but the same women that would go for a Derek Jackson are probably pretty susceptible to a Laterras R. Whitfield. Now, I don't know the level of this man's repentance. I don't have the ability to judge that. I'm just saying that she made a lateral move.
It's
And because she made a lateral move, she is now acceptable to the same group of women that because so many of people were in the comments talking about it. Thank you, the terrorists, how she protected Denia and all the rest. I'm like, y'all. She should have come. She should have. Well, she might not know about your channel, love, but she should have gone on a black woman show. But we can't ask Mrs. Jackson to not be male identified yet. So when you look at, how shall I say this? She does not have escape velocity yet to be able to navigate. And most people don't. I mean, as someone who has generally been treated well by men, it's not easy to do. So if all you can expect is to be treated poorly by all men because that was your experience, that's still going to be difficult to do because you're basically convinced that you can't do it without a man at this point. That's the result of all that extra. Whereas if you had men and women both that loved you, you know you can make it either way. She didn't have that. So I don't think that Mrs. Jackson, we don't, she has not come to us in a way that we can. She's being presented beautifully. I mean, people keep talking about, oh, Mr. Whitfield got her a makeup artist and all this stuff, and blah, blah, blah. Because I'm like, y'all are sitting up there fantasizing. Y'all should just bag. Y'all should just go over to Love's website and get your own stuff and support a black woman. Why don't you? Y'all could go. There's all kind of black women who have makeup out there. So, y'all should look into that. Some black woman could have done this for her, but if she had known to ask or if someone had volunteered. But we don't know to do that as a mass yet.
But Miss D, why would she trust a black woman when her husband cheats with black women darker
Mhm.
than her? So he's a real
That's
that
actually deep,
colorism
actually.
normally doesn't skew that way. Like he's skewing in a way of colorism where it's just like if you can't look at your daughter and not see yourself, but the women that he's dated or seen, that's a whole nother level of psychosis. And like the only thing that's a bit problematic to me is she's like, oh, I sit in front of 3 doctors and I never got a girl. You probably you got to be clinically depressed. You got to be doing with it's something going on. How did you sit in front of 3 professionals and nobody gave you a diagnosis?
Well,
Okay,
No,
Go on.
no, that's okay, Miss Misty. Go ahead.
Okay, here's the thing about it. I was just watching a video this morning. Was it Mocha Mama that put it up? They just found out like 2 seconds ago that depression presents differently in Black
It,
women.
yes, yes.
So
They,
there are
yeah,
probably goodly numbers of professionals who don't even know what depression looks like in us.
that's
Yeah.
fair.
I saw that this morning and I'm like, oh, okay. So there's this element and this element and this element. And then there's this element and this element. And because Black women are so put down by society anyway, this would probably go overlooked. We're supposed to hate ourselves anyway.
Mhm.
So the excess self-hate and self-blame. Now listen to what I just said. I didn't say baseline level that we're supposed to have to stay chattel. I said excess. That's not going to pick up because again, the default is Black women's misery. The default is so seeing when a Black woman has gone below, being able to handle it and function, down to depression, down to ready to leave here. When you're with people, I was at a work situation and I was listening to the sister who was next to me. She's a year younger than I am. And she was talking to one of her colleagues of a different race, a woman, and talking about all the stuff that was going on. I remember hearing her say, I'm working 4 jobs, basically. They got me doing this and the other one was just kikiing and carrying on and did not hear that there was something wrong. Because why? Because again, that's what we're supposed to be here to do. So I'm sitting there going, girl, you're gonna have a stroke. The other woman, she's just carrying on like this is supposed to happen. That's the cost you pay from being flying out to do this, and you want to be a corporate person, and you need to be a mule. It didn't even register. So yeah,
Was
you
the
know,
was her coworker a 53 percenter?
no, her coworker was not a 53 percenter, but her coworker comes from a part of the world where there's a 5-step caste system and a high patriarchy.
Okay.
And at the bottom of that caste system was a Black woman, or I should say, uh, La Negrita.
Mhm.
She comes from that part of the world. And that's a different conversation. But John Henry Clark said it well. We have no friends. So, but I'm just saying, if
You
you
better
didn't
compliment
know,
the teacher. Come on. That
hey, well, I
and
look,
Dr. Aaron Shango. Mm.
we gotta stay on top of the stuff now. But I don't. There's it's easily possible in the United States of America for a Black woman to walk outside, and unless she meets a Black woman who's learning and growing, I'm not saying the 53 percenters and the 5-step caste system, and we're not gonna even talk about Asia. That's got all sets of things. But it's entirely possible that you will never meet anyone that empathizes with you except a woman who's doing her work. And numerically, there's not a lot of us. That we're here. There's 3 of us right here. There's everybody listening to this show today when they could be doing something else on Memorial Day weekend. We out here, each one reach one. But it's possible that Denia Jackson could go to 5'10". She's not able to sit down with Nicole Lewis just yet, although that's a actually now that's a Nicole Lewis has made space in her life to have more time with the Mrs. Jacksons of the world. But she probably didn't see Nicole Lewis. So it's possible that people missed that she was depressed. And then the other thing we do, and I know this is a Christian, many of us have taught that it is not spiritual to be tired, even though Jesus took his disciples about to go to sleep and get some rest sometimes and was sleeping so hard the disciples got worried they were going to lose the boat. We heard that in Sunday school, we didn't hear it. That it's not spiritual to rest. It's not spiritual to admit that we're human and that we're near burning out and all the rest of it, even though, again, Jesus said once to his disciples, y'all just go ahead and sleep on because what's about to happen to y'all next, you're going to need strength to run for your life because every one of you's going to leave. So get your rest because you about to break. You just don't know it yet. We missed that too. That was not emphasized for us. So a Christian woman will keep on talking about I'm trusting the Lord and the Lord will make a way somehow and I'm blessed and highly favored. Can do this so well she can fool herself and
Mhm.
everybody else until she breaks. So if you combine the fact that a lot of clinicians don't even know what depression looks like in Black women with that tendency, yeah, it got grandma over, it got great grandmama over, but great grandmama and grandma didn't know they had other options. And they were not living in the 21st century where people are becoming very, you're integrated into society that will pick at you in ways that slavery was unspeakable. But there are things happening to Black women today that are unspeakable in a different way. Great grandmama didn't have to deal with social media picking apart at you every single second of the day and night, 24 hours, no break.
Yeah, but the on the other hand, you had a whole lot of Black women who were the social media of their time.
That's
And
true.
they were picking you apart from this Sunday to next Saturday.
That's true. Now, that
So
is true because people
What's
were
and
in church
what's
so
that
much
it
more
was
game?
back then.
Tonk.
it's
They call it tonk and pit. It's something tonk and pit something. Like there's card games that
mm-hmm.
yeah, I don't. We weren't allowed to play card games, but I know it's a game. Like I think it's tonk or tank or something, and then
Mm-hmm.
that, and there's another one that you would hear the adults.
Hey.
Yeah, you hear the adults
Spades was a big
talking.
one.
Mm-hmm.
See, I don't do card games because I don't know how to play, and Black people take them games way too serious. But I'll be anybody in Uno, just so y'all know.
Don't take me to Uno. Well,
Okay, we
okay.
probably have to. We're gonna bring
So
some dominoes up here sometime.
so
At
I'm
some
gonna
point.
I'm gonna do a reset, something like what they do on Clubhouse
Yeah.
Okay.
for everyone who's come in. Hello, everyone. It's good to see all of you. I know I spoke specifically to Michaela when she first got here. Hi, Tori. Hi, Q. Hi, Level Up. It's good to see all of you here. And we are talking, of course, about Danae Jackson's interview on Hey Future Wifey or whatever that Negro man was
I
talking
said
about.
it. Oh, dear future wifey, probably
Dear
best.
Future Wifey. Um, so one of the things that I really wanted to make sure of is that we are having a conversation in which we are listening to this young woman's behavior because it's representative of a lot of us, a lot of the things that we have been through as Black girls and Black women, and how we got here, and that we are not born for ourselves. We are born to be harnessed by everyone else because we are truly elemental. We are like the ocean. We are like the sun. You can't live without us. Okay, what would y'all do? I had this question on TikTok. I was like, there's some white women always talking about, slavery wasn't that bad. I don't know why y'all keep talking about it. You're just causing division. Some of the slaves really love their owners. Okay, let me tell you one thing, Hooker. I've been thinking. So trauma alert. I've been thinking. And I thought, now, what would happen, since you think slavery's so great, little white girl, what would happen if you were the next to be enslaved?
We have an answer for that from
She's
history.
And then I said to myself, all of this on TikTok, I'm still talking to myself on TikTok. I said, oh, that's right. We wouldn't get shit done.
No.
We can't enslave White Walkers. Okay, they can't cook. They don't even clean their ass. So they ain't cleaning nothing. What they gonna go outside and pick? Okay, they can't be in the sun. They can't, so they don't do shit. So I'm saying for us as Black women, we have been the ones to do all of that.
Yeah.
And we are expected to do it silent. We are expected to hold on. We are expected to have our souls ripped apart by being raped as children. You ain't gonna tell me shit, okay? Because 60% of Black women, Black girls, by the time they reach 18, will have been raped. We don't protect Black women. We put more as other Black women shit on other Black women, right? So because we all thinking, well, if that person does that, what will white people think about this? Okay, first of all, I don't give a fuck what they think. Second of all, this whole thing has pissed me off from beginning to damn end because I don't understand any of it. This child was at a party when she was 19 years old. Her brothers were upstairs. Now, granted, that I don't know, right? But they were upstairs. Everybody was at the house partying, okay? She went down to the basement and she was raped. And what happened? What always happens for us as Black girls and Black women. Nobody heard her screaming. No one. It's just not a thing that we do and raise young Black boys to understand. Your job is to protect. Number one, make a safe space. Hold on, Tiff. Hold on. Because in this, the patriarchy, you are either a predator or you're prey. And actually, you can be one or the other depending on the situation. So I'm going to need us to back all the way up and say, we blame little Black girls for being raped. We tell them it was their fault. We make them hold on to that secret that this child could not have. She didn't have not one person she could go to and tell what happened. You know what I heard while I watched that baby? I heard her talk about her own shame, guilt, and blame of herself.
Mm-hmm.
And what I saw a couple of years ago when she put out that video to today is other Black women saying, well, if she had a just, oh, she just a pick me and a so-and-so. Shut the hell up. Stop calling each other names like this. What your problem is? What your problem is? Why are we not holding Black women and Black girls sacred, protected, and uplifted? But then when shit happens, we're going to come back and pick the Black girl apart, pick the Black woman apart. I ain't saying she didn't do wrong. I'm not saying that. And she didn't say that either. She was highly accountable. She took a lot of responsibility for her choices in this Negro pen. But I'm going to tell y'all the truth. I'm that mama that my daughter, she chooses who she's with, but I approve them. And I don't care who you are. I don't care what you look like. I don't care about none of that shit. But I tell you what, you work on making her unhappy and her cry, and there'll be no place you can fucking hide because you went too far. I protect my daughter. You ain't disciplining my daughter. She's already been disciplined. She a grown woman. Your whole job is to bend the motherfucking knee and get with her. Because you get with her, she's brilliant. You get with her, she's beautiful. You get with her, she is compassionate and kind. Now, me on the other hand,
Allegedly.
I'm good for showing up at somebody's mama's damn house. I'm good for dragging somebody through the parking lot. That's me. And I'm about that girl. You can't come near her. You can't do all of that. The only person that ever disciplined my daughter was me. Okay? Wasn't no men coming in now talking all this shit. Oh, what? I know you don't want to get punched in your throat. I know you don't. Because I don't care. I'm not in community with Black men. Fuck y'all. That's how I feel. And that's why it's important that, you know, to me, we start to look at that this girl was basically right in front of her. Her father was abandoning her. Her father was neglecting her, giving more to the sons or whatever. When it came time for her to be protected, wasn't nobody to be fucking found. And now she is full-blown prey. My father would have looked for someone just like her, and it wouldn't have been hard to find because we're
Mm-mm.
setting up black girls from day one to be prey. You got to do this and you got to sit like this and you got to, oh, don't cross your legs at the knee. You have to cross your legs at the ankle. Girl, shut up. We are being killed out here. Our baby girls are being raped at 60%. I don't give a damn if this girl went on and picked out Psalms and read some people to riot act on the damn TV. What's your point? A lot of what goes on within us is just like you both were saying. We can't see people's brains and they can't see their own. You don't know if someone's serotonin is high. You don't know if it's low. You don't know if their dopamine levels are right. You don't know what she's going through. And I just feel like we just are so ready to not give any type of grace and understanding to black women, but let a white woman come on. Let her come on. Oh, now we gonna all listen. Oh, Pooh is crying. Oh, come here, Pooh. Come here. Come here. Come on now. Shh, calm down now. Calm down. But we ain't gonna do that for each other. Not over here in my camp. Not over here. And I don't give a damn about Derek Jackson, his mama, his daddy, his whoever. I don't give a fuck. You all are gonna answer to this. You hurt my baby, y'all are all gonna answer to this shit.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. That's what I thought was so weird. Like with the party thing. Now, when we used to go out, like we even went to the bathroom together. So I'm like, if women know, hey girl, where you finna go to the bathroom? Okay, come on, let's go together. And you go in twos and you don't walk by. Why were you okay with your 19-year-old sister at a college party drinking by herself? Like when you listen to the details, and it wasn't not one brother, not two, but three brothers. So now none of y'all thought, where's my sister at? She been gone too long. She slept in that house. Like just the thought of that is just like, it is terrifying. And then it doesn't sound like she has a great relationship with the stepmom, because it seems like she's been made to be a burden everywhere. So when he gave her just a little crumb, she just savored it. Which when she said, I was the band girl and I had pimples and he was the jock and people, she literally said, I felt better because I had him.
And see, this is why what you just described, I'm going to break down a very large concept in 5 minutes or less, allegedly. I'm going to try. To answer the questions about why there was not a brother of hers or a single upstanding gentleman at that party who could hear this woman's screams. I'm going to have to go here. If you are part of a culture of men, I mean, we just had John Morant, Kevin Samuels, and Wayman D. Wesley tell you the same thing. Black woman creator T Salt found a clip of Kevin Samuels where he condemned the manosphere for not being have as much solidarity and being weaker and less together than Cynthia G and Crystal and Garrison, not able to organize, more willing to be petty with one another. But see, here's the thing about it. If you know, so he was 53 at the time of his death. John Morant and Wayman D. Wesley both came up in two-parent homes, reasonable parentage, and both basically have gotten sucked in to a culture of men. Wayman D. Wesley said he loves his mother, but he got caught up into toxic black masculinity and was trying to impress his friends. He said that in his apology. That culture is not fit to compete with Latino men. Even Native American men have a few casinos. So even though they have the percentages, they don't have the percentages to compete with everybody. Some of them are still going to do better. They don't have the wherewithal to compete. So if you can't compete with Native American men and Latin men, do I need to mention white men and Asian men? Asian men are recolonizing Africa. It's like white men just got done with that, and now China's going in there and doing it.
Mhm.
So this is your global position, but you still live in a patriarchy, and you want to understand patriarchy the way it is generally understood as laid out to you by the founding raping fathers. You want to have someone to dominate and control,
Yes.
and you want to be respected by your boys as a boss. Of course, now the word boss comes from straw boss, which comes from the overseer.
Mhm.
He wasn't actually the master, but he got to whip up on someone else and pretend he was for a day. So, what are your options here? No rational woman in her right mind would ever choose to be with you now that integration has happened and women are as free as the men. So, it is to your interest to let the criminals and the predators get 60% of the girls. Because all you have to do is be just a little bit better, you can be Derek Jackson. And if you don't have a criminal record, now you can be the good black man
Mhm.
by comparison to the actual criminals, predators, and pimps, not by comparison to the standards of American men on average. But if the girls have been sufficiently damaged, you don't have to work as hard. So then, for you to be able to pretend a patriarch in a system where you cannot compete with other men, it's to your interest that you not hear a young black girl screams. Because that's going to make your life and your brother's life and even your father's life, since these folks are still out here trying to get 20-year-old girls at 50 years old, it's going to make their life all the way easier because all you have to do is you just have to beat the next criminal predator or pimp and be just as a little bit better than the person who has no real self-confidence but hasn't done any of that, and you have a better chance. But if the women were whole, you wouldn't, because women who are whole are going to require you, whatever society you live in, you're going to have to measure up to at least the standard of, average for black men is not average for the average American man. Now, we do know those numbers are skewed, and we know historically Juneteenth is right around the corner. We know why some of those numbers are off the way they are. But y'all know that you could become a certified prompt certificate manager in 9 lessons now. I'm in that class now. You do know that Bitcoin has been with us for a minute.
Mhm.
Stocks, bonds, dividends, all these opportunities to even be, I don't know, a bus driver and learn investment. And in 15 years, yeah, I'm just saying, even if you're a bus driver, you could better your situation than what you're dealing with today. But if you don't want to have to do all that, what you want to have is a whole bunch of damaged women who do not know they have a right to even ask because they will be so busy with their shaming and blaming of themselves of the pieces of depression that they cannot even identify, which is the excess. You want them to have excess on top of everything else America does to them. You want them to have excess because you cannot compete with a Latino man. You cannot compete with a Native American man. You cannot compete with an Asian man. And you show to the heck enough, except now in homicidal cruelty, at least ideating, because Anton and Erdogan ain't gonna get off 2 minutes, and we got somebody we got to deal with soon. We're gonna get up there and talk about giving a black woman 50,000 lashes. Negro, how
Who
are,
said
are
that?
you planning to do that? Yeah, Umar Johnson done messed up. He gonna get the drag of the century. I'm just pulling my data together, but I'm just saying these men ideate like they want to be Hitlerians, like they want to be Hitler. They ain't got no Wehrmacht, ain't got the police department, but what they will do is let their brothers mess with these girls so that they have a chance at getting one to marry and go with them so that they will have a chance to pretend to have be a good American patriarch till she figures it out. But then you know what the femicide numbers are.
Yes.
But 3 hots in a cot. If you can't compete with men in this society with the economy changing, you still don't have anything to lose. Someone will sit up and make 20% dividends on you, and so you get slave wages for doing that in prison. And to some of these men that can't compete, that's not a loss. What are they about to do when nobody's getting ready to take care of them? Here's what they're gonna do. The likes of Derek Jackson are gonna end up in three. My mom used to say this all the time. I'm going to update it a little bit more. A couple places he can end up. He can end up in an old folks nursing home. He can go straight to jail or he can go straight to hell as a young man. Those are his
Oh,
options. He can go. Those are his options because he's not repentant. He ain't repentant. So if he dies today, he gonna have some problems with Jesus. I'm telling you now, as a Christian woman, as a king priest, queen priestess, that's where he can go. He's not repentant.
he can't go there.
Oh,
I
I'm
wish he
sorry,
would
love. I
stop saying
forgot.
that.
No. My
Boy,
bad. I totally forgot. You don't want him in your neighborhood there.
don't come to hell. Stop sending people to hell. No vacancies. We ain't
Okay.
accepting people riffraff over here no more. That's
Okay. So get together with Sekhmet, get together with ISIS. Wherever else they gonna send him, that's where he got to go. If you're telling me that if he's gone to the point we done come to all 9 levels of Dante Inferno, like even Lucifer is like, no, we can't have you here.
mm-mm.
But I'm saying if he dies unrepentant, he's not going anywhere good. He's gonna mess with the wrong person and he gonna get snapped up. Look, I want y'all to understand this. Tell your brothers and sons this. You a young, well-built young man. Do you know that there's somebody right now looking at your body just like it was in 1864, looking at, that's a good-looking young buck. We can put him in prison. We can work him for 40 years, making things for 40 cents a day, 33% of your household furniture, 33% of furniture, period, 90% of military equipment. He look good. All we got to do now is find out if we can find a woman who's dark skinned who thinks like a white woman. Get him caught up. See, because we gonna caught up Johnny Majors. We gonna caught up Johnny Majors. Almost. Almost. We gotta find somebody who will get him tripped up, get him to do something dumb and snap him up. Because he'll be making 20% dividends. Y'all look up Core Civic. I can't invest in it because I just can't bring myself to make money that way. I have too many black boy students who are now grown men. I can't do it. But if you want to make 20% dividends on a stock that's affordable, there it is. Somebody's looking at Derek Jackson planning to do that. And then, of course, he can, like Jamie Foxx sitting up there talking about, I don't want to be with a woman till I'm in a wheelchair and I've had my fun. This man had a stroke in April and is up here in the hospital, was in a coma for a week. See, if I trip and fall at 42, I better have my life together. I'm heavy. So I got to be careful what I say out here and what I do to people. I may see the Lord Jesus and he is not white. He'll look more like my daddy. Actually, okay, your rewards. You remember how you said such and such so? Now you are. I know you know what's in the book. That you didn't get that straight. So this is the thing that people don't understand. These men think they have a long time. No, average life expectancy for a black woman. We have all these problems. We're fat. We this. We that. We live on average 9 years longer. 75 to 81. Black men 66 to 72. And if you look at the numbers of the manosphere men, that number is coming down to 55 to 62. So we're going to have a 20-year gap. But see, like my pastor said for the pulpit, he said before Mother's Day, he said he just turned 71 years old. He said, you know what I realized? I realize it's the mothers and the women that are holding things together. And I see why black men do not get to live as long. Because if you don't take care of your blessing, you get shoved out of here.
Mm-hmm.
But see, this is the consequences that these men who want these women who will not protect their sisters, they think they're gonna get an easy ride. Love is like, don't even send them to hell. So now I'm like sitting here like, okay, well, I don't know where y'all are going if you're not going there, but whatever it is, you setting yourself.
Ladies, something. Don't come here.
She's like, you ain't even good enough to get in there. I'm like,
nope.
We don't have to come up with a whole nother level now. I'm gonna need y'all with goddesses to work that out. I can't. I'm just like, you're not even good enough. But that's the kind of future.
I'm ready to snatch their ancestorhood from them.
So let me answer.
Okay, they don't even get to be ancestors after they pass. Keep it up.
Oh well, see that would be deep in Africa.
You're gonna be just a regular. Since you want to be a white supremacist, sir, let me tell you what. Since you're applying to be a white supremacist, you can be a ghost, just like when they people pass.
So you just gonna wander the earth disembodied and just have no rest. And then when the Lord Jesus has to do the new heavens and the new earth and burn this one up, you're gonna end up. See, no matter how you do this, the burning in the flames and the punishment and losing everything you have, we can no matter how you do this, when you decide to make yourself Hashatan, which is the actual Hebrew for Satan, the adversary, plan to get kicked out of whatever heaven you think you have. And these men that listen to the Nia Jackson scream from 19 to now. Now, I do need to say, as I turn it back to the other panelists, we as Black women need to be careful too. Because again, we watched her pain.
Yes.
And we need to be careful in the future because we don't want to sign up for this. See, the spirit world doesn't discriminate. You do things the right way, you receive the right results. You do things the wrong way, you receive the error of your ways. So, as I turn back to the rest of the members of the panel, I don't know what to say about the women that may have not responded when they heard Nia Jackson screaming either, but they are not the ones setting up the 60% rate. So I had to deal with the men here. Women are not the ones setting it up, but we have to get to the point where we love each other as sisters enough to say, okay, I'm gonna take off this stiletto and I'm gonna do what I gotta do.
Yes.
Or we can go take gun range classes with people who know about that and things like that.
That's the thing. It's like she never had a chance. She's 32, finding out boundaries, and she's a mother of 3. So now you have to wonder, what did these kids see? How are they going to matriculate? And who's going to end up dating them? Because my son is grown, but I worry for my nieces because the boldness, for me, it was how bold he was. And then for him, like, I don't know if he's trying to be petty, but he's not very smart. We can tell that she was running the business because he put out a skit today of like
this man is still talking.
He put out a skit, a cheating skit, a cheating skit. He did that. Then Mother's Day was what, just last weekend? He spelled her freaking name wrong. How do you spell your wife's name wrong, or ex-wife? He didn't spell her name right. So, and then he went on to say, thank you for being there for the kids, because I know sometimes you can't be there for yourself. Well, nigga, if you weren't out hoeing, she probably could be by her and take some time. Because you're not going to do that. Now, that's what we're not going to do. Because you, all 3 of them is your kids. And I'm team drop them babies off. She need to drop whoever that IG girl is. You are an instant stepmom. And you better not do nothing crazy to my children. Nigga, here you go, bye. Oh, you going to live a good life? That woman has 3 kids. You a single mom and now she's damaged. She got too many miles on her. Oh, she's divorced. She's a holy roller. Like, my concern for this girl is so deep. Like, somebody snaky, like a Dr. Umar, can come and love bomb and make her feel seen and validated. And she's going to end up, to quote that other one, right back in the sheets again. Because I used to love me some
Juanita Bynum.
Right? Yeah. But she said, where'd I end up? Right back in the sheets.
Back in them sheets again. She was right about that. Oh, she wasn't. That's a whole nother video. Miss Bynum is 60, but that was part of the process.
She kept sleeping with him. Now, I'm not a big Princella fan. Oh, look at the pup. So cute. Hey,
oh, the cuteness overload.
Look, and she's over it. But
I'm tired. Look, what puppy? What? I'm sorry. What you say? No, please.
So, what was I saying? Because I hope that she gets some women in her life that can teach her some things, some grounding. I know that she has the word, and I can't judge her, but I just don't, like, the Bible is a bomb, right? It's like she's been taught to weaponize the word, but she hasn't been taught how to use the word in love. Like, she doesn't know the beauty tubes. Like, go to the beauty tubes.
Go, go
That
there.
are
Oh,
beautiful. Do Song of Songs. Like, girl, get some up in your life. Like, if in Matthew, don't it say don't worry because God takes
Mhm.
care of the lilies in the fields, and surely if He'll cover that, how much more I shall cover you, my most cherished and beloved thing. Like, why? I just can't. Ugh.
Because people are still teaching from the slave Bible. I mean, it's literally that thing exists. See, when you half step as a British missionary, this is what you do. You realize because the Holy Spirit's not going to give you enough peace that black people are human, but then you still need to enslave them. So you want to get them saved, but you don't want them to know that same Bible used correctly is going to say things like, "No, masters, you don't get to threaten them, you don't get to beat them, you don't get to rape them. And if you don't pay them, the money that you don't pay them will eat your flesh and your fields like fire." Literally fulfilled between January between about July 1864 and April 1865. You wonder why that's not that plantation is a tourist attraction today? Literally fulfilled. That's James chapter 5. But and also they're not supposed to be able to read to know that Paul told Philemon, when Onesimus gets back, treat him like you treat me. You're not supposed to know that either. So we're going to cut all those parts of the Bible whereby you can find out that God's going to take care of you, including Matthew 6:25 to 33. You're not supposed to know that. And literally, if you think about it, just think about the times you spent in church. How often have you heard a sermon on Matthew 6:25 to 33? Never mind, it is Jesus' own sermon, the Sermon on the Mount. This is Jesus' own sermon. The Beatitudes are in Matthew 5. How often have you even heard a sermon on the Beatitudes? Think about it. So basically, the slave preachers were given the slave Bible to work with. A few of them could learn how to read. You probably heard the name of a gentleman named Nat Turner. He began as a slave preacher, but the problem is he ended up learning how to read and then found out how his people had been bamboozled, and that's what set him off. There it is. Thank you so much. That exists. Thank you for the receipt. Most black preachers, not knowing how to read, didn't do the work that Nat Turner did. And they believe that's what set him off when he found out. Are still preaching. And I can tell you what that slave Bible has in it without ever having touched that book. You're gonna have some of the famous stories in the Old Testament survived. You're not gonna have anything in the law and the prophets, because them white folks were not trying to hear do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with thy God. Weren't trying to hear that. They weren't trying to read in Jeremiah about every 7 years. The slavery of the Bible is basically indentured servitude, but it could not last longer than 7 years. You were
Mhm.
supposed to free your slaves every 7 years, send them out with their wives and their children and all that. You had to do all that every 7 years. They weren't trying to hear that the last sin that caused Jerusalem, God's own city, God's own people, to be sent to the Babylonian captivity, they hit that 7 year mark. They freed their slaves and then went and took them back and said, "Since you took your slaves back, I'm going to release you to war, flood, famine, and death. And you will not see this people land again. You done held these people for this many years. Y'all have not observed this for 490 years. All them years come up to 70 years that you missed. You ain't coming back here for 70 years, meaning you're not coming back and your children are not coming back. I'm going to let your grandchildren that never held a slave come back here. You won't. Ain't nobody trying to read that. So you're not going to get the prophets. You're not supposed to know that sex is supposed to be mutually pleasurable. You're not going to get Song of Solomon. You sure ain't going to get Proverbs. Proverbs is going to tell you that everybody's supposed to be diligent. You're not supposed to have one man up over you having these pimps, either outside slavery or in. You're not going to get that. Everybody's supposed to work with their own hands. You're not going to get First Thessalonians, that every one of you do your own study to be quiet. Do your own business and work with your own hands. You ain't going to get that. You're not going to get anything after John chapter 14 onward. You're going to get parts of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. You're going to get the stories. You're going to get the famous stories of the Bible. And that's it. Because if we can hold you spiritually in slavery, we can have a young woman go to church and have everybody around her think it's cool to not hear her screams. That's why people And see, today there's no excuse. Most people can go, you don't even have to buy a whole Bible. I could pull up all these quotes from Bible Gateway if I wanted to do it. So if you were in a church where you have some man over you who refuses to teach you the things that I've mentioned, how do you assess a man? Do you know what the fruit of the spirit are that you can assess? Does the man possess love, joy, peace, gentleness, goodness, patience, meekness, faith, and self-control? If you don't know that that's what you should look for on a baseline, if your pastor doesn't teach any of that, but just wants you to keep dropping them tithes, now I already told y'all that Jesus took all the curses of the Old Testament off. He's still up there talking about you curse with a curse. And does not read that in the previous chapter it said, "Oh, ye priest." Those are Levitical priests, not after the order of Melchizedek. Not me. If you don't have people that want to teach you to read the Bible for yourself, you are being, it's like Love said, you are being set up to be prayed from the time you in there. Jesus loves me. Yeah, he does, but y'all don't. And this is how women like Denia Jackson get set up by the church to be prayed. And I don't mean the true church of God. I mean the institutions that most of us deal with. It makes me, I'm willing to go with you on if there's a place lower than hell, Love. I'm willing to go with you on this principle.
It's under construction.
I'm like, I would be willing to go with you on that because I'm like, literally, this is how Black women have been giving general assent to something we truly believe. And of course, I can show you from scripture that Christ protected women, but I also know that how often has anybody gone through the book of John? We're talking about John, y'all. I'm not talking about, let's pick one in the middle somewhere that nobody reads. Titus. I'm not talking about Titus. We ain't talking about John writing the book of Revelation yet, because I know people have different feelings about Revelation. We talking about Matthew, Mark, and John. You mean to tell me that you haven't noticed yet that God in the person of Jesus Christ said all when they started attacking Mary for worshiping him because they weren't spending the money on them? You didn't notice how the people said, he said, her name is gonna be remembered. Y'all names won't be written again till they under the New Jerusalem, y'all. Your names will not be mentioned again. Her name everywhere the story was told be remembered. They didn't teach us that. But that's because men who want to have plantations find the slave Bible advantageous. And even though they have a Bible that's this thick, a Catholic has a Bible that's this thick. I ain't gonna teach you that because Black women might find out that Black men don't own them. Black women might find out.
Two things, because y'all know me and my takes. She's way wild with it. I feel like Jesus was a feminist. You can't tell me any different. The first miracle was wine. The woman and his mother asked for it. The woman with the issue of blood, the woman at the well, the woman that touched the hem of his garment, the woman that gave the last, and the angel saw it. If you just can't see how every time there's a miracle, there's a feminine right next to it. Whatever he did, he was either with Mary, or what's the other girl that
There's four Marys. There's a bunch of them anyway.
Well, his aunt too, Mary's sister. They were very much, let me say, about the business of his business.
Yes,
doesn't he have a cousin that's almost his same age? They were pregnant at the same time.
Yeah, Elizabeth. She was older. No, she was very old. She was like in her 60s.
She would be an auntie,
allegedly. But yeah, she I get what you're saying, Miss Tiff. I really do, because
I fundamentally here's my issue, and Miss D been working with me, and Miss Love been working with me because I just want to take care of me. I'm on my business and my behaviors and fix my maladaptions. So when I had to start looking at me, when I see her, I literally understand that though but the grace of God go I. Because that is a familiar spirit.
We were all set up. All of us were set up. The only difference between me and Denia Jackson, Denia, That's why I've been calling her Miss Jackson, because I haven't said it enough. Danae. The
Danae.
only difference between me and Mrs. Jackson, the only difference between any of us and Mrs. Jackson, we were all set up. And it's not that God cares less about her. People do come out at different times. But one of the things that it's like I talk about a lot, common grace versus special grace, but it's still grace. Once we as Black women realize that we too have been graced by God, that, Psalm 139, which we were not allowed to read, says that we too were fearfully and wonderfully made. I mean, Love and I differ on God is born, but what we do not differ on is that we are fearfully and wonderfully made. We are half the stewards to the universe. We are the stewards to the universe through whom Mary was a woman, therefore the Messiah came through a woman. And a man did not beget him. Hello! We are half stewards of the universe. We are the ones through whom the universe, human beings are chosen to perpetuate. Yes, a man can beget, and if we don't keep it together for 9 months, ain't nothing about to happen up here. But if women understood this and were taught this from the beginning, none of us were. I probably did better than some of the rest, but again, that's because Dr. Desi Webster around 1940 fought her way through this foolishness for a lot of us. For my grandma, my mom, would not have been otherwise. But most people, but still, that's still not the message you get from everywhere else. So we were set up to be prayed. Even in most of our churches, we were set up to be prayed. We were taught by women who had been prayed upon before we even got there, and now are doing. See, pimps have levels, and one of those women is the bottom, bitch, and she helps to enforce it. What happened to Mrs. Jackson is that you had levels of people that have been exploited, Black women have been exploited, who also, she's a younger one. So we have to condition her. If you ever watch, I don't do this, whenever I see this, I turn it off, but you get a couple women kidnapped. And the one that's been there the longer and trying to survive is trying to condition the others to do what they need to do to survive. So she survives because she's pretty much past doing whatever else it is the man who kidnapped her wants to. It's that same.
You know what? When I think too, it's exactly what you're both saying, right? That because right now we're talking about being held sacred, really, right? How we train up our daughters, nieces, granddaughters, and goddess daughters, right? What we do to help them be fully who they are, embrace who they are, learn to master their emotions and, master their behaviors, right? Take a look at, if I do this, then this could be the different fallouts. So what outcome am I actually going for? And if, because I hear a lot of women say, well, or men, not just Black women, but Black men too. Oh, it's better back than such and so. Listen, I don't know where y'all been. Hold on now. I don't know where y'all been, but I've known men who were born in 1905, and it ain't no different. Let me tell y'all something. We've talked about this, Ms. D, in history. When we really look at this in our enslavement, so there were 1 million enslaved people by what? 1776. Let's give it a common date.
90-ish.
Okay. And by 1860, there were 4 million. You know how it was done? It wasn't because the triangle of the transatlantic slave was outlawed by other countries. Not because they love Black people or anything or wanted to see Black people free, but they didn't want white US Americans to have a monopoly like they were getting, right? Because the US was making money hand over freaking fist.
Yep.
So in order to stop that competition, they stopped the slave trade. So what that means is the black girls and the black women in the United States had to be bred.
Yep.
And in breeding them, they were they had to be raped by white men, black men, whatever. Oh, but wait, black men were made to do that. No, let me tell you something. You had a choice. You had a choice. You, what they say, your money or your life. See, that's a choice. You might not like the choice, but you had one. And you did not choose to protect black women and black girls. You chose to rape them. But if you try to snatch a black child from a black woman who was enslaved and sell that child off, she'll take an ass kicking. Oh, she'll be doing everything to get her baby. But black men, nope. So I'm going to be very real. Generally, and I've studied a lot of history, right? Generally, black men have been, what's the word? Motherfucking loyal.
Absent.
No, they weren't absent. They were there being disloyal. This is not the first time you've sold us into slavery as black women. Okay, so let's get that straight. And soon as you accepted patriarchy and you decided that you wanted to be white supremacist too, you did the most to black women. Black women, what I like to say, you ain't safe on land with white women, and you ain't safe in the ocean because they sharks and snakes. Okay, nobody's safe nowhere. Okay,
sharks and snakes.
Yeah, with black women, you ain't safe at home. You ain't safe at church. You ain't safe walking into the grocery store. We've been conditioned to think we have to get with them no matter how they come at us. We have to get with them. So if this happens to me, if a black man is walking by me and I'm going to a store, he coming out, whatever, he'll say hi. I didn't say hi. Oh, you're too good to say hi. And now I'm a different type of black woman, so that's a given, okay? Because I'm turning around and I'm like, now so I don't know who you thought you rolled up on today, but access denied. Prayer denied.
On the parking lot.
Never fucking roll up on me. I'm good for that, being in the streets with that. Did you just roll up on me? That's my question. Did you just roll up on me? My husband, when I was working at in home health care when we first got here, my husband used to drive me around sometimes so I could chart at the same time. You know, I could go see the patient, take care of whatever, their wounds, meds, whatever it was, give them shots, whatever. And then I could get my charting done, right? So I have worked with black men. I know y'all ain't gonna believe this. I have actually saved black men's lives. Okay.
I believe it.
Okay. Because I don't see it as a nurse. I don't see a distinction in, okay, so, it was a black man that came in here and needed help. Oh, hell no, I'm not doing that. See, I don't do that. But on the other hand, you a black man, you don't give a damn about me anywhere. Okay. Nowhere. So when I was doing that, there was a gentleman I had to come and see. Well, he wasn't there that day. And I was just helping him out. Like I had bought diabetic stuff for him. And what happened was he wasn't home that day, but I wasn't working that day. So the way I dress, because I feel I'm about being cute. For me, I'm not trying to be cute for nobody else. I'm about me being cute. And I feel like as Black women, we should be able to walk through the world naked and not have somebody approach us. What the hell's wrong with you? See, it's about that's where the protection and holding Black women sacred comes in. Just because I'm a Black woman doesn't mean you get automatic access to me. So I'd seen this man before. No, you didn't just roll up on a bike. There's Nurse Love. Oh, where's that rooster? He ain't with you? Talking about my husband because he's white. Let me tell you one thing.
He said what?
Where's Rooster? Because remember I said my husband would take me sometimes. He would take me around so I could chart, right? So the Black man said, where's that rooster?
What does that mean?
White man, where your husband? Oh, he ain't here right now? You looking good?
Ew.
Oh,
it's like, what is that?
No.
I know he died. I wish he did. I'm just like, why would you even open yourself up like that?
No, sir. Wait a minute. So I said, he ain't your fucking problem right now. He ain't your motherfucking problem.
Oh my gosh.
You got a problem. And she's standing in front of you. So where is he? Or were you thinking he was going to save you? He can't save you. You rolled up on me? You thought that was a good idea.
So let me.
He learned. The burn.
No, I was saying while we were sitting here talking, and I was, I wrote down 3 names. So we have Denia, we have Ebony K. Williams, and then a Megan Good. And why did I write these names down? I really feel like they're it's a good representation of where a lot of Black women are, where you have Ebony that she's highly degreed, she got her money, and she was like, I'm not settling. And I don't care what you said. I said what I said. No, you're going to come here with as much as I have or more. And she did date a multimillionaire. That's the person who engaged, who she was. So when Dr. Umar hit us with I know you wasn't with no snow bunny. I know you wasn't with no caveman. Niggas, are you married? Because I donated to I donated to Dr. Umar's school in 1995. 98.
Wait, whoa. See, this is why the spirit wouldn't let me do the drag. We talking 25 years?
90. My son is 25. When he was first born, that man would come to the PAC. I would pay to watch him and then send in donations, gifts.
Wait.
And now my son is completely grown, and that school ain't still running yet. So I need for him and whatever he's about to say, you shut your mouth or send me my goddamn money back. I want my money with interest.
I just need to establish
1995.
Wow.
Before I had my son.
I thought it was only like 12 years.
I had him in 1998. And then when he was 4, here's a picture with Dr. Umar.
Oh my God.
Sir, shut up. Don't say nothing. Because I don't want to hear nothing else about what Black men are building. I don't. Where's the building at? The last building that you motherfuckers built was an African museum. And I know it was a woman behind that. I know it was. You're not going to tell me it wasn't.
So, can I ask a question?
1995.
Okay. Wow, Tiff, I didn't know that. See, I thought it was like 12 years.
Okay, so, Love, you have an exclusive. Lynn and Honor and KKC don't know this. Nobody knows what she just said. I just want you to know that you're the one who's going to be breaking the story to your channels, breaking the story to the community. The oldest date that I had was 15 years. So if you're see, this is why the spirit wouldn't let me drag him yet. I was going to go on 15 years. We just found out it's been 25. So that means that we going to do.
Let me tell you how I know that you gonna know what I'm telling you. He had a pager. I had his pager number because you could
Oh.
pay Dr. Umar, and he.
She didn't say pager.
A pager.
Ooh, you took it now.
School that wasn't ever the school for 25 years. It's so bad. What?
If he was a Bitcoin, I'd be a millionaire right
now. Wow.
Because you were out ahead of all of that. So basically, this man wants to give Malika Andrews 2,000 lashes per year that he's been scamming black women.
Wow.
So like you've been scamming black women for 25 years, and you still look. You've been scamming black women 25 years, and you still failing.
Hold on.
Wow.
I'm sitting here. I'm going in here, and I'm going to check my email because my email is Texas Doll 24. I was 24 when I had that email. And I know if I can pull up some Dr. Umar emails or a little you gave, so we're going to see if they didn't delete. But yeah, now I've been waiting on the school for a long time. I wanted my son to go to all black school. I was with it. We was going to move. I was ready. Wherever the school is, we packing up. I want my son to be around black excellence, black men. Praise the Lord for my husband, because Dr. Umar failed us.
Well, you know what? That brings up something else with Linnea, Miss Tiff. It really does. You know, we're taught that that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to surround black men. We are supposed to make sure that they look like men, because that's one of the, I always feel like when black men are like, oh, why can't you just let me be a man? Why can't I just make room for me to be a man? Listen, girl, ain't nobody stopping you. Okay.
No.
Ain't nobody stopping you. Nobody's stopping you. And I'm gonna need, I know I'm goddess born, and that's why you sending up prayers to me, but I'm just gonna tell you, you know what? Prayer request denied.
Miss D, the last email that I pulled up was from 2018.
Okay, so he's basically been
2018. The next one came 2020, and then the last one that I got was 2/12/23.
Listen, I'm gonna tell all these black men out here, y'all good ones or whatever. For number one, this is a personal thing I need to say to just black men, especially on TikTok. Listen, if you come up on my TikTok, first of all, that's not a safe space for you. But second of all, shut the hell up and tithe. What you need to do is tithe to black women. That's what you need to do. Okay. I'm gonna need you to shut up, sit your ass down out of my eyesight, right? And put the money in the bank. I don't make any requests. Prayer request denied. Don't try to roll up on me. Access denied. I don't need to do anything for you. I don't. You are grown. You are a grown man. Okay? Or whatever you call yourself today. Girl, you a grown man. I am not.
You just said
responsibility and accountability for a grown ass man.
She said, girl, you
why you
Lord. See, this part of
your femininity and wanting me to be a submissive provider. You want a submissive provider, and you want to rest in your femininity. And if I dare to want something more than you, I'm a traitor. And I'm
to me, Tiff, they're not resting in their femininity. I wish people would, girl. Okay, you just a whole fool.
Having a soft life.
You just a whole, like you a whole fool. Do you even hear yourself? So this baby girl, she goes through her father playing her right in front of her face and letting her know you don't mean shit. Okay, stepmother too, you don't mean shit. Brothers too. Oh, it's about us. Okay, this is more typical than we think, right? And I say this about the three of us. We have great lives, our personal lives, we have great lives, right? And we did struggle to get there. We went through experiences, we had heartbreak, we had all of these different things to get there, and we got there. Okay? I could say that about a lot of Black women. They went through a whole lot and they got there. But you are talking about a young woman who was pregnant as if she was enslaved. Every other year, that girl was having a baby. She said she had severe postpartum depression. Now, I don't know what people know about postpartum depression, but girl,
it ain't no joke.
Nothing to be played with.
It ain't no joke.
I cried for 5 months. From a month before my baby was born to I remember the day that I didn't cry every day. She was 4 months old. I cried every day, racking pain dripping out of my face. I cried every day. And instead of being there and loving on your child and loving on his mama and making sure don't nothing touch her, that you surrounding her, that this is what I say about raising children. My job as a Black mother or single Black mother was to, first of all, protect my kids against my own bad behaviors and bad choices. So if you in a marriage, shouldn't you be protecting each other from your own badass behaviors? Shouldn't you think about, oh, let me make some better choices? And the woman is pregnant. I don't know where y'all come from, but the thing is, creating a human in your body is not a joke. I have seen my husband talk about, oh my God, I'm so sick. I had a flu. Girl, go sit down. Because pregnancy, I don't know about everybody else's, because I was working 12-hour shifts on one job in nursing and 8-hour shifts on another with both kids. I actually went into preterm labor with both of them at work. At work.
See, that makes me so
you're going to sit here and I'm creating a human. I can bleed out at any time. I could pass out at any time. Creating a human is not some simple thing. It's not like you just pouring water into a vase. Let me tell you something, Negropeans.
Not even
You
that.
couldn't spend one day in the body of a Black woman who was pregnant, not one, unless you were the one she's pregnant with. Okay? So for you to sit here and act like, yeah, baby mama. Don't call me a baby mama. Motherfucker, don't call me no baby mama. You better get your shit in check. Okay? Because part of holding me sacred is you don't get to call me anything other than I summon you to call me. And if I didn't summon you, don't say shit. Put the money in the bank. Don't talk. You have spoken enough for the last 404 years. You sat here while Black women were being hung upside down. This was what white people would do to us. I'm talking about during slavery. This isn't just after slavery, because they did it then too, during Jim Crow. They would hang us upside down, noticeably pregnant. They loved it when we were pregnant. Get everybody all out there. Men, other women, the kids, everybody out there. Okay? And then slice us open. Oh, love, we don't want to hear that. That's just too much for us to hear. Well, imagine it being your damn body. You know why you need to hear it? Because you don't hold Black women sacred, protected, and uplifted. So I'm going to just tell you the truth. So you're going to stand there while a Black woman is being hung upside down, her belly opened, her baby drops out, still attached by the
umbilical cord.
Yes, thanks, Ms. Tiff. The umbilical cord, and stomp this baby's head into the ground. And you want to talk to me about how you was buck broken? Nick, what? I don't care. I don't care. What is wrong with you? But you know what? Black women did care about them. Black women did try to prevent those things from happening to them. But prevent that shit from happening to us and then set us on fire while we're hanging it upside down. So don't y'all tell me shit. You've been disloyal from the beginning. I don't care if you say you a good man. Good for you. And what? I don't see. No, shut up. Shut the fuck up. I can't take it.
You know what was
Shut up. You know what? Derek Jackson, I would have shown up.
Oh,
if
no.
that had been my baby, girl.
I don't think her mom, from the way that she talked, it did not sound like they had a estranged connection. She was a kid, so like me and my son are 17 years apart. So a piece of us, we grew up together. He was watching SpongeBob SquarePants, and I was loving it too. So
yeah. I grew up with mine too. I mean, even though I was older, I was 23 when I had my son, and 3 days before I turned 32, I had my daughter early. And I'm getting with you too. We all have to grow. The mother I was with my son changed over those 8 years because I went and I studied how to be a better fucking parent. I took childhood education, even though I have been in peds for years and neonatal ICU for years. I took child psychology. Because when my daughter landed on this planet, let me tell you what, ain't nobody talking, ain't nobody walking loud, ain't nobody shutting nothing fast. We are not disturbing this little goddess-born baby. Because when she wake up, you need to have a boob, diaper, you need to cleanse it. You need to cleanse that holy body of hers, and you need to do the baby massage, and you're going to need to hold her. That's what you're going to need to do. So ain't nobody making noise around here. I even told my job, what the hell you calling me for? Well, we have to call everybody when we are low on staff and blah. Call my house again. I woke this girl up. You done lost your mind. Girl, no, that's not what we're doing. And not only that, I will bring her to you and you will be rocking her to sleep. We ain't going to play those games. So I think we all had to grow with our children. I just feel like there's no space for us to just be a human being who makes bad choices sometimes, who makes great choices sometimes, who makes mistakes. Good God. My family wanted to pick all the fly shit out the pepper. I don't need that. You got a whole lot to say to me, but I'm the one who took responsibility and accountability, and I am raising these children by myself. How dare a Black man talk about, all you want to be is single mother? Shut your ass the fuck up. Being pregnant is like having the flu, COVID, mixed with pneumonia, and having
constantly hungry.
Scoliosis. Don't forget about the bladder that's not yours anymore. What about how they hook their foot into your ribs when they get bigger and they swinging from your rib? What about that? What about I'm throwing up all the time? And at that time, they didn't give you an IV. They just said, suffer, bitch, like they do to Black women. So don't anybody sit here and tell me what Black women haven't done. We have had to be everything, and let us step one way or another out of whatever somebody else thinks we should or shouldn't be doing, and we are gonna get dog piled. I am sick and I am fucking tired of it. This baby girl, Danae, this baby girl had 3 kids in about 4 years.
Plus the 3 abortions.
You
So
know how hard that is on a woman's body? And I'm just telling you guys, she was doing what she was really taught to do. What we're all actually taught to do. I was taught to do the same thing she did, which was uplift Black men and make it look like everything that I accomplished and I did and I took responsibility for and accountability for. Because remember this, I don't know if you guys remember this. You couldn't even say anything bad about the nigga that walked out to your child. You couldn't say nothing bad around your kids because you don't want your kids to know that. But he could be going from door to door with postcards talking about how you took him to court and oh my God and all this other shit. Listen, child support is what I do. Child support is what Miss Tiff did. See, child support is what Miss D does when she teaches it. See, that's child support. Me having to get a judge for you to just pay, 5 cents? That's not child support. That's me taking my tithe, motherfucker. What are you talking about?
Well, it's not even that though, Miss Love. Like the child support conversation, and again, I'm balanced, so I'm gonna I will say this.
Calm me down, Tiff. Come on, bring it in. Come on, bring me down.
Seen men that woman knew what she was doing. There are it's some oops babies on both sides. And I frankly believe that he kept her pregnant because as long as she was pregnant, he was needed. Because she talked about how challenging her pregnancies were. And I'm just like, all I can see is just see that woman in that black top, that hat, and she had those jeggings on and glasses. And she's just sitting there. And I've seen creators put on, the beret, prophesy. The one, apples, send some apples. She started off with the apples. And I was like, oh, she must have not watched this interview because if she had, she wouldn't have done this. So it goes back to like not even getting the bare minimum respect of if you're going to make a video about me and a response, at least watch it and like see where I'm coming from. It was real weird on social media yesterday. And what blew my mind was it was women like, well, she knew who she was dating. And but you had the dudes that was like, wait, this is the chick that we all say we want.
Yeah.
She's fit, friendly, feminine.
Mm-hmm.
No, she ain't got no body. One body at best, and that was taken. So she ain't never gave it away. She been with the same man that's done dogged her in and out, helped him build the business. You so damn stupid. You sending your little side chicks emails to your work email and your wife. That's how careless he was. I'm sorry. I don't care what nobody say. It's a way to cheat. If you're gonna do that shit, it should not never hit my. The day that it comes here, we got a whole motherfucking problem. Because how did she get this close into my space? Whatever you are doing, whatever you do out, don't bring it back here. And that nigga had people in her marital bed. No wonder why she was going crazy. Who wouldn't? The disrespect.
That right there.
Disrespect.
Who wouldn't go crazy? You can't even say shit to Black men without them falling out and having a whole tantrum. So who wouldn't? You're right, Mr. Who wouldn't go crazy?
I'm surprised.
We're not even allowed that. We're not allowed that. We have to be picked apart with every single solitary thing. And it brings me back again to part of the solutions that we need to start, the framework for. Well, the framework is holding Black women sacred, right? So if we say we're holding Black women sacred, then we come up with different ways and perspectives of solutions, right, in order to hold Black women sacred and Black girls. If we say protect Black women and Black girls, that doesn't just mean we waiting for Scooby-Doo and Scrappy 2 to show up. I don't know, because they ain't coming. I'm just saying. So we need to put our girls into martial arts, but we're too busy telling our girls, oh well, you can't be in no martial art. What are you gonna do with that? Fight off the niggas in my home. What else? We can start there, right? We should be, this is my opinion, we should be training with guns. Because let me tell y'all something. We can say whatever we want. We have been taught that Black women shouldn't have any weapons, right? Because we're too angry and we're too aggressive. No, we're really not, honey. We actually can manage our emotions better than anybody else on this planet. Go to work with a white woman and you'll find out. You'll find out, especially when she starts fucking with your money, because she will. And your brand. So I'm just going to tell you guys.
White women are amazing. White women are amazing. And you want to go back into slavery. Miss Pearlie said it wasn't that hard.
Oh. Don't get us started on Miss Pearlie. Girl. Now. Don't get love. Don't get love and I start on Miss Pearlie. Because this is not
Hannah Man.
She's not gonna get held sacred and protected. She's not gonna be held because here, see, okay. Because this ain't that show. But she could be the king of the men to the girls who, the men who are so. I don't understand how you disrespect your godfather by putting Miss Pearlie in his place. I don't understand. That took less than a year. But see, that says everything. See, sometimes you just have to let people be together who want to be together. So since Miss Love already told the men where they need to drop it off, put it down, we're just gonna leave Miss Pearlie over there with them. And if she were Black, she'd be called a baby mama and body count and everything else. She done got the same Black man a few times too. So since all that done been exposed already, because ain't nobody need a civil rights crime going on over here if Miss Love and I start going back and forth about that individual and the damage. Look, we got history on this, Ms. Love. We know what the survival rate was for white people in indentured servitude.
Yes,
4 years, not even long enough to pay off their terms. Miss Pearlie would last 2 minutes.
We ain't even gonna go that far back. Look at these people in Florida. Okay,
well,
you can, girl.
Yeah,
you told some people that they weren't welcome. And they're going to have to leave and whatever. And then when they left, you're going to have a problem. See, we keep repeating the same historical choices. That's what we keep doing, right? And I think that's very true with us as Black women. We are going to have to get out of that cycle, and we're going to have to start to study. We are going to have to start to learn how people who have declared war on us move. These different tortures we went through. Look at her putting up the descriptors. These different tortures that we went through, right? And during our enslavement here was what white people did to each other over in Europe. They've been doing that. Okay? In front of the whole crowd. So you ain't gonna tell me now in the last 20 years that y'all are now good people. No, that's not how you get down. That's not what it means to be white, especially a U.S. white. We got the best whites over here. I mean, in terms of violence, lying and stealing, we got the best whites here.
The most accomplished, the most superior. Well, wait. We found something they were superior at. See, I told y'all, exclusive content. We done got 2 kinds of exclusive content. We done found out that Umar Johnson has been scamming in the black community for 25 years, and we done found something that American white people are superior at. Exclusive Wow Aunties
Yes,
content, y'all. We are
yes,
breaking barriers out here.
yes, ma'am. You're right. I hadn't even thought about it. You're
They
right.
really are superior.
They are superior at this. You can't beat U.S. whites at nothing. You can't. You can't beat them at nothing when it comes to being white, because collectively, that's what it means to be white. You get to be the most violent, you get to steal, and you get to lie. Ta-da! That
Wow.
is all of it right there.
That
That's
is it right
whiteness.
there.
So I'm just going to tell y'all right now, we ain't got to go that far back, but we do need to, because I need for Black women, when we start talking about uplifting Black women, because that's always my third part. So we got holding Black women sacred, protected, and uplifted. Wait, let me go back to protected, because I was talking about guns too. We all know I shoot. But the maybe it's an understanding from being married to a white male who was in the military and went to Iraq twice.
Oh.
Because see, he at first, the people think, oh, you married to a white man, he must be that. Love him. Oh, girl, don't get it wrong. Love him down. He definitely worships me. Because you have to. That's how it goes here. I'm goddess born. Okay. So if I'm not, at first, when you're talking to white people who are willing to get out of their ignorance or whatever, they don't see how when they go to war, that person is their enemy, right? They just go, oh, that's my enemy. And they taking them all out. That's how they operate. Period, plain and simple. And when I explained to my husband in terms of, why'd you go to war? Well, because they told me to. Why did they tell you to? Because those people over there, we feel like they're our enemy. So that's why we went over there and we took them out, right? Kids, everybody, goats, everything. Okay, out. And then, so why do you think that, because he used to say a lot, when you're on video, because I've had a radio show before and all this stuff, he's like, why do you have to curse so much? The fuck you talking about? Why do I have to curse so much? Man, you sleep right next to me. I wake up black and I go to bed black. The hell you mean, why am I cursing so much? Right? But it's like I told him, when you went to war and y'all named an enemy, there were no holes barred to protecting y'all self. None. America, the United States, look at the kitty. The United States has what, 800 to 900 active military bases around the world. You ain't gonna find one military base, not even the besties like London or damn Canada over here on American soil. No kind of way, no kind of how.
Nope, not gonna happen.
And what U.S. whites have done is they have made it so all of their white citizens basically have guns. So even if you breach some sort of defense, some sort of weird way, because we have the most nuclear weapons, we're the only ones to have dropped them. Okay? When you think you're going to breach America, well, to do what? Get shot? Because everybody basically has a gun. Huh? All the so-called citizens, meaning white folks, they got guns, honey. You ain't getting nowhere in the United States. Our United States whites don't play that shit. Okay? It's not about taking prisoners. What's wrong with you?
If you can't get dividends, why are you taking a prisoner? Hello?
Okay. We don't need to do that. Okay. So if we looked in terms of that as Black women, if we looked at the two reasons in which we are killed, right? In this here United States, right in this moment. One is Black femicide from Black men. Two is when we are pregnant, delivering, and 1 year postpartum, and it's white women, because 74% of the health workforce, whether they're doctors, nurses, whatever, are white women. That's why Black women are dying 4 times more often than white women. And where the brothers at? I'm sorry, what? What'd you say? They weren't at they oh he was sleeping, or he was sleeping with somebody else. He was too busy to be there for his wife. Is that what happened now?
Well, here's the one thing I think I like for us to, because you did say I have the descriptors, and what I'm hoping for her, because she said she's been in therapy now for about a year. I'm hoping that she's getting quality assessments and someone's really working with her, because I take it all the way back to where Miss D really said something I hadn't thought about, in the sense of, even in her being vulnerable, a man still profited from that. So the one thing that I know we had all talked about, and I firmly believe in the feelings wheel, and we can drop down a link for this, but what it has is like emotions, and most adults have no idea what emotions are. So the core is, you ask somebody how they are, they're gonna either tell you happy, sad, surprised, bad, fearful, angry, or disgusted, right? So that's your center circle, like core. Watching her, because I have to go to the sad. I felt despair from her. I felt guilty and a lot of hurt. And then on the outer ring of that, the way that it manifested is, she said she was isolating. Yes. She said she'd been abandoned. Yes. Victimized. Yes. Fragile. Yes. Grief. Yes. Because remember, when they came back, before that affair, his grandfather had just died. So even when she was trying to skedaddle, he needed her to be there, I'm sure. Powerless, ashamed. She has all kind of body issues. Ain't no way in the world I could sit and watch my person have sex with somebody else and then be so
detached
that I now start to mimic the mistress. Baby, you know what? We're going to finish here. So then we have what? Embarrassed. She's been in, like, that video of her is almost like 2 years to the date. Like, it's super weird, because that happened during Mother's Day weekend, I believe. And it's like, you still doing the same stuff. Disappointed. We know she was disappointed because she really wanted her marriage. And you could hear it in her voice that, had he said he wanted to work it out, baby, she'd have been just like John Gray's wife. And yes, I said John Gray. She'd have been there. She wouldn't have left. Inferior, empty, remorseful. That girl hit every single descriptor of sad. If you go through the feelings wheel and you identify out of this angry, disgusted, sad, if you got 3, you need to have a discussion or make a choice, because you're being disrespected. You are not being held sacred. Whoever this is not honoring you, because we can go on the flip side, right? When a person is, do we want to do happy? Let's go happy. Playful. She was playful. She did a lot of jokes. She was interested. I won't say that she was proud in a sense of boast, but I think it was a big step for her to make that, do the interview. I felt like she was accepted. I think she seemed peaceful as it kind of kept going on and on, trusting and optimistic. Now, here's where it gets weird, because this is what I thought. Aroused. It was something that Miss D said, and I was just like, Lord, please don't let these 2 people end up together. Like, Please don't let that be a union. She
Mm.
was cheeky, she was free, she was joyous, she was curious, inquisitive. She's successful because let's be honest, she is the brand.
She really is. And
Mhm.
She
well, something about that though, I really feel like the dude, I don't know that, I do not know that man. I'm speaking in
okay, Kiki
I'm
Paul.
speaking in French. I'm speaking in, just imagine I'm speaking in French and I'm Louis the 14th. I do not know that man.
The
Probably
So
14th,
drag his
not
ass
the
out of here.
16th,
I don't
the
know him.
14th.
Yeah, the 14th.
I
I
got
do
you.
not know that man. Okay. But something you said there, Miss Tiff, um, for me, what I saw was him laughing at these very serious moments. And then I saw her turn around and mimic it, right?
well,
Because
did you
something we learned in my class, right? In the self-confidence class, um, is that if you want, if I as me, I want someone to get with me, then one of the things that I'm going to do, because um I understand
body language?
body language and facial expressions, right? I was taught. So when, if I want someone to get with me, I will mimic how they're sitting. I will come lean in, all of those things. And that in the other person's brain, their brain is telling them, oh, they're interested. They're listening to me. They're doing this, they're doing that, right? To help so that I can understand. Now I'm feeling very comfortable with them, right? That's how it's done. That's why first, like both of you are going through the class, you got the high points of it. I had to actually study it for a long time, but you guys got the high points of it. But first you look outside of yourself because it's easier to see other people's how they move their hands or their eyes or hold their mouth or whatever. And for me, I'm looking at body language and I'm looking at him giggling throughout the entire first one and up through the middle of the second one. He had a serious moment and then he da da da. But you never really hear him say, this man was wrong. He was wrong.
I think
He could have brought you diseases home. He could have done this to your children. He could have brought diseases to your children. That's wrong. What he said to her was, well, you went through all of this and you found Jesus. So you got a good outcome, really. What?
But see,
Hold
here
on.
is the problem.
Hold on.
Okay.
No. I'm just saying that I was just saying to him, you are doing so much damage right here. She
I,
understands she's not even safe here
yeah,
because even when you're crying, he just hands you a tissue like this. Here. You didn't comfort this woman.
I
You know
think
what I'm saying?
I
Like
think
you didn't.
I think two things were happening. Number one, he heard his story is probably familiar because he did say that he had cheated on his wife. So there
Mhm.
was a piece of him that probably felt a bit called out. And
Yeah.
then the other thing is, I don't think he knew how to handle such raw emotions because it was awkward laughter. And I'm one of those people like that you laugh at the wrong time just because you
Okay.
don't
I
like
can't.
don't know when to like it's you can't it was so much trauma that it was like even she tried to laugh it off to make it lighter because it's almost like if he didn't like I'd have been in a like in a puddle because y'all seen how I came to y'all and I was like somebody watch this, what is happening, is it me, am I tripping? And then when I went all the way back 2 years and watch that woman do that hostage video, the same person I would never wear a bonnet. I can't, like, I got convicted. Black women need to do better for each other because ain't nobody judged her like we judged her, and nobody understands her pain like we do. But it's your pain, not my pain. So, and she even she said she was what? An active participant. Why? She wanted the prize. She got the ring. But you also got the ring with the man that was never faithful to you. Not never, ever, ever. Not ever. So you can't tell me you're shocked. She didn't leave him. He left her. He got enough money. He came up. He found him a young thing on IG, and we gonna watch and see. I give it 3 to 4 years. He'll be like old boy crying for Megan Good. I wish my wife could come back. No, nigga, you filed for divorce. She said, give us free. I'm free. Freedom. To what Nikki say? To freedom. We ain't never heard that girl talk about having a no baby with her husband. But as soon as she got away from him, now she want to be a mother. Wait, what? Come again? Oh, so you didn't feel safe enough to bring children into this union. And now that it's just you, solo you, and you got all your cholos, now you want a baby.
Yeah, and I don't, you know what, Mister, I just don't get how, again, we are not holding Black women sacred, protected, and uplifted. We over here calling names and shit. I don't get
what
it.
The hell is a pick me? So let me address this. This pick me and mammy and what's the other one? My man. First of all, if you know what pick me is and you know what pickaninny or pickaninny, that is
that's where it comes from. Yeah.
African. That is not good. That is something that white people use. Frankly, it's stupid, it's regressive, but on top of that, let's just be real. Who the fuck don't want to get picked? Because we done all played Red Rover. We done all pushed red light. And you wanted to what? Get picked before the last person. Because whoever got picked last, did nobody like them. Mm-hmm. Right or wrong. That's human behavior. So to pick me, throw that shit out. Mammy, if it wasn't for Mammy, would none of us be here? Because she fed us and the white people. That woman worked, went to... My grandmother had 14 children and still was working. Worked the fields, planted, did root work with 14 kids.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
And had a husband that was cheating back then.
Look, I don't know about that.
I do.
He was.
I know all about it.
Look, he was. And on top of that, we got first cousins that I ain't going to call nobody name because I ain't going to try to talk to my, you know what? I heard about a family, not my family. I heard about a family where somebody's sister had kids by her husband, and they houses like this in the country, right? So you just one night here, one night there. Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna need for all the people that's
cabin hopping. It's called cabin hopping. That's what they used to do during.
There's a word for it.
Wow. And here's the thing: many of us are okay with the crumbs. We are all right with walking past the other woman as long as I have access to some pink. Because I'm sorry. Ain't no type of sex is that good. And I done had some amazing experiences. What she went through ain't nan dick on this planet that good. I promise you for God. Girl, if you don't go get yourself a toy, invest in a rose, a wand, whatever. But this foolishness, stop being with this. Because on top of that, she was letting that man nut in her. And he was having, if he will have unprotected sex with you,
he's definitely doing it.
Sex elsewhere. With others.
Mm-hmm. So that's the disease.
Mm-hmm. And then on top of that, you don't even care enough that this girl is saying, we have a 9,000 square foot home, but you need a condo to go and work. And since you've been working, you're not coming home. Therefore, you're not helping the person that has postpartum depression with probably 3 kids under 5.
Yes. Yes.
But he in that truck though, he's making them videos. He was telling the girls what we wanted to hear. Because I am firmly, and I don't give a damn what nobody say. I'm holding all Black women accountable for Kevin Samuels and Derrick Jackson. Because let y'all tell it, Miss Degrees, y'all got all the money. The men don't have the money. So who the fuck is paying for these people? Us. Stop and stop hate watching. Because a view is a view. I don't care if you don't like me. I'm still gonna get my cholos. Stop it. You every day y'all on these discords talking about I hate men, I hate men. If do you hate them because you haven't divested? You're not woman centered. You do not like black women. Because we can look at what happened with Meg the Stallion. We can look and see what happened with Danae. We can look and see what happened with Ebony K. Williams. How many? With Keke Palmer, Rihanna. Rihanna's a goddamn billionaire. Who gives a fuck if she's having them kids with that man? She not stupid. Why would she tether herself to him financially? He's worth less. So if he marries him, who taking the L?
But you know what, Miss Tiff? It brings up you just brought up so much that's absolutely true for us as black women. What we are accountable and responsible for. And I feel like Danae took accountability and responsibility for her part. I also know that that we give black women as black women and we give black girls such a hard time, as if what we're doing out here isn't hard enough. I'm asking us to flip this script. I am asking us to, you know how you'll code switch with a white woman? Give that energy to a black girl. You know how you'll oh, praise, amen, a deacon, give that energy to a black girl. You know what I'm saying? I need for us to start holding black women sacred, protected, and uplifted. And we're so busy doing everything else with everything else because that's what we're taught to do. We're taught to give of ourselves and that everyone should have access to us no matter whether we want it or not. And that's one of the points that you really brought up is why do these women are grown. I don't, if I say I'm going to do this, and this, so I'm grown. If I say I don't want to speak to this person, I don't need to speak to you. I'm grown. I am grown. I am grown. I don't owe you that. Right? But we make it as if black girls and black women owe everybody access. No, y'all, that's why we need to take the self-confidence class. Because you need to understand your worth is incalculable. I know we got a lot of problems with us as black women, but damn, can we catch a break so we can start to heal it? We can't even heal it because we're so busy trying not to get shot by a black man, trying not to die in labor behind a white woman. Dear God. And now we're coming up with all kinds of policies. We're constantly worried about our children. We are going to work. We're going to school. We're building wealth for our children as single mothers. And then we got to have somebody else come back and go, well, your education don't mean nothing. Your experience don't mean nothing. Oh, you just a baby mama and blah, blah, blah. Shut the fuck up. Stop talking to me. Stop talking about me. And you damn sure don't talk for me. Listen, but all of y'all collectives, the rest of y'all, white men, white women, whoever, you think I give my husband a break? Which one of you two thinks I give him a break?
Not over here.
Nope. I love the man. And I'm holding you accountable and responsible for your behaviors and your choices too, sir.
But see, this is the thing about accountability. And this is where we three choose to account for each other. We have an account with each other.
Yes.
So we have allowed each other the privilege to hold each other accountable when we are maladaptive in our behaviors toward one another. I'm Texan root, different from Texas. So you've got some big personality things that are going to happen because, you know, Texas roots and Texas. And then you're just love. And no location necessary. Allegedly. Allegedly. It doesn't matter what state you're from. You are the, what would we say, the archetypical black woman. It's just gonna be what it is. So, but we know that we're working on our behaviors and we're addressing our maladaptive behaviors, and we have given each other permission to help one another to do better.
Yes.
If you don't have an account, then you don't hold anybody accountable. Where Laterras R. Whitfield might have thought a little bit more, to be as kind as I can be, I don't think he was equipped to be a safe space for Danae Jackson because he's still not that far removed from being the kind of man that Derek Jackson was. And
I don't believe anything that he's saying. That man is full of crap. It's an act. It's a ploy. It's giving very. So, it's giving very play church. And you being from the South, you understand we didn't play with like cards and stuff like that. So what did we do for fun? We played church. One person was the usher, and we would bring the church fans home, and somebody got to fan you down. Somebody else got to fall out, run, throw a towel over them. Somebody else was a preacher. Who else? Who
I
gonna
hadn't thought
run?
about that.
Now we got to get in a circle and hold hands and Terry. He plays church.
I hadn't thought about that because that was actually not part of my experience. My family, my father taught, we actually were allowed to play cards and dominoes. California, we the wild,
Yeah.
wild west out here. So that was not my experience. So I would not have seen that. But I can look at him and tell my major critique of his show before this was just like, if I give you the benefit of the doubt, you don't have a foundation deep enough to be able to do what you're doing. Then you bring in a Danae Jackson. I mean, like I said, I'm being as kind as I can at the moment because of what I don't know. I don't watch his show regularly. He's not equipped.
No, I don't. You know what?
I
But here's
think
what I'll say.
even
Miss D, she wouldn't have done it with a woman. She absolutely has no reason to trust a black woman because she has been failed by almost every woman that she knows, including the mother-in-law, because she was calling the mother-in-law and told the mother-in-law, I don't have another 7 years to give him. And then magically he proposed. So the mother must have said something like, boy, don't you let that girl get away, or if you don't marry her, she gonna put you on trial. Whatever it wasn't love.
but this is the thing. It doesn't look like anybody's equipped. And that's where I was going. If black men are not equipped because they are allowing this 60% rate, if we are not equipped because we do not know that we have to prove ourselves as opening an account of love and trust before we can hold each other accountable.
Yes.
Then we have all these other people that are not accountable for their ancestors and themselves doing 404 years. So we live in a society that wants to drain black women's accounts but has no account open. It's like the thing has been marked insufficient funds forever with us here. So the only place we can start is start where we are. In terms of online, I just practice online what I practice in real life. We have a mutual acquaintance who will never see me on his show again. And y'all know what y'all remember.
Oh,
yeah. Y'all remember. Because here's the thing. I practice online what I do in real life. There are people in real life who are waiting for phone calls to me who will be in eternity. And should they get their lives together, because we already know love's like, it's full down here, don't come down here. But if they should repent and get up there, then we will talk again. So somewhere out in eternity, somewhere around the throne of God, 10 billion years into me doing whatever I'm doing, and we run into each other, it's going to be cool. But until then, it's not. Because they ain't repented. So we have to control from here.
Mm-hmm. Well, and then I went and I grabbed
some love.
Yeah.
So the one thing that I can say is doing the program, it's been intense, but the little things that like this, like you just pull it out and it feels all velvety and smells good. And look, Miss D got hers. Then like you get to reuse these, and I'm telling you, I literally I had to clock my own maladaption because that soap right there is so pretty that I had told myself it's too pretty to use. Just put it where you can see it. But
I
then
have done that too.
I heard Miss D and I was like, why am I operating in lack? I can order this soap again. I can manifest and have whatever and order as much love products as I want. I receive that. I command that. I know Miss D is like, girl, you ain't got that kind of power. Yeah, I do. I'm commanding that. Like my destiny is gold
Yes.
and it's blue and it's heavenly and it's luscious and it's sexy and it's just one of them things like when you put it on, you feel like, I walked out the house and this white woman said, "Oh my God, what do you have on?" And I was like, "Oh girl, I forgot because no ma'am, you weren't."
Access denied.
Denied. I will make products all day for Black women. I believe in that. Thank you so much, Miss Tiff, for bringing that up, and you too, Miss D. These are loved products. I do try really hard to make sure that um, all of the natural herbs. I come from a root Gullah Geechee Foundation. You know, I'm a nurse too,
Oh.
but all of the natural herbs and roots and all of these things while I'm working in my lab, as I like to say, in my genius zone, I really just think about, please, Goddess, please help my hands to heal people here. Help me to put the right um, essence with the right oil to make sure Black women feel wonderful in their skin. That the first thing that meets other people, which is their skin, and the first thing that protects us is our skin. I need to make sure that I am doing this in love and compassion and kindness, that you are being LUV apostrophe deed, loved. So when I send the packages, I need for you to recognize that you are worthy, right?
And you get that.
Yeah.
I was like, I opened it when it first came. I knew it was gonna be something nice. I just in my spirit, I was like, "Oh, this gonna be good." Now, so do I want to open it now or later? Because I'm one of them people like I want to open my presents last. Whatever I want to just enjoy it. I started smelling through the box, and I was like, "Oh Jesus, don't tip me. I gotta wait because I need my husband to record my reaction." So then I said, "Well, you know what? I got to really open it all the way. I'm just gonna cut a little slide and open it up like this."
I'm
Once
a
I
sneaky peek. Hold on.
once I seen the gold box, it was a wrap. I was like, "Yes, I'm a queen. Yes." With that shea butter and the bath, the tea, the boost tea, and all I'm gonna say is, if you are in a Miss Jackson type of situation, the first thing that I would recommend her to do is to order herself some love products and to love on herself. Because
Yes.
the thing that I wish people would teach about marriage is it is not a half a person and a half a person and we make a whole. It is one whole human being and another whole human being. And depending upon if you are like us, we have a trifold marriage. So I've married to God and I'm married to my husband, and I'm very thankful because some days God be saving this that man that live here. But this she didn't even have that. He manipulated her. I think that's what felt so dirty about it because I literally was so bothered. I went and made a bath, and I was like, "Let me pull out my stuff. Let me pull out my scrub. Let me try to wash it off." And then when I realized I couldn't wash it off, I was like, "What is this?" Oh, it's guilt because I was just as nasty. I was just as rude. I participated in the jokes. I thought it was funny. And then to come back and to hear this woman was pregnant and had been on the road, what kind of person? Like, we didn't even think. I didn't think, what the hell is happening here? And I think so many times because Black women are written off, or because we've been trained that she knew better, she know her husband, she might have, but maybe she really believes in the word and felt, okay, when we get married, we're one. You're gonna stop this behavior. It's gonna work out. And then she held on to the vows when he was still acting a fool. Okay, well, let's just work to the point to where I'm now watching you have sex with another woman to try to bring that into the marriage to please you.
Because we will say to Black women and Black girls, it's your responsibility to pick the right person, right? But I need to be clear on this point, and this is, you know, this is something that I'm very adamant about with my daughter is, um I don't care if you pick the right or the wrong person. We all make mistakes, okay? But that other person, they better know there are going to be consequences to their behavior, because I'm going to hold you completely accountable. That's what I'm going to be doing.
And you know what's funny?
Somehow we don't do that with the men.
Well,
Somehow we're just going, oh, well, she should have known better than to get with me. A man will say that.
Yes, they
oh
will.
yeah,
Oh, I should have known better.
with the
But
7
don't you
kids.
have a responsibility as a man, as a human being, not to harm, go out of your way to harm this other person? You have, I don't care who you are, okay? You have a responsibility, and you need to be held accountable for how you choose to behave. I don't
But
care if she picked you, she didn't pick you, or whatever happened.
but
You
see,
have responsibilities.
the way history has been told, though, this is the assumption that we as Black women have to get over. What I'm about to say here is going to be extremely controversial, but they've done exclusives anyway. So here we go. The way our history is written, we have this idea. It is reinforced every February and every June 19th. But if you think about June 19th, it was a Union general that had to let all these people know that they were actually free. You know, you got to figure something. Texas had been sending men to the Eastern Front for a long time. So you would think that if you had men who were not broken, they might have figured out already
We're
before June 19th.
yeah, we're a
Because,
man.
and I happen to know this because the Texans arrived on the battlefield for the Battle of the Wilderness in 1864. They had been marching for almost 2 years. It's a long walk from Virginia to Texas. No railroads, none of that. You know, you got to get through the Union blockade at the Mississippi. It's a mess. But you figure at some point, and we're gonna say, well, white people didn't want them to know. You have to be a very passive group of men to not have figured out at this point that the Confederacy's been losing the war for more than a year. Well, actually since Gettysburg, but we won't. Pennsylvania. All right, that's a distance. But the
But
reason even Juneteenth gives you a hint, but I think we fail to account for the fact. Okay, so how did Black women get here? It means that our fathers and brothers in Africa failed to protect us there. And then we were introduced to a large body of men that failed to protect us here. So go back as far as you want to go. These are broken, conquered men. To whom would their sons born in slavery look at as a model of manhood? Now, that term exists. Booker T. Washington exists. As far as I know,
the
those
boy,
two divorce is goes either way, but was faithful to his family as far as we know, as far as I've ever heard. There are men that are there. You do have the United States colored troops. They did get up and get the job done, but there's only 180,000 of them. Now there's 4 million slaves. So we're not talking about, if you threw all those men in together, we're talking about half a percent or 5% of black men. I think we fail to underestimate how much black men have modeled themselves after the strongest model of a man that was available.
The colonizer.
Correct.
Because they don't want
If
to well, they don't want to treat you nice. We don't talk with the think about this. Every time something stupid comes up, like a Jonathan Majors, the first thing that man is gonna say is, what about Harvey Weinstein? What about so and so and so? What about Polonsky? What I hear you saying is you want to be as degenerate with white men to black women. It's
but
giving degeneracy. It's
oh,
giving
but see,
you don't want me to be okay. It's giving fraud. It's giving don't talk to me about no damn Stokely Carmichael. Stop talking to me about MLK and don't say shit else to me about Malcolm X. Because if we got to reach back to 1950s and 60s for a black male leader, you know what y'all niggas have done? Failed.
this is the thing. Love said they were disloyal. I think here is the challenge that we're going to have to deal with. Remember what I just said. And it still leaves room for exceptions to the rule. I'm the daughter of one. This means we have individuals. We know that
The
your
dog-
husband Tiff has his life together. He ain't got no choice. He better keep his life together. He ain't never gonna find another woman like you. He better keep his life together, and I think he's smart enough to know that.
Yeah.
Tiff, you got the whole European delegation understanding that if he messes up with you, look, ain't nothing better coming along. And so there are exceptions to the rule. Men will step up to a higher standard when they are challenged with it, if it is in them to do that. But as difficult, because like I said, I was raised by and around champion men in the main, which is why I am single and virgin, no children, because at least the standard was there. I wasn't able to consciously articulate it like I can today, but it's just like if you bombed, if you couldn't lick my father's boots, you couldn't touch me. Just that was just I couldn't have said that 20 years ago, but it is what it is. Did I still get deceived on certain things? Was I used as a beard? Was I played around with churchmen who had no intention of getting married? I experienced those things, but not to the extent of some of our sisters. Because the
Mhm.
other thing is, my father, my grandmother, and my mother probably. I also knew that they would have come and. We have Texas. You know what I'm saying?
Do you so like and this
Certain things. Mm-mm.
look, when I tell you, like, when my husband went to meet my family for the first time in East Texas, he was like, "Everybody is married. If you having sex, you are, yes. And if you made a baby from hook
Shotguns.
or crook, you going to marry her.
Oh
Y'all need
yeah.
outside in the back. But what you're not going to do is leave this person deserted. And that's the other thing. It's like we got co-raised with both sides of the family. I don't know what's going on, and I'm sorry if you don't like what I'm about to say. Don't say amen or ouch. Black women, you know, if you have nieces and nephews, that man ain't did a damn thing for that kid. That child still has needs. If you want to just be a blessing and send the child $20 or help with some diapers, is it your responsibility? Yes.
Yes.
I don't
Absolutely.
I don't want I don't want to hear, well, he no. At this point, this child belongs to our community. And I am going to ensure that this child has everything that they need to be successful in spite of the father's absence.
But
Because
see, this is the thing. This is the thing that black women continually have to do. We are the ones who are more interested in being the free adults. It is what it is. It's just like I can't accuse you of being disloyal if you were never loyal in the first place. I'm going to say this again. How were our foremothers imported in mass? They were imported because their fathers and their brothers failed them on that side of the Atlantic. They were defeated. It cannot be any other way. Or they sold them out, which also happened. But there's only two possibilities because if your father and brother were strong, they would have allowed themselves to die first. And I'm sure if we again exceptions, I'm sure that there were men who died for their families. They did everything they could. I'm sure that there are exceptions, but the point is they were not strong enough. Those who did their best and died, at least we hold them in honor. We might even let them be ancestors for a minute there. It's just, I mean, I know we snatched it in total, but there's a few.
Nope. Because
But
here's the thing. You're not gonna talk to me about El Malik Shabazz. And I love Malcolm X, but his wife died in the ghetto by herself. She wasn't in a home. She wasn't well. Baby Shabazz lived in public housing towards the end. She had no
wait,
Rosa Parks. Rosa
well,
Parks.
yeah, I know about Rosa Parks, but
and
wait,
we
you mean that with all that time Malcolm X been speaking? I mean, we know he was assassinated as a relatively young man, but you
no
mean he didn't
black
leave?
men from the NOI or anybody else felt like, we can do this. Sister has lost her husband. Let's go and get her a house. Let's make sure we take care of things. No, she had to get on the system.
Wait, what?
Else.
Yeah.
And then we're not going to talk about MLK because MLK loved him
We
some.
already know what that situation was.
And,
Yeah.
and here's the other thing: you were practicing colorism because Coretta, you can't get much lighter than that. She's definitely a preference. Let's just tell the truth. So yes, who else are we going to talk about? Oh, can we talk about Marcus Garvey that came over here and literally had the first black stocks ever? You could buy the Black Star, but guess who he did and married his second time? A white woman. So when we start talking about these champions, I'm gonna need for us to know. I'm
Well,
gonna need for
I'm
you to
talking about the ones on the other side of the Atlantic. Those men that gave their lives on the other side to try to keep our foremothers from
Oh
getting
yeah,
here.
most
I'll make an
definitely.
exception there. There are a few United States colored troops in there. Harriet Tubman found one in there, so at least one or two in there.
But Miss D, if a boat come up and pull up half your folks, at some point y'all can't build a boat and go get the people back. Like y'all ain't nobody never see. I have a problem with that. That
The
I know
only
that
thing,
ADOS thing, but don't come over here with your wicked ways and then talk about our ways and we don't have no culture. But the culture that we don't have, everybody wants to participate in. And
okay,
here's the wait a minute, let me finish because this is the biggest gag of them all. Because we all around here thinking that we free. Everybody look at your house right now because that's your nice cage that you've been put in. Because most of us are slaves. We are the product. Nobody does more for America than Black people do. Our music, us. The hip hop, us. Fashion, us. Food, us. And we
sports,
Cleanliness.
true.
Us. Cleanliness.
Well, okay, but
grown
civilization.
it's grown people getting on the internet talking about I don't wash my legs and I don't wash my feet. Oh, we only give our child a bath once a month. Bitch, what? Oh, excuse my French, y'all. But what? Well, kids say we want them to build up their germs. No, baby, you're lazy. You have a kid that you don't want to you don't want to take care of.
No, it's
Wait, back
historical.
up. Hold
No,
on.
it's historical that you nearly died out as Europeans.
That's
You
true.
would have
That's
died
true.
out had you not finally came up out of your caves and whatnot and crawled your ass up and encountered Black people. You, don't nobody can tell me shit because I done
Oh,
read
wait.
my enemy's history and I
I'm
read my own and I study myself. So I'm just saying, guess what?
I I'm tripping on the fact that someone came online after 3 years of COVID and said, not that you let everybody know live that you don't bathe your child. I'm not surprised about that because again, I'm aware of European history. But you actually said, since your people are the progenitors of germ theory, in theory, allegedly, after 3 years of COVID, monkeypox done come through, CDC's talking about it can get way worse than what it is. You don't wash your children but once a month because we want them. Your whole medical system is based on the idea that germs are to be eliminated and controlled. You take credit for that. Now, all ancient systems know that you can't get sick from anything until the internal has run down.
Imhotep
Uh,
didn't teach that. Imhotep didn't teach that.
Everybody before this has said, like, you know, There's passages in scripture about, okay, sickness is not described as something that comes from outside. It comes from if you are sad, if you have anxiety. And this is also true in all the Bible is actually an Eastern book. So let's just say Eastern and African ideas. We know that until the immune system runs down, you actually are not likely to get sick. We know this. So you're the people that gave us, we're going to externalize how people get sick so that we're not held responsible for how we're running them down. But then we're going to come up live and not even have enough knowledge to tell people that although we have told people that germs are dangerous, we are going to come up live and tell people that we want our children to build up germ. That's where my mind is like, but then Londinium was a garbage dump. And they made it the capital of the British Empire. And Arthur Conan Doyle gave them away because he put it in the mouth of John Watson and a Stedian scholar at the beginning of Sherlock Holmes' career that inevitably he drained to the great sewer of the, he drained to London as people drain to a sewer, the capital of the British Empire. I'm like, well, Arthur, you done it accidentally. So if you think yourself, which basically makes Sherlock Holmes a bottom dweller, hunting his fellow rats in
Mm-hmm.
the sewer.
Mm-hmm.
So if this is how we go, if this is, I guess I should not be
But Miss D,
surprised. That's
think
deep right there.
think
That
think
really is.
think about what you're saying though, because this is how I feel wholeheartedly. I I have a black son. I have a black husband. I'm not like love. I've not divested. I want to see brothers make it. I think we have fallen into some weak, weird codependency because
Yes, I
we
agree.
are saying like, oh, well, little black boys are dyslexic or oh, da da da, and it's just like we can make space for the boy child, but the girl child must play with the Barbie doll and get the kitchen set and get the vacuum and get. She's being trained to take care of a household from birth. Here's your baby doll. Change her diaper. What are little boys outside? Do they run in? They got power wheels, race cars. Ain't nobody. They ain't seen. Let a little boy try to pick up a doll, especially a black boy.
Oh no,
And
no,
you
don't do that. You're
ain't
gonna get beat to death.
beat to death. So you have one group of people who are being raised to take care of, and another group that's essentially they're like little mini kings. And
But
I know I used to.
humanity is rationed in our community. Humanity is rationed. And since we have heard more times than we have heard the other side. See, again, I'm gonna say it again because the Bible says it in Genesis 3:15. The Messiah had to come through the woman. No man, Nick Cannon and T.I. have both named their son Messiah. You may be absolutely certain that that is never going to happen. We have not taught as often because most of us as black people are churched. We have not taught as often that when the Bible listed the kings and said whether that king was good or bad, his mother was mentioned as part of that equation. And you had a good king, especially she was praised, especially if he had a bad father. If he had a good Timothy, Paul's student, mother and grandmother listed. The first man who came into that boy's life, young, I guess Timothy probably a young man. Hard to tell because people were grown sooner then. Eunice and Lois are mentioned. We know the names of Jesus' aunts. We know the name of Jesus' cousins. We know who handled his business. There's a long list of women who kept him and his disciples fed as they were on the road. We know that Mary and Martha had a little bit of money. They were more dominant than their brother Lazarus because they had that big alabaster box that was worth a whole day's wage, and Mary could do whatever she wanted with it. Lazarus said nothing. By the way, that means Lazarus tithed in that house.
Mhm.
They loved him, but they took care of Mary and Martha. They took care of the resources, you could tell. But because we have not heard this, when we apportion resources, we are so caught up on it is not 1864, meaning that nobody's life in anybody's house has to depend on physical labor. We still act like if this boy does not become John Morant, if this boy does not become whatever stud image you have, then we're all going to fail. As opposed to, let's look at the genius in each child and support the genius in each child so that both of them can become who they are supposed to be. And actually, if we would do this and not believe that opportunity was scarce, look, we would be, if black girls were given the attention that black boys generally are given, do you know that none of us would be poor by now? Because if our grandmothers, if Dr. Desi Webster, if Mary McLeod Bethune, if Ida B. Wells, if Mrs. Washington, for that matter, Mrs. Booker T. Washington, if Mrs. Frederick Douglass had been treated right, for that matter, see, that's a whole story. If any of these women had had the resources that their husbands were fawned over and worshipped, and I don't take anything against Booker T, because from what I understand, he was good to his family, but I'm just saying he may have had a sister or a cousin who had magnificent ideas, but they were just not going to ever be allowed that because we're rationing how much support we give human beings. We are so concerned about a patriarchal idea of a bloodline continuing. Now, if and you think about this, since we've discovered DNA, this really actually makes no sense. The reason that we have Loved and I have a strong differential about does life start with a human parent versus a human mother is because we can only trace matrilineal DNA. How strong is the mother DNA? It's so strong that we cannot even trace our forefathers. We know everything about everything because we can only trace the mothers, but we teach it in terms of everything is determined. Interestingly, again, the Bible is written in ancient times and is male focused, but interestingly, the Bible is careful to include, no, so and so had this many wives. True, the person who was chosen was from this one, and these were her characteristics, and this is her story for a particular reason. But we don't. I teach because we don't have enough. We do not have enough men to teach the boys at our church, and I'm just like, Pastor, they're 13 and 14. Guess who's gonna have to do this if we can't find somebody willing to do it? You are, because you can't say to me that he doesn't. Thank God. But it's like, I'm not gonna hear all these black men talk about men need boys, and y'all know. He said, you know what? You're right. If I have to do it, I'll step in and do it. But I have to look at the time and attention that I make sure that I give everybody a chance to speak. And some years it's the boys who are more, and there's some years it's the girls who are more. But I know that the boys are getting way more encouragement. I have a boy right now who is very much like this, and I have to remind him, nope, we got to give other people a chance to speak. You have a sister, you have other Sunday school members. I have to make sure that all of them, you're more lively, but that doesn't make any difference because some people need more. But this is not common. This boy is allowed in his home to, I can tell what's going on. He's allowed to just run. And his sister is just shrinking back, shrinking back. And this happens every day. But fortunately, the grandmother also sees what's going on. So she and I are like fighting against this. We only have a few days a week. We ration humanity, Tiff. And because we ration humanity, we I don't want to say overdeveloped because I wish I knew. I don't know what that concept looks like in the black community.
Well, Miss D, even while you're talking, like I'm sitting here and I'm listing and I'm just like, okay, since Anton told us that Miss Pearlie was the standard,
baby girl.
Baby girl, I'm trying to find a black woman that black men would say, oh, she did the right thing. Because I'm like,
Mrs. Jackson.
if you don't like, but they don't like her. She was very quickly, oh, well, look how she looks and look at him. That's why he cheated on her, because
Well, I
we had
mean,
a lot of excuses for his bad behavior, and a lot of the excuses went straight to her and not to him. And it was
but,
real, real thin. But I'm saying,
but it was.
Ebony, uh, Dana, Oprah, Gail, Michelle Obama. Um,
Yeah, Michelle Obama can't catch a break.
and she was flat out honest. For 10 years of this marriage, this was challenging. But what did she say when she said that? Her next thing was, it coincides with the kids. And then that goes to this thing of, oh, well, who gets the biggest piece of chicken? And as long as I pay these bills, I don't have to raise my children. I'm here. Like, nah, dog, change a diaper, drop off, pick up. Are you engaged, or do it just look right? So the whole
Okay,
very single mother, because so it looked good. Facebook look amazing. Ooh, trips. Ooh, girl, you've been up since 6 o'clock this morning talking to your client in Tokyo. You done got to school, dropped him off, came back, made a breakfast, went to work, started dinner, picked the kid up, do homework. Where's the husband? Oh, he just strolling in.
but
So
that's
let,
go ahead.
can I take us back? This is why I think history, we have to, as Black women, this is one of the things that we're going to have to do. And I have heard time and again from Black women, well, I don't have the energy or time to do all of that. Well, I'm telling you guys, if you would pull your energy away from everybody who thinks they should have access to you when they don't deserve to, you could have the energy to go back and do the studying, because we're repeating history over and over and over again. It is not a generational curse, it is a generational choice. So right. I made a different choice. And believe me, my family wasn't, oh, you're so wonderful and all. Oh, they want to say that now, because they are reaping the outcome they thought they wanted. We're primarily women in my family. My grandmother and grandfather raised me. They had 8 daughters, no sons, right? Wow. But we had all of this other family around us. So there were nephews and this and that and cousins and all of that. But my thing is, go back and really take a look. You have to study the people who choose to war against you. Yep. So if I hear one more Black man say they burnt down Tulsa, Oklahoma, or whatever. So so what you saying is you still stupid. That's what you're saying. Because you were stupid. Oh, you've been stupid way back in Africa. Okay. I mean, thousands of years you've been stupid. But I think what happened in my deeper mystery researches is that we as Black women, we were the first to become human beings here. There weren't men. We were asexual, and we created. Now, see, we don't even think of it like this. Like they're cloning whatever now. Oh, well, that's science. No, Black women did that millions of years ago. Okay. And then we divided ourselves. Actually, men were smaller, and they were supposed to be, okay, you're going to go hunt, and you're going to take care of the kids, and we're going to build a society, which is what happened. So now we're talking about millions of years of Black women doing this, but then y'all destroy hey, I'm sorry. But then you destroy the even mention of Black women's and Black girls' accomplishments. Listen, I need Muslims to hear me good here. Yo, man, Muhammad, the reason he got put on, because the boy couldn't even read. The reason he got put on is because his first wife, she owned the trading company.
Yep, she did.
She ran the trading company. She was the biggest, baddest at the market because Black women built markets. We built roads. We built homes. That's what we did. We built governments. And I think when we turned around, there came a point where we looked at our sons and we were like, ooh, they're kind of weak though. So we're going to have to give them a bigger boost. We're going to boost them because, they can't. And really today, we're doing everything in that same manner, right? Where we see where they're not at. So we're going to do all the work and then give them all the credit for it. And then we are going to choose these males over the daughters. And there's a lot of Black women nowadays who are telling us, because they're also goddess worshipers, right? There's a few of us. They are telling us, these younger goddess worshiping Black women, that the other Black women, y'all with sons, because I have a son, y'all with sons, you chose your son. See, Danae's mother-in-law, she chose her son and his badass behavior. See, I ain't never told y'all, oh, my son he's the man you should marry or whatever. No, I ain't never told you that. When did I say that?
Never.
Okay. I believe I said I have a goddess-born daughter. And so we tend to, given the fact that we're in a patriarchy, and a patriarchy is a system of governance, we tend to try to fit into that, right? But I always tell people, I don't follow patriarchy rules. Well, how can you not follow patriarchy rules? Those are the rules. No, those are your rules. I got a different set. My children were raised in a conscientious matriarchy because I did the homework and I understand who I am and what I want. I know I have no other competition outside of myself. So while others may believe I'm their competition, that's just all in their head. They're just a legend in their own mind. Okay? I don't have competition.
So,
and I don't think in or out of the box, there is no box for me. Now, if there's a box for everybody else, good for you. I am telling you, we can make a conscious decision to raise our children differently than what these rules that are patriarchy, that are killing us. It's even killing our sons. Okay. So y'all doing too much. Y'all not, you're not, you refuse, you flat refuse to hear what those of us who are goddess born are trying to say as Black women. Don't pick, you keep picking your sons over our daughters, and it's killing our daughters. Our daughters are being raped. Our daughters are being killed every 4.5 hours. No, I'm not going to do that. Okay, so your son has made my daughter his enemy. Guess what? And if my son makes his sister his enemy, he going down. There ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about that shit. Okay? Because we cannot live in this world. Hold on, Tiff. We cannot live in this world. This is the real truth behind the truth that I don't really talk about. You need Black women like you need air. We are elemental, and everyone around us knows that. And they're going out of their way to make sure we don't remember that about ourselves. When the Woman King came out, oh, here comes everybody. I don't want to call the Woman King and blah, blah, blah. Shut the fuck up. They were real people. We ain't lying about that. This is who we are, some of us. Not every Black woman chooses to be goddess born. Some of us choose to be once born. Good for you, because you get to choose. But we are used as a natural resource, and we can see what people are doing to other resources, destroying them. But the difference between us as Black women, and other resources like the air is like, oh, for real, you want to play those games? Tornado time. Oh, the water's like, oh, for real? I got a tsunami for your ass. You thought you was going what? Oh, the earth is like, oh, seriously? Really? No.
Oh yeah. Live in San
So,
Francisco and find out.
yeah.
No,
So
you ain't gonna do that for too long.
if you look at this, if you really stop and pay attention, if we stop looking at the surface of shit and stop being so fearful of diving down and actually getting underneath. See, storms happen in the ocean on the top. Underneath, it doesn't affect them. You see what I'm saying? So I'm telling you, if we don't stop this nonsense where we are trying to live by rules that are literally killing us, we are all gone. If you keep getting rid of Black women, you will have nothing. None of you motherfuckers will be alive. That's not a joke. That's not me trying to make myself bigger and badder. That means I understand my part as goddess born. I am supposed to be working towards the healing and evolution of all, right? But I have people in the way, and I have to decide which ones I'm going to stand and battle against. Because those people who are killing us, number one and number two, I definitely have to pay attention to you. I have to know, I have to understand you. I have to understand myself, and I have to understand you. Because I have to stop the carnage in order for us to be able to heal. So while I have all these people telling me, oh, you're goddess born, you're not goddess born. No, speak for yourself. I have a mandate in this body, and I'm doing the work that needs to be done, even when you don't fucking understand, because you want somebody else to teach you about your own history. Oh, DeSantis is burning books. What does that got to do with anything? I read all the time. I'm autodidactic. It doesn't, most of what I know about history, European, Asian, African, Caribbean, and the good old US of A, I read myself. I studied on my own. I took notes. I've been studying for decades. So while we can go to church, right? And we pick up the Bible. It's just like learning English. Dude, I was born speaking English, basically. Why do I have to go through 12 years of it? And then another 5 years in college? Okay? It's the same type of thing. We will have a Bible. I can't tell you how many of my cousins, girls reading the Bible. Oh, I was just studying the Bible. But if you tell them, hey, look at the destruction of the Black civilization, let's read that. Oh, hell no. They're not going to be reading about the Amazons. Oh, hell no. But we can spend all of this time on one book.
But they don't spend time on that either, though. That's the tragedy.
Even if they don't or they do, my point is we don't have to keep repeating the same dumbass choices. Okay? It is not working to try to hype up Black men. It isn't. For one thing, they need to take responsibility for the choices and the things that they make. If I hear one more Black man say, oh, well, whatever happens to my sperm after it leaves my body is not my problem. What?
I would throw something at this screen.
You want to be what now? You want to be leaders, but you can't even lead your own sperm? What? I don't know what you're talking about right now. What are you talking about? Well, the woman decides and blah, blah, blah. Oh, you a grown man. You can choose not to have sex, sir. You can choose to cover up, sir. You can choose all of these different things, sir. But you choose to be irresponsible from the moment your sperm leaves your nutsack. And we're all sitting here going, black women should choose better. Black women should do more of this and more of that. Damn. If we could not have to spend all our time trying to make black men look like what they fucking aren't and get on about the business of working on solutions, we need our black daughters to be loved on. We need our black daughters to be held sacred. We need our black girls to be protected. My baby didn't come home and some motherfucker was in and out. That didn't happen. Oh, I had boy toys. Honey, I dated across the colored scheme. But guess what? They weren't at my house. You don't roll up on my shit. This is their realm, my children's realm, my son and my daughter. And this is how we get down. You roll up on my shit, that's a shot waiting to happen. Okay, that's a bat to the head. I'm not playing those games. This is where I protect my children. And I am doing everything I can. I'm working a full-time job while at the same time I'm volunteering at their school to let the white folks know, if you fuck with my child, I'm going to do the same thing and far worse to you. And they all understood it. The happiness of my daughter, wow, your life depends on it. That's the bottom line. Okay, I don't know why we dance around all of these things. I don't know why we look at a Denaya and we look at her and we go, well, here, let's pick it apart and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, he was a cheater and all of this. And the motherfucker she was talking to in this interview was a cheater too. Oh, yeah, yeah, but she should have chose better. No, I'm sick of it. I am not responsible for grown ass men. I am not responsible for your sperm. Now, when I create a child in my body, I have taken full responsibility, not just for me as their mother, but for you as their fucking father. I'm doing that. And then you want to turn around and belittle me? You want to turn around and try to humble me? Nigga, what? You better shut the fuck up. I'm not having this shit no more. We can't have no more deniers. Sorry. We can't have no more of that. That is bullshit. I'm not picking Derek Jackson over her. I'm not picking her brothers over her. It's killing her. She's been perpetually pregnant. It's the same thing that happened to us during our enslavement. And black men did nothing. They did nothing to stop it. The reason we got free was black women. And you can say whatever you want to, but our bodies from before we were born till after our death was simply a commodity. You know, these stocks and bonds and what is it, cryptocurrency and all of these things that we're doing now? Well, guess what? Black women were that.
Yep.
We were the stocks and the bonds walking in human flesh, and you used every single part of us. So you want to tell me that I'm supposed to stop and give some acknowledgement to black men? No, that's going to have to be somebody else. Fucking you are grown. Go act like it or don't. But you're not coming here with that shit and you not going to fuck with mine. And as far as I'm concerned, you ain't fucking with nobody else's daughter either. It's because that ain't happening on my watch. I have a mandate. And I don't veer from it. Do y'all ever hear me veer from it?
Not ever.
I don't care who don't like it. I don't care if you don't care. I don't care about any of that shit. Because if we don't work on fixing this shit, this planet is done. You understand what I'm saying? Done. Black women are used as the natural resource, but instead of holding them up, giving them space and safety to do their best, We are constantly trying to eat off of them. We are constantly creating prey in Black girls. We're constantly doing that. Oh, let me say, go get a gun. Oh my God, you're just so blah 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 and violent. Listen, ain't nothing but white women and their kids up in the gun range shooting. You tripping? And they got the police and the army. They don't even need to be shooting nobody, but they all got guns. We live in a society that is fucking violent. So I need to be the only one standing around here going, oh, well, as a Black woman, I know that I get angry, so I shouldn't have a gun and blah, blah, blah. No, that's dumb as fuck. That's not what's realistic. I am not going to try to fit into somebody's category. I don't have a box. You can't talk to me, Black man. You know why you can't? Because I said you can't. That's that. I don't owe you nothing. Nothing. I have paid. I have paid and I have paid. And I'm done. I'm choosing Black girls. I'm choosing Black women. I'm not bending a knee to not a motherfucking male. I don't care if you are God. I don't care if you Muhammad. I don't give a fuck. I'm not bending the knee. You prostrate yourself. Know your master, for I am she. Because I'm the one that makes everything go. Black women are the ones that support the society and do all of these things. What made Washington so-called great and Jefferson so-called great? Black women. Black women. So you can't tell me shit. So you want to sit here and tell me or this young lady that it's her fault that this nigga was a nigga? That's not her fault. And guess what? I can't even blame his mother when he's that damn grown. You're grown. You're making grown person decisions and choices, and you don't give a fuck about your own children. You are bringing diseases and whatnot, and who the hell knows? This man had a list of 100 people, and if he answered to and said it was 100 women he slept with, then you can times 5 that. Put a times 5 to that. Because he didn't tell you all the other 500, 400. Okay? You put this woman at risk. You put your children's life in danger. You know why? Because in general, yes, I got a cousin called that man. He's a good Black man. Okay? I know a couple of good Black men. Okay. And I only know like a handful. I don't really, because you're not. Your behaviors show me that you're not. This is real life. How you gonna let Black women go into a hostile environment, pregnant, and then, now you want to talk about it because she died giving birth and you're left with the children, Black men. But you don't give a fuck to know how our bodies work. You don't care what it takes for us to create a full human being in our bodies over 10 lunar months. Pregnancy don't happen in 2 seconds. What's wrong with you? Pregnancy happens over months. You can't keep food down. You got to do this. You got to work. You got to raise the other child. And you want to talk shit to me? No. You not. Those days are done. I am not sacrificing one more Black girl or Black woman for y'all. You better get your asses in check. Because you know what? You decided that you wanted to be white supremacist. So you applied for it, and now you're auditioning for it. Well, I tell you what. I see. I understand. You have made me your enemy. And girl, I'm fired for that. I was built for it.
Bad decision. Bad decision.
I did want to say one thing. We we're very passionate about our little baby girls and grown women's. What I am
Mm-mm.
going to say is I personally am
Whew.
tired of one, the gender wars, and two, gender identity. Because
Well, then you best tell
wait,
black
no,
men
hold
to
on,
leave me the fuck alone.
hold on. Um, as a yoga practitioner and as a yoga guide, my son was always taught that there are masculine and feminine traits in both things. And I don't know how or why we've decided that anything domestic is a woman's role, especially for Black women that are typically going to work and being domestic and raising families by themselves. I don't call people single parents. They are father abandoned homes. You're not a single parent, the father abandoned. Let's call it what it is. The issue for a lot of Black people is we don't call a spade a spade. He abandoned you, whether he abandoned you while you were pregnant, after the child, that man knows that kid has needs. There's too much bad behavior that is excused, and then you have the one-offs that, okay, well, let's lift that person up, and then it almost sets him up to fall. Because I don't think Derek Jackson nor Kevin Samuels got into it being horrible people. I think just one, the attention to the money, and no moral code. There is no moral code. If you go to church, the first thing that they tell you when we're doing church announcements, please govern yourself accordingly. So that means while I am up here talking, you're going to pay attention because hello, I'm giving you some important information. And afterwards, the announcer or the greeter would say, thank you so much. And she would recognize all the people, in the pulpit. Will the visitors please stand up? There was some order there. We are out of order because there is no order because half the people don't want to. Jesus is bad. He ain't real. Y'all got a fairy God. There's somebody else, Muhammad. I don't care what you pray to. What I will say is that there is a masculine side and a feminine side in everybody. Listen to this. Your right side is like your masculine sun side, right? You have rational, logical, assertive, some male aspects, and anger. That's your right side. It doesn't say just men, it's just listing off this is the part that works. Your left side, the moon, which is feminine, is intuitive, receptive, yin, feminine aspect, and can hold sadness and passiveness. That you have all of this energy. And I don't care what anybody believes. I can tell you in two ways. Number one, if you are on this internet right now, my dear sweet friends, you are dealing in what is called forward and return. You have a device that comes and hits that signal, and your signal is like your TV, right? That flow is always there. That's one way. Communication, energy flowing just one way. In order to have a device talk back, it's got to have forward and return. So I hit your house and then I return back. Most people have no idea how the internet works, but they trust that the internet is there, right? I feel the same way with God. You can't see it. And if you understand it like, hello, I do, but I worked for telecommunications for 15 years. Now I've been doing energy work since 2014. I understand that one of the things that is happening is we are gendering life skills. Washing clothes is a life skill. Cleaning up is a life skill. Being able to cook is a life skill. That is not gendered. Why would you want to put your son in some other woman's hands like that? What if she is a horrible wife? Like what if? Can he contribute? I really can't understand this, what you bring into the table thing, because sprinkle, sprinkle. If I got to bring something to the table and work just like you, what's your purpose here? Because again, sex is good, it's great, love making, ooh ooh ooh, but not for what she got. I mean, she made it sound like he was excellent, but it also sounded like he got some problems because he had her coming in from 6 to 8 and somebody else from 8 to 10. And so, why are you needing this many women to feed your ego? What is going on with you, sir? How are you talking about yourself in third person, sir? How are you just gonna get up and act like we ain't know you got a wife and you at Miami Basil with an IG trick? And your wife is down there going crazy? She's sitting there crying and holy rolling and my helmet. What is happening? Where at this point, where is your mother? Where is your father? Because somebody needs to tell you just on the strength of don't make me look like a stupid ass. Because that's what I tell my son frequently. Don't get out here making me look stupid. And I'll tell my husband the same thing. Don't make me look dumb by your dumbass behavior. Don't do it. I'm not in the business of looking foolish.
But see,
Well, I'm
both
not in the business of being foolish. So I really do get that. I mean, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I raised mine to be able to take care of himself.
It's
That
a life skill.
that yeah, that doesn't even make sense. Why wouldn't I? Um, however,
Wait a minute, Miss Boy, while we on there too. Sirs, good sirs. I'm gonna say something and either you're gonna get it or you're not. That big piece of chicken that you want, if you love your children, you will give that to the kids and nigga, you will eat a wing. Because a mother will not eat at all.
that's right.
If
yeah,
this one
divide that
piece
up,
of chicken, if this one piece of chicken can feed four,
feed
you
for.
don't eat that. You eat what we the level of sacrifice. And then it's just the retrobate of this constant noise, constant foolishness.
But
And every week, what I have to say is I love when Black women decenter some social medias. You don't need Twitter and Snapchat and TikTok and IG and Facebook and a Discord. That is too much energy for any sane person. Find something that is your jam. Like Miss D, Pete is her jam. That is where she is dialed in. And because we're on a Discord, she will come over with us. But just being here and there, here, there, you're going to drive yourself crazy. We saw that girl drive herself crazy. And there was no one in her life that was like, sis, you're beautiful. Girl, you know what? Because the first kid, okay, cool. The second one, all right, now we getting a little spicy. How are you divorced with 3 kids at 32? Shouldn't them stats be for somebody like my age? 32 with 3 kids, and they daddy is down in Miami taking pictures with his shirt off, and his numbers didn't drop.
but this is the thing that goes with that. See, I listen to both of you talk. Both of you are married. I'm single. But all the men around y'all seem to know that they better be as adult as you are. Because one of you has said, I'm not going to look foolish, and the other one has said, I'm not going to be foolish. And if if any of you 4 gentlemen that have been referenced don't understand that, you be lucky if you leave. I know over at your house. I know over at your house, love. If you don't meet that nightshade anthrax going out the door, you count yourself blessed by whoever you worship. Common grace, I'm gonna say, gonna come in and rescue you, cause don't do
We
it.
have one minor in this house, and that is Armani Cole Sage Williams. First
We
of
could do a whole show about yo puppy and yo kitty and how how certain people think get a dog and die alone is a curse. I'm like, y'all are so disconnected from your humanity and from being stewards of creation when you say stupid stuff like that. But see, this is the thing that goes with it. Because these gentlemen have been raised in the patriarchy, they associate humanity with masculinity. So everything is responsible. But then they don't want to be responsible. So then they have to download that off of us and tell us that we're masculine. See catch 22. See, when she said, girl, you a grown man, I never would have said that, but it made me have to think about this is the conundrum.
They want to rest in their femininity. You want to rest in your femininity and you want a submissive provider.
No, they want
I
to rest
don't
in their
see
babyhood.
femininity that way, I
They
guess.
No,
want to rest in their
I don't,
babyhood.
no, hear me when I say this. I'm not
yeah.
saying their definition of what's feminine is correct because I'm sorry. If you look at these poses and like
Bring it over a little more. No, this way. Thank you. Yes.
so
Mhm.
we have warrior pose, that's woman. Tandasana, that's a woman. Uttanasana, that's a woman.
Mhm.
Padmasana, all of these poses in yoga, they have a particular meaning and tied to a particular deity that talks about somewhere that you need to kind of like level up in your life. So, like for myself, my lesson with Miss Jackson is I need to check my bias. I need to not have to see it look pretty and made up to add value. I should have been able to take her no bra, beret on, and her saying, "Hey, this is where we are. We don't have to like it." This is the other thing I'm gonna say. Stop telling married people what to do. If you are not married, you ain't never been married. You don't need to give no advice on married folks. You're not
No, because you don't
qualified.
know what that is.
You're not qualified. And you also need to honor the fact that when somebody tell you that my marriage is my marriage and my business is mine, that's a woman that's operating in favor because don't nothing outside these four walls have to do with nobody else. So please, all of this, she should. Are you her? If it, what should you be doing right now? While we picking at this chick, what could you be doing? Could you be reading a book? Maybe doing some self love? Having a nice bath, watching a movie, catching up with a friend. But this gathering of Black
It
folks
is
around energy is ridiculous.
it is the offloading of responsibility in the end. Black men who are of this mindset that we are discussing want to go back on the nipple. Washington and Jefferson were 6'3" and 6'4"
Really?
because, yes, they were giants of their day. Washington was 6'4", Jefferson was 6'3", and they stand out because most white men could not attain that height. Well, they also were slave owners' sons. Figure it out. Whereas finding black men who are above
Wait,
6 feet is
stop. Are
not
you
that
saying
hard.
they were biracial?
No, I'm saying they
No,
had a
they
mammy.
were born slave owners.
They were
Their
born
parents
slave
Oh,
owners.
you're saying
were
we're getting
enslaved
the good
people.
milk.
Yeah,
Okay.
they had,
Yeah. Mhm.
black women had been not imported in mass yet, but people to domestic house slaves to raise the children because white women had trouble all the way back in the 17s and the 16s and the 15s because of the things that happened. As Love said, you had massive disease. Europe did not have a complete protein for its diet until the potato was discovered.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
What
why
were they eating?
see this is
Ah,
uh,
so Disney, as they say in Japanese. Now you're thinking
yeah, see
Were they eating each other?
this is where I feel like even with our three different perspectives, we come up with solutions between the three of us that are so diverse, right? But they answer to different parts because people are different. Everybody doesn't have the same experiences or weren't brought up the same way or whatever, right? But I feel like we can look at these things and come back and like calm my ass down. I had to sit over here and just go, shh, breathe, bitch,
I
breathe.
watched you do that.
'Cause
That was impressive.
Woo!
I saw them AI
Girl.
fours and AI fives. I saw
Ooh.
you doing your own course, love. See,
Yeah,
you
I had.
practice what you preach. I
Mm,
see that. I see you doing
yeah,
that.
I
Yeah,
have to walk
you
it.
had a whole month. I was like, oh,
I,
but you
no,
know what?
because but what's
But
funny is you
Miss,
both know me so well. You're like, okay, listen, go. You need to go sit in the corner right quick.
but not
Okay,
even. But
go
here's the
on, bring it
thing.
down. Come on, bring it
No,
down. Cause
no,
we no.
no, Miss Love, stop. No, don't bring it down. And here's the issue. Here is the real issue. You're not a black male worshiper, and you have been on this planet at least 15 years longer than I have. So I don't get to tell you what you know for fact. And I not only do you know for fact from lived experience, but you've studied, you have multiple degrees, multiple talents. I need for younger black women sometimes what the elders say is just stone cold truth. It's ugly, it's not, don't feel good. But I'm gonna tell you, love is not painful. Love does not take work. Now, relationships and to stay in good standing, yeah, that takes some work. That takes some conversations, some skills. Maybe you do your love languages. And I feel like if women were as invested in themselves and sisterhood as they were in finding a man, um, it'd be different.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
Go ahead,
back
Misty.
just back to Miss D's point. You were talking about like the potato was their first protein. See, part of being
Isn't that a
part of,
carbohydrate?
no,
but
no,
part
they didn't
part
have
of
a complete protein. You had to have potatoes and milk to have a complete protein starch loop. That's what I was actually saying. They did not have a complete protein starch loop until the potato came from the Americas. So this is the point that I was making was when Love talks about how even white men would not be men but for us, and how Washington and Jefferson were both these immensely tall men that allowed them to be the handsome founding fathers that everybody wanted to be like because I'm not going to do it on camera because we're not trying to have your stuff taken down, but you know what I'm saying.
they were breastfed by black women.
Yeah, that's
Mhm.
basically what was going on. The United States of America is here because essentially it fed. And now it fed on 170 years, 25 full rotations of black men before black women were imported. This is a fact. Oop, we lost Tiff.
Mm.
Oh, there
Okay,
she is.
no. Okay. This is true, but in terms of becoming these becoming the United States of America powerhouse that we know today, that didn't happen before 1800. The United States could have stayed 13 different colonies and been swallowed up by the British or the French again. And in fact, the British and the French were playing patty cake with the Confederacy because if you do your history, they were trying to look at, okay, these folks are not even smart enough. The only person smart enough to tell them, nah, we don't want to play around with them. My father's old enough to remember. That was Lee. He was the only one old enough to be like, y'all need to stop playing with the Europeans. They're gonna colonize us again. It could have easily have happened, but become the powerhouse because now you have 4 million slaves. When the Civil War happens, in other words, ain't nobody going to war before 1800. Understand what I'm saying? The asset that was important, that had interest bearing parts of it.
Black women.
So, exactly. Because before that, there's no return on investment that continues. The thing is, black men have, and because I said, remember, the default is for the institution is chattel making. The default is black women were brought here to be chattel, just like black men, but in a way that we're going to extend the chattel making through extending it through their children and specifically their daughters, because their daughters will bear the next generation. Slavery is perpetual because we have black women and black girls. It can't be perpetual otherwise. We all have to do part of the same process of looking at this is the culture we're in. And if we go with it, we will treat each other as chattel. It is hard for you and me to even comprehend this because we've spent decades studying what we've been studying, love. And it's hard for
Yes.
us to comprehend this because both of us have taken a path. It's a very different path, but
Yes.
both of us have taken a path where even though we differ sharply on a lot of things, both of us have taken a path. And Tiff is on a path that is divergent. So all three of us, okay, the slave side of Sunday, yeah, that's another deep one. We have all three taken a path that has put us outside. Yeah, they're gonna sell the founding fathers on leadership for the same reason they sell Machiavelli. I mean, if you want to run a white centered world, you kind of need that stuff.
Yeah.
That's another that well, transcending the talented. That's another conversation for us to have because none of those talented Temp were conceived as black women. That's a whole different. That's a whole different. Du Bois is a whole different ballpark on that because none of those was conceived as women. But whether or not black men ever choose to escape this paradigm is on them. Any son that either the two of you ever had, and if some, well, let's just take my male students, some of whom are grown. If they have now chosen to go back into this paradigm, first of all, everybody I know, I have a male student who is now 30 years old and is now 6'7" and still knows if you don't treat your wife and your children right, and you let Miss Deanne find out, look, it's gonna be a toss up. Is your pastor gonna get there first? I mean, again, we want the men to deal with the men in the patriarchy. But if you mess with your wife, it might be Miss Deanne has to roll up and say, and your grandmama might roll out, and your great grandmama might roll out. So, but still, they have a right to their choices, and they have a right to make their mistake. He didn't marry her as fast as we would have wanted, but it kicked in. He did the right
Thank
thing.
God.
It kicked in. So it was there, which is what I'm saying. We can't do nothing about grown men.
And
15.
I honestly, I need us to stop blaming black mothers who actually took on the everything. Because I hear a lot of excuses about this, that, and the other. And um like we're saying, we were and are a natural resource. Black women and black girls are elemental. And you would think that if you need this to survive, this elemental part to survive, that you would um, do everything to protect that, right?
But
But
okay, yes, but no.
they don't.
This is what I'm okay. So here is the conversation of men like Anton Daniels, Adagun Forrest, and now Umar Johnson. Although we know now Umar Johnson for 25 years. I'm still trying to understand. My brain is like I said, the men who have been on this man's neck don't even have that. So we done broke that story here.
But think about this, Miss D. Why is it always the women? And what I have to do is this. I this is me owning my bad behavior. I wanted so badly for my son to have an influence that I thought was appropriate. He was scholarly, he was well spoken, he's educated, he's tied to Marcus Garvey, which is a whole nother lie. Like when I first started watching him, he was still kind of righteous, right?
Yeah,
This
he didn't
when
go.
other bigger people that are now saying terminate your babies, they was all in a clique, Sonetta
Mhm.
and all them
Yes.
doing those
Mhm.
ciphers and um, debates. It is something. At some point, if the women are the people that are raising these children, then we as mothers and daughters and sisters and cousins have to tell black men, I know you can do better than this. This is not your best. This is not your best. You are phoning it in. You are phoning it in and you are giving excuse after excuse after excuse. Because the last time I checked, As my husband said the other day, I've been black and female for 44 years now. And I don't really get a lot of excuses. I'm definitely the person that my mother told me it was my fault I got raped. She said it. That's how she felt. I take my own. I see myself in the day. I dated a horrible person. He was not nice, but I was battling with my mom because I was trying to show her I was grown and I know what I'm doing, and I make decisions and I pay my own bills. She met him as soon as he walked in the door. My mother said, "Come here for a second. I don't like him. Hurry up and get him out of my house." Had never seen anything like that before, ever. And then it was, oh, once I found out his story, and oh, you have trauma, and everybody deserves to be loved. So while I was trying to love up on him, he was beating me down emotionally, psychologically. Why are your nails that color? Why are they that long? I don't like that. I don't like when you wear your hair like that. I tell everybody, I dated this man from 19 to 26. I was 19, he was 31. So can we call it grooming? Like,
Yeah.
when are we gonna start calling things the things? Jay-Z is a groomer. I don't care what anybody says. Lemonade is beautiful, but it is a absolutely horrific story. At the end of it, she says, if we're gonna heal, let it be glorious. But why did you need to drag Beyonce through the goddamn mud to realize that she has something back? Beyonce?
But it wouldn't matter. How shall I say this? Because I'm a Christian, agree with you. I have a thing that I do with black men that I talk to, and some of these are my friends. I'm gonna give you 5 good minutes. I am going to lay out for you what I see needs to be done. I don't have the right to impose it on you. I can give supposedly women are the most emotional. No, because we're the most pragmatic. So we're gonna look at this pragmatically. We're gonna look at it for details. Now you can choose your pride and your vision and your ego, or you can choose to look at the layout I'm presenting you. You have 5 minutes to decide. After I have given you your 5 minutes, with everybody, my attitude is I'm gonna tell you twice. I'm gonna tell you twice. Because I do believe as humans, and especially since we are the responsible adults of the black community, we do have a responsibility, like Love said, we do have a responsibility for the welfare of humanity.
Mm-hmm.
But here is the thing. Why do we still think, Tiff, that we can go hate watch another black woman just like black men do this? Because we don't understand we're running out of time. Love is one of the very few people that I have ever met who has been saying consistently what I have been saying and what you have also been talking about. Because you're looking at it from, you live in the South, so you see what people down there are going to attempt to do to the whole United States in a minute. We're about to be in the Neo-Confederacy. You can see that more clearly than many, and I know aren't you in Florida, Tiff?
No, North Carolina.
Oh,
Oh,
well, okay, a little bit better now,
the deep
but
South.
it's still the South. So
Mm-hmm.
out here in California, okay, we kind of play around because we don't always get it. But if you go 45 miles from here, there are people burning crosses on people's lawns. If you go 8 blocks from here, the KKK, 8 blocks, 2/3 of a mile, KKK was out recruiting. So if you pay attention, even in San Francisco, you know, somebody go read that plan about the Knights of the Golden Circle and the Confederacy plan to take over California sometime and why Fort Point is sitting out there in the first place. If you pay attention. But this is the thing. We think we have time, Tiff, even though Janet Yellen went to her pocket somehow, went through the sofa, said, Uncle Sam, move over. I got to pull some stuff out of the sofa. We're going to give it to June 5th before what Martin Luther King Jr. predicted becomes true, and the United States has to mark every check it has insufficient funds.
I don't.
Before,
This debt ceiling thing. Like, I'm just like, are we really? Does anybody else see that the debt ceiling is not being passed? Does anybody see that the president or the guy that's supposed to run against is now been convicted and made to pay because he's a sexual assault person?
yeah, literally convicted.
It is. So the gentlewoman from California will understand. Me and Misty greet each other that way because I absolutely love C-SPAN. I love politics.
C-SPAN is fun.
I love it, but it has been so stressful because if you know how the government is supposed to run, then you know a Marjorie Taylor Greene has no place there. Jim
Thank
Jordan
you.
place there. DeSantis has no place. There
But
is
they
a
do. But they do.
If you
I,
know how
no,
a government is supposed to
I'm
run,
gonna just.
I see
I
what you're
gotta
saying.
listen.
I see what you're saying, love.
Listen. That's all of this is a dream sequence, and
I knew she
this
was
was
going to do it.
never a
I knew it.
democracy. I don't know what anybody's talking about. It was never a democracy. Okay.
This is true.
And the people who can tell you the most underserved, see, you're no better than the most underserved in your community. That's how it works in a matriarchy. That's why you put children first, elders first, people with disabilities first in a matriarchy, because your whole thing, y'all ain't nobody no better in that community than your most underserved. That this has been going on
that's very
in the United States all along. Oh no, Marjorie Taylor Greene, she is a carbon copy of the ones before her. Y'all had a sweet minute of about 15 years where everybody was, oh, sunshine and all of this. But the United States has never been anything other than, let me think, a feudal system. Period.
Yeah, it's
Plain
hard to
and
argue with it.
simple.
Hard
The
to argue with it.
and you
idea
know what
of a
Mom kept and I'm
democracy,
like,
let me just say this, the idea of a democracy actually comes again from ancient Black women. We had democratic communities. See, George Washington and that other one, Jefferson and Adams or whoever, listen, they sat around when they were little. They were taken care of by Black women. They watched what we did. They learned as they became politicians to study Native Americans who did a similar thing. So I'm telling you, this has never been anything other than what it is. And it is, we always like to pretend that, oh, we're a great democracy. Oh my God, we're losing it. No, you never had it. You
Just becoming
never
obvious.
had it. We faked this shit for you as Black women. We helped you to evolve and look like you were humans when all you are is hominids. You haven't evolved, and you keep choosing the same ugly things. That's what you do. And no matter how much we bathe you and we clean you up and we love on you and hug on you and all of this, you want to turn around and eat us. So let me just tell y'all this. What's happening in Florida? It is no different than what happened in the 1950s or the 1800s. I don't care what you do. You can go across Europe. Another thing, like we don't study the actual, as someone who's warrior born, I say this all the time. People think just because I say I'm warrior born that, oh, that just means you just masculine and a fighter and this and that. Oh yeah, I'll whoop your ass. That yeah, I'm gonna do that. However, that is the least of what I do as a warrior. I am supposed to I'm supposed to know how Europe didn't have aeration in its ground. That's one of the reasons why they couldn't produce shit, that they could just go pick off a tree, right? You have to understand all of these different things. And we're so busy picking apart each other and putting our energy, like you said, Miss Tiff, into the internet and then this over here and then that over there, instead of bringing back our energy and refocusing it And I'm telling you, your best bet, you better ask Chase Bank. You better ask who them other people. You better ask somebody about it because they trying to fund Black women.
Goldman
Goldman
Sachs,
Sachs.
Goldman Sachs,
Amin,
all of them.
and I think Chase is up in there too.
Yeah,
Okay,
but Goldman Sachs,
y'all better ask somebody
what
because
is it?
one thing they
2.1
understand,
billion.
It's
girl,
10
one
billion.
thing they understand is in order for us to live another generation or two, we gonna need sisters. We gonna need some Black
But,
women to do what they do.
but this is what
So I don't I this whole idea of this is all brand new. Oh, we're having gender wars and all this. I'm not having a gender war. Okay. I'm telling Black men plain and simple. I'm not in community with your dumb ass. I'm not spending no more energy on you other than to understand how you move as someone who has chosen that I'm your enemy. So I used to tell my kids, oh, this was back in my rough days before I actually had good therapy, okay? And I was,
wait. Those were the rough days? Oh Lord.
yeah, those were the rough days. Girl,
Mm,
oh, you don't even know,
mm,
I be stuck.
mm.
It was bad. My kids, I used to tell them, or whoever, you treat me like a bitch in the street. Because remember, my father was a pimp and he taught me pimping from the pimp's point of view. On Sunday morning, I was in church. Okay. All the way to Sunday afternoon, he'll be sitting across the street from the church in his Cadillac to pick me up. And we went straight to the hostro. And the whole way, because we lived in Richmond, and the whole way he would be telling me how he chose this woman and that woman, how he gets them to fight each other and do all of this stuff. I still couldn't get over the part where, I was like, just explain this to me again, because I was 3 years in by then. I was like, explain this to me again. So they giving you your day money for what now? What are you doing? Like, why do I have to keep telling you? I get them, I bail them out of jail. But with their own money, though, I don't get it. Okay. I never got it. Okay. I was never that person that got it. But I am telling you guys, if you treat me like a bitch on the street, I'm going to show you what it looks like. You have no idea who I am. You have no idea. I had to scrap every day. See, a lot of people in Richmond were family to each other. Where I came from, I was family to everyone. But over in California, in Richmond, I wasn't.
Yeah,
So that
Richmond be
meant I
rough.
was alone. That
Yeah,
meant I
Richmond.
was vulnerable. That meant that when my mother and father tortured me at home and I got out and I had to go to school and deal with white women's and other children and they parent and all of that shit, you ain't kicking my ass. I already get my ass kicked at school. So one thing my mother would do was she would allow me to try new things like tennis and all of these things, right? Gymnastics. She put me in gymnastics for years. I played the clarinet for 6.5 years. All of these different things,
Come
right?
on, Woodwind. Come on,
Yeah.
Woodwind.
But
Love the clarinet.
I asked her as a kid to put me in martial arts, and she did. Okay. Had she known that I was going to take it and concuss a white girl, allegedly, maybe she wouldn't have. But that's neither here nor there. That's an alleged.
Allegedly. Allegedly.
Yeah. I mean, a few white girls. Alleged. Okay. Yeah.
Allegedly. Allegedly.
But if you roll with me like that, that's what you getting. Okay. But I'm warrior born. Not every
Aren't you
Black
supposed to
woman
turn
is
the other
warrior
cheek?
born.
Aren't you supposed to turn the other cheek?
No, she
Oh,
didn't
their
learn.
other cheek?
She didn't
'Cause,
learn.
yeah, I
Oh,
would be
their other
like,
cheek to beat up the other side. But
right,
she didn't learn that.
you don't have to
See,
turn the other cheek. I'll just
can,
slap one and then the other. Yeah,
would be
back.
okay. Can I just take turn the other cheek and put that back in the context in which it belonged? The Lord Jesus was talking to people that were under the control of the Romans, and in Roman law, you could only there are a couple things you could do. You could only slap a person on one side. Now, if you were a Roman soldier, you did your job. You only could do it on one side legally. So by the time you get to the other side, that reminded that person, stop. That's one of the customs of the day. It had nothing to do, absolutely
With take
nothing.
abuse. take abuse.
No.
Mhm.
If a man could, a Roman soldier could take anybody and compel them to go to carry their stuff for 1 mile. He could not compel you to go 2. So if you volunteered to ask him to go 2, that would force him to have to remember who he was and to operate by his own rule of law. Winston Churchill probably dealt with this probably better than anybody else who ever did. He was approached and his associate said, "Look, you know, I don't like the way they talk to us, but you got to turn the other cheek." And Winston Churchill said, "2 cheeks, but not all 4." And see, a lot of stuff, and of course, my mama, the good Christian woman, used to people pick fight for her men and women. She used to put rocks in her socks because there was nowhere in her mother's teaching, her great grandmother's teaching, and Dr. Desi Webster's teaching that said that she or Pastor Jackson, of course, now Pastor Willis was up here eating fried chicken and trying to teach the Bible lesson and get chicken grease all over the Bible. He got shot, put in a wheelchair, so we learned we don't do that. Yeah, that 1950s kind of rough in San Francisco. 1950s kind of rough in Richmond at this time. This was not. See,
Mhm.
when you play with sacred things, it does not matter what you consider it. The spirit world can be kind of rough. I'm just saying, you just like on earth, you're not supposed to go play with people. Don't play with dignities. The Bible even says it. Don't do it. No matter
But
who we're talking about.
but
But the thing is, there's nothing that says that a woman is to take abuse from, and of course, the person that most often shut it down was actually Jesus himself. When they
Mhm.
tried to string that woman up on false charges, they done found her caught in adultery, but they didn't bring the man. He said,
Wait,
"Any of y'all that were not involved with this, y'all cast first stone." And y'all saw what happened. But remember that we were taught the scripture by abusers, thinking that we would never read or recontextualize because we could read it and then we could get strong concordance. And there are a couple other tools. And then you might want to get Suetonius's The 12 Caesars and slide it up in there. Then you might need to read some Chancellor Williams. But we were discouraged from doing any of that. So let me just put that out there. Love did exactly what she was supposed to do. See, what you do is when you draw your arm back, that's when you show them the other cheek. I'm just saying.
yeah, when she
Jesus even once on one occasion told his disciples, on one occasion, this is how that man got his ear cut off, because the doctrine of self-defense is taught in scripture for everybody. Now, it was probably expected that the men are supposed to defend the women. That was actually expected, but there was nothing saying and could not be said, because one of, even in the Old Testament, which is kind of a mess, it is recorded that there were 2 women that brought Israel one of their most important victories. Deborah and Jael were the 2 people that saved Israel. But so at least one time, Esther is also. So we it could not be said to women that they were not to do this, because after all, they butts got saved by it's at least
Women.
3. I can
Mhm.
probably go back. If you take the Apocrypha, Judith is number 4. And if I go back a little bit earlier, I don't have it all in front of me at the moment, but there's a bunch of cases like that, actually. So, no, turn the other cheek has been misused. It does not allow people
so
to
hold on,
take
Miss Love,
abuse.
before you jump in, because I'm processing everything.
Okay.
So Miss D, what I this is how I'm perceiving this. A lot of the issues that we have, especially as women, is because we just don't know the word.
If you are a Christian, and this would also be if you were uninformed goddess worshiper, I'm sure you would have some of the things. But I rarely meet an uninformed goddess worshiper, just because for you to have stepped so far outside of what you were raised in, you did it purposely. As I said at the beginning, a lot of us are in church, general assent to Christianity, on solid ignorance. And whenever you are in a body that is on solid ignorance, it will default to Americana. And Americana's default is the abuse of Black women and Black girls. Because if anything is going to be, if oppression is going to be perpetual among finite human beings, that means that oppression must have vehicles through which to give birth to itself. You cannot do that without Black women. You can't do it. So Black women, church can be, for Black women in America, the most dangerous place on earth, because you would think that that church that the Jacksons were going to would, if they truly had the Spirit of God, like we learn from Love that we have seven senses, right? You would think that there would be a church mother like my grandmother who operated in all seven, although she wouldn't have known them by name, but also was very in tune with the Spirit of God. You would think that there would be at least one woman in there who would have been able to be like, the Spirit would have told her what the Spirit told me when I was watching Derek Jackson. He knew a little bit too much about what he was talking about. I couldn't have put words to it, but that was just sort of like he's describing himself. I couldn't have said that, but the Spirit said, "Nope, that's a fraud. Turn him off." You would think, but because, and then you have to deal with the fact that in church, my grandmother and my father have both said this continually. If a man says, my father says this way, if a man says he was called and he doesn't know these things, he wasn't. My grandmother used to say, "Well, you sinned or did you just went?" Later on, I'm the one that said, "It's not, come on, internet, don't do it." I know some black man was up there. No, not really, but later on, I figured
Y'all,
out later,
look, y'all gonna
because of
have this.
what I'm about to say.
You look, y'all wait. Somebody gonna come in here like, look at these old women, and they just hate. And see, this why black men can't stand nobody. Because look at
And
Oh,
them.
that's okay, because
and
we
I
don't
care
want y'all.
because
If you of this mindset, we don't want y'all anyway. We are 42. We are 42, 44, and mid 50s. We are post wall. Two of us are married,
55.
and I ain't looking for y'all. So that's okay. Y'all think whatever you want to think. And the thing is, we're gonna get to the black girls and the younger black women before you do. It is what it is. Bye. Now, as I was saying before my internet got crazy, if you sit in the pulpit, you have no excuse to not know. Cathedral means seat of authority. It comes all the way through the Hebrew from Moses' seat. It means this. It basically means throne. So if you dare to sit your nether regions up there, you need to be responsible. Then this is how Pastor Willis ended up in the wheelchair, because people think, and because men are the ones generally running these churches. And I'm gonna say again, look at the lifespan of black men. Look at what my pastor said from the pulpit, who was allowed to see 72 in good health. For this cause, we hear this every week. Y'all, if y'all were in any kind of church, you were at St. John Missionary Baptist. If you were in the AME church, they may not have done it this way, but like every week before the communion, we read from First Corinthians, and the Bible clearly says, if you are coming in here greedy, if you are coming in here in a shadow making, it was really talking about food at that time, but we can extend that. If you have a sin against your brother, if you are sinning against anyone in this church, and we already know, because by the time we write First Corinthians, we already have Galatians, so we know this applies to the women. For this cause, many are weak and sickly among you, and many sleep, which is a nice euphemism for dead.
Mm-hmm.
You coming up here claiming to
Don't
represent the body of Christ,
don't do
and,
that.
and y'all gonna come up here, all y'all pastors and deacons, and y'all didn't hear Miss Jackson's cries. Y'all just let that happen to generation after generation, and y'all wonder why y'all keep leaving here. Again, we're gonna talk about what's the lifespan, because who's running our churches mainly? There are very few women-led congregations. So again, if the black male lifespan
Wait,
is that low,
no,
and
no.
that book clearly says, for this cause, many are weak and sickly among you. And of
Wait,
course, now having said that, we got to go
Miss.
back to, okay, if you're a gospel black woman sitting up there making the women's lives difficult, but we couldn't play usher at my church because we had some female ushers who were some of the most horrific people you would ever meet. But guess what? They lived a little bit longer because being a woman is protected. But for this cause, I'm just saying, church can be dangerous when people in positions where they are responsible to know better and they don't. And see, it catches up with them after a while. But in the meantime, because we who claim to be Christians don't educate ourselves, we are complicit in what happens to the children, because we are supposed to. I'm a Sunday school teacher. If I can't tell some young black girl, these are the things that you need to look for according to the scripture, if something happens to her, I bear some of the complicity for that. It's not my fault that whatever this predator decided to do, but to the extent that I had knowledge that she could have used because she cannot know it on her own, and I failed to equip her with knowing, no, baby, this is for you too. This is for you to use. This is God's concern for you, and God's protection for you is right here. So you learn this, you practice it. If you don't completely understand it, if you make a different decision, you still get to come back here and get help. But now it's up to you. But you're 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, you still got to learn how to be a human being.
Mm-hmm.
And if some trauma happens to you, then you may not be able to make the best decision. So now it's my job to find you the appropriate. It's like I have a 26-year-old student that we're trying to find her a Black woman therapist because certain things happen and she was not going to be able to explain it to a white person. She definitely wasn't going to be able to explain it to a Black man or a white man. She needed, as I just talked to her a couple months ago, she found a therapist she needed. That's my responsibility. And I think we can extend grace to our mothers who are doing every possible thing that they can do, but they should not be alone. And we as Black women, and I will say specifically, there are way more Christian Black women than there will probably ever be God is born, unless, well, no, actually, according to the book of Revelation, maybe not. Maybe not forever, actually. But right now, to the extent we need to stop gossiping, because what you said, Tiff, is true. Before the internet, people gossiped about you in every church service from day to day.
Mm-hmm.
Sundays, Wednesdays, Friday nights. We got to stop this. We are responsible to Christ for our behavior. In the same way God love talks about being responsible to God is for everybody for behavior. More Christian women need to understand. No, you are a king priest. Gender it out, and it's queen priestess. No, no, no. You are going to be held responsible for how you treat your sisters, who, when your finite time here is over, have to. We want to hold up the bloodstained banner. Okay, but they also need to be taught about how they maintain themselves. If we're going to say that there is a Father God who is protective and we are not even bothering to teach them how this actually works for them, we know some of these men are not going to do it. Like I said, we kind of are the adults right now. But because we are putting so much energy in critiquing what other Black women do, we are putting so much energy into being on the internet looking at what other people. It's like reactions to the reactions to the reactions to the reactions. The interview from Mrs. Jackson has spun itself out. It's only been 2 days.
He's already hit 500K.
He's hit 500K, but then you got to look at all the different. I mean, O'Shea Juke Jackson, Mr. Let Go, My View, My Opinion. I know Black Women Making Money
Tanya.
just did a video. People I've never heard of before. Everybody is eating on Mrs. Jackson's fame.
Succubus.
But this is what I'm saying, and people are following it. It's like I have not allowed myself to watch. I'm not going to give people algorithmic views. I'm just noting that this is what is happening, and that's why as we were developing this show, that's why I made the comments that I made.
Can I ask a
I
question?
Sure.
Like, I'm sitting here trying to process this. Okay, so they didn't hear her during the essay, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you have 3 brothers and they met that guy. No brother said, "No, sis, he ain't it." I know it's packaged. Like, there's no way my uncles could meet someone like that and okay it. Like, it would never happen. He wouldn't, like, the first people you want to meet is like that messy auntie, because you can kind of get a feel. You wouldn't have made it past the messy auntie to meet the other aunties, to then perhaps be able to go into where the men are doing their own thing. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand that. I don't
You know
understand.
what, Miss Tiff?
I don't understand
I
that.
feel like we've come full circle again with
Yes, I don't understand.
with
I can't.
Danae,
I
right?
can't.
And what happened with her.
I can't. Miss Love, work with me. Help me process this, because in my mind, the first violation was from childhood. The second violation is from her being taken advantage of with her brothers in the place. And these same black men let their sister marry this nigga. And y'all ain't never checked this guy? Like,
Because they are that guy.
Yeah, sorry.
That's what I said.
And even a
I was
lot of
nice about it, but
the uncles that we, well, in my case, uncle-in-laws, because on my mother's side, it was all girls. So these men married into our family. But my father would say to like my cousin, because she and I would go back and forth between California and New York and my grandmother's during the summers, right? So together, she and I. So he would tell her, hey, you got to look out for this. You got to look out for that, blah, blah, blah. He was actually teaching me pimping from the pimp's point of view, because he had it in his mind before that his sons would be pimps too, but they just weren't as good at it as he was. I mean, it was just,
I'm gonna say myself about that a minute.
So in his mind, he saw how I was actually built, meaning that my DNA was part him, part my mother, part my grandparents, all that. So he saw something different, and he thought, what if I taught her? But I didn't take it and go mistreat other people with it. You see what I'm saying? I used it against the people who decided, oh, you beat my girlfriend up and I'm a grandson of the KKK. Well, I'm gonna get me and 2 other white boys and we're gonna kick your ass. But first we're gonna go around the school telling everybody we're gonna kick your ass. But you couldn't.
No.
Why? Because I pulled before you could. So we do not train, we do not teach Black girls this, that, or the other, but we also don't teach Black men that, Black boys. We, just like you said before, Tiff, we look at, oh, well, Black boys get to play with cars, whatever, some other gender shit. Listen, I taught my son that he was to protect his sister. And when I found him lacking, I pulled his ass up on that. He is 8 years older than her. You don't walk in her room. I don't care if she's 1 year old. We knock on her little door. Now, my family would be like, oh, well, you're grown. This is your house. You don't need to be. Shut the fuck up. I'm showing him and her how she needs to be dealt with. Okay? We knock on her door. We knocked on his door. We didn't just go in his room. I'm showing them through my behavior too how things go. Because let me tell you something, y'all know this. Children watch us, they study us. Now I don't know what, we ain't studying them, but they definitely studying us, right? And all the things that we can hide out there, when we, pretending to be something that we ain't, our children know all about us. They know the real deal. My children know me better than I know myself. So my son was trained up to protect his sister. Now, here's the other thing. You know how you have kids over and they spend the night and all of this shit? That was no. There ain't no kids spending the night. Your friends, sir? Ain't no kids they ain't spending the night. Because see, I fall asleep and my daughter's 8 years younger than him. And while I might know their parents, I don't really know them. I don't know what they've been through. I don't know who did what to them. Okay. But I ain't about to find out at my daughter's expense. So your friends don't come. And every time, they would be around hanging out or whatever, because they couldn't have anybody when I wasn't there. for an hour or two until I got home from work or whatever. But your friends, go cut the grass. Here's some paint. Ain't nobody, you don't sit around over here. I don't know what they do at your house, but over here, men's work. They do work because I make this shit happen. And coming behind me, that precious daughter, she makes shit happen. And it don't just happen for her. It don't just happen for me. It happens for everybody in proximity to me. When I make a loved product, I'm thinking about Black women and Black girls and how they need to be loved. So everything centered around centering a Black girl. Okay. Now, on the other hand, he's older. He would go pick her up from school. Her little friends are like, oh, he's so beautiful, and blah, blah, blah. And so she was like, okay, I saw you try to hug my brother. Don't touch my brother. Don't ever touch my brother. Because she understood that her friends ain't spending the night either. Because you're not gonna, because he didn't speak to you or some other shit, you ain't gonna come up with some shit. What's gonna happen is we gonna live in a peaceful realm over here. And we are in a matriarchy. And it benefits everyone. My son didn't get starved. He got fed. My daughter didn't get starved. She got fed. One of them didn't have health insurance and the other one didn't. They both had it. You know? Right. So we have got to take very seriously how we move, whether we are in church, whether we are in the streets, whether we are at the store. We have to be very mindful of how we move, because the way you guys see me go off and curse people out and stuff, it is purposeful. It is a purposeful movement, because so many Black women didn't feel like they could say no. I'm not doing that, and you ain't doing it with me. No. Oh, you calling me aggressive? And what's your point? No. So in a way, we as aunties, we don't know what we don't know either. But when we find out, then we're responsible for that information.
Exactly.
And as we're all here talking, and and whoever sees this, however this flows out, the bottom line is we're giving you some real clear solutions and steps in pretty much everything we've said. Yes, we used Danae as an example because we know a lot of women like that. I've been like that. Okay. So I'm telling you, right, that now at this big old age, that's right, Miss Tiff, at this big old age, I now should not be hoarding what I know, right? I should not, as God is born. When I say God is born, people are like, oh my God, who do you think you're talking to now? You're blah, 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 blah. You just think you're better than Black men. Well, yeah, of course, but that's not here. I put that work in for that. But, I'm just saying, it is a mandate. I have a mandate on my life to be able to show Black women, you get to hire a maid. When you're going to school and you raising some kids and you working too, girl, you need to hire a maid. You need to hire somebody to cut that grass. That if you got a sons and a daughters, they were both out there with leaves and this and that. Okay. You need to hire some people so that it gives you time to get done what you're getting done, plus spend that extra time and energy with your children. Okay. But what do we tell black women? Oh, you can't get no maid. You can't have nobody. You just think you so much better and all this shit. No, I'm trying to live. I'm trying to thrive. If we being honest, actually, I'm not trying. I'm doing it.
But that's
So
revolutionary.
yes, and
Oh,
I feel like we have to. I feel like for black women, what I find in response is that they're like, oh, like you said, revolutionary, right? Oh, she's giving us permission to curse people out. We didn't want to, but we were told we can't because then we would look aggressive and this and that and da 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 da. So back, at kind of closer to the beginning of this conversation, I was telling you both that my husband would be like, "Why you gotta curse so much? Shut the fuck up! Don't tell me don't tell me how to speak and da da da." But it is actually purposeful, and he understands that now. It is purposeful because black women are watching me. And I'm showing them that they don't need to give access to their energy to anyone that they don't choose to. And that person doesn't get to violate them. Meaning, I don't mean just, sexual or physical. I mean emotionally. I mean spiritually. I mean, you don't get to violate my children. You don't get to violate my space. I remember my daughter was in kindergarten and the kindergarten teacher was like, I keep sending homework home to her and you don't do it. So da da da. I wish you would take some shit out on her that I'm not gonna do. And by the way, I allow you to be in the presence of my daughter. Okay. And you don't make the rules where she's concerned. Now you deal with your little curriculum and all that shit. But when I tell you, I am not gonna sit here with my 5-year-old and have her do 3 pages of homework.
at
I'm
times,
not off of work, and then I'm going to school too, and then I'm doing this and that. Bitch, shut up. You don't run nothing over here, and you don't run her. Okay? My rules. When I would go into school, it is my rules. It ain't you. You lucky you get to be in the presence of my child. Okay? And you gonna act like it. See what I'm saying? But I was showing my daughter too, right? And my daughter tell you now, okay, I just got to the point where I was like, Mom, you don't need to come to school. I got this. Okay, please, God, don't come to school. And it wasn't that I had to curse everybody out when I got there or whatever. I actually, when I go apex, I actually quiet myself. Very quiet. And I make people lean in. Oh, you thought it was okay for that little girl to pull my daughter's hair? Oh, really? So I'm coming to your class and I'm going to do that for you. And then I'm going to be waiting for her mama out in the parking lot. That's if I don't follow her home so I know where her mama lives and knock on her door. So I think your daughter going to get your ass kicked for you. So I'm telling you, we have, in my mind, I have to be able to show other Black women that there's a better way. There's a way that you get to come home and wash all of that away because I'm giving you loved products to do so. There's another way for you to address that you are worthy and figure that out because I'm giving you a course to do that. There is a better way for you to be able then to see not only your own humanity, right? But for you to see other people's humanity, right? Let me tell you something. There's not a child that can come over here to me and get right here. I got pictures showing it. See, while white women are in pictures lynching us with their kids, I put their kids here and I healed their children because I know, and the Black women before me knew this. That's why we had compassion for their children. They were eating their children's souls, and they're still doing the same shit. Their children are born with souls. They're not some sort of anomaly. They are the ones as adults who eat their children's souls. And that's what you do, even when, or especially when, in our community, you rape 60% of our daughters. You're fracturing their soul, and then you're taking it out bit by bit and eating it. And then you're eating the pain that it causes. And by the time they're 12, 15, 18, 19, 20, 25, they don't know whether they're coming or going because they no longer have connection, because the thing that connected them to every other thing is their soul. And you purposefully broke it up and ate it. And then you told those baby girls that they were supposed to hold those secrets for you, because otherwise they were going to get blamed for what you did to them. Nope. What I do is very intentional. And that's what I'm asking from us as Black women. I'm asking us to actually take the time and study our history, and not just ours, but also European history, also Asian history, also indigenous history in different countries, because you're going to see the same things over and over and over and over, because nobody is taking the time to go, wow, we just keep making the same jacked up choices, the same ones over and over, over and over, over and over.
When you're talking, Miss D, what is the story? What was it, 40 years they walked around in the desert?
Yeah.
That would have taken them 12 days.
It's
It was a 12-day journey. But
so
wait,
what had happened? Oh, what had happened was.
Wait.
What had happened was.
The math ain't math. And hold up. Bring it back. Did you just say for 40 years they walked and it should have taken them 12 days?
So what had happened was,
I mean, is it 12 or 14 days?
Depending on how fast you walked, but you have to look at that they had young children there. And we know that they have young children, a lot of them, because of what happened next. So what had happened was, it takes 12 days. They stopped at Sinai for a little while. They stopped Sinai for a little while. That took a little while, the whole Jewish law together and so forth. But it is an 11 to 14-day walk. You read everything that happened in Exodus, everything that is in Leviticus was delivered while they were at Sinai, and then you start walking again in the book of Numbers up to chapter 14. And I need you to understand that it is the men, not the women, that created the problem that happened next. Now, I'm just, because, men are...
Is this the Tower?
No. You think about the golden calf. That happened while they were at Sinai. But Moses begged for the life of the people at that time. And God said, because I can keep the promise of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob through you. And he said, no, but then the Egyptians will hear about it and your name will be disgraced. That was a long conversation.
Wait a minute. Wait.
There's a lot.
No. I'm having like those talking points from the manosphere. Moses was essentially adopted, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Moses was adopted. It may have been Hatshepsut who adopted him, actually.
But even with that, don't nobody want to be a stepdaddy? Like, if it's good enough for Joseph and it's good enough for Moses, what?
Okay, let me unpack that before we find out about the 11-day walk. Now, you know darn good and well that these men ain't never read. You know darn good and well that Christmases come every year. I did that Bible lesson. Joseph was a man who understood he had a trade, He understood international law. He had the option to have Mary stoned or burned alive. He chose neither to do either one, even before she knew that child was the Son of God. He protected her before they had sex, before they were married. Of course, now, if you are Catholic, you believe that he took care of her as a virgin for the rest of her life. However, the Bible does have to mention that she had some other, that his mother and brothers came to get him, and his sisters were outside too, so he had some sisters as well. But either way, Joseph is one of only three men, and two of them are named Joseph, about whom no criticism is ever made. He is the greatest stepfather in history. And his reward is to be, even though he could not beget the Messiah, it just so happens that he is the son of Solomon, through which Jesus gets the legal title to the throne of Israel, through the stepfather. He's a child of David by his mom 28 times back. They're children of Bathsheba. You know, she got blamed for that whole thing because she didn't have any choice in the matter. And God said, no, you raised two righteous sons. So since Solomon dropped the ball, but Nathan didn't, the Messiah will be the stepchild out of Solomon's line and the natural child of Nathan. So before we do the walk, understand the Manosphere never read none of this. They don't know Nair no more. They don't know Nair no more. We're actually studying it, but let me get to how we get to the 14-day walk. The most embarrassing and terrifying, one of the most terrifying stories in Scripture. This is why. See, if you're gonna walk by faith, you better keep walking. So 10 different sets of miracles. You think that Egypt was the most powerful nation on earth at this time. And you have to remember, Hatshepsut had administered it for a long time before Thutmose the fourth, or the third or the fourth, comes along and drops the whole ball. She had administered. So his adopted mother has been administering for a minute. He had all the learning of Egypt while Hatshepsut is basically on the throne. He marries his first wife that Miriam is so jealous of later on as the Ethiopian princess. Josephus says that they negotiated a peace treaty, and that is how he won her heart. That's in Josephus' Antiquity of the Jews. His first wife is a Cushite, a black woman. They all have fit about that later, and since he had fit, and the Bible clearly says that when Miriam starts fussing about that black woman, the Lord turned her white with leprosy from head to toe. He turns her into the scripture's first white woman and puts her outside the camp for 7 days. But you better keep your mouth off that man's wife. That's in Numbers. See, but this all happened. But this all happened after what happened. So the Lord did all these miracles, right? You get right up to the door of the promised land. Yeah, we want to send some people in there to check it out. Wait a minute. If you got this far, if you got out of the hands of post Hatshepsut Egypt, okay, but y'all ain't sure. So okay, spend 12 people in there to check it out. They come back with a bunch of grapes that is so heavy that it takes 2 men to carry that vine back. This has been promised since the time of Abraham. But they saw giants in the land. Now, again, you just left Egypt. So you got out of Egypt. You didn't have any weapons. God even made them pay reparations. You done got across the Red Sea. You done had water come out of the rock. You've had bitter waters turn sweet. You had man in the morning and quail at night. Everything you've needed. You have a pillar of fire by night to keep you warm and a pillar of cloud by day to keep that desert sun off of you. You done had all these miracles. You get up there and the men decide, we scared and we want to go back to Egypt. You want to go back to slavery. They got all the men to come out there. We know how many there were because they had been numbered. The heads of household were 601,000 and some change at that time. 603,350 at that time. They all came out there and said, we're going to make a captain and go back to Egypt.
Have men
the Egyptians paid them to leave, by the way, because the Lord remembered how the Pharaoh had said to throw Moses and all them other babies in the mirror, and that's why every firstborn child of the Egyptians had to die, because the Lord did not forget that was done in all the inquiring Israelite women with their children. The Egyptians had to pay for that 1 for 1. Yeah. See, Hatshepsut's brother's grandson did not get to become king, and that's why he died. And his daddy ended up at the bottom of the Red Sea over that foolishness. So all this already going on. They have been in slavery. And the men decide it would be easier for us to go back and be enslaved to these people again. And the Lord, and the audacity to say, because we trying to protect our children. And the Lord said, guess what? I done these miracles for you 10 times. I got you out. You've seen what I can do. You've
Man,
tested
some
me 10
people
times.
just do they know, like, like I said, red letters. I knew you not. Like, are you not afraid to hear that? I knew you
See,
not. Go away. I
I,
don't
I
I don't know you.
but see, men are logical, right? So you wouldn't think that this, like I said, they ain't none of these people read it. Cause see, if you had read this, see, you gonna say it's your children that you worried about. It's not that you're too weak, too cowardly, that you still are talking about. A couple chapters earlier, they were talking about, we remember the flesh pots and the onions, and all we have is bread for heaven to eat it. We remember the onions and the things that we ate in Egypt, and we want to go out. Same men, same men. So the Lord said, guess what? You done come out here and made your children the reason that you're driving it. Let me tell you what's about to happen to you. Gentlemen, I'm going to take your children in. You going to fall in this wilderness. Get to walking. 40 years. And when the children of Israel are numbered again, now, so you a number of 601,750. They don't even have as many grown men. Their ability to defend themselves 40 years later is lower than it would have been had they gone in at that time. Because that whole generation of people. So, and this is, I've talked about this before, why the age of responsibility for children. Danae Jackson is 19. Age of responsibility doesn't start till at least 20. Because everybody 19 and under, men and women, lived, boys and girls. Because they were not held responsible. They could have been following some of their crying, miserable daddies out there crying. But we know even from human development now, not till 20 to 25 can people make completely good decisions because the brain's not grown. But God said, oh, you tired, sniveling men who want to be enslaved and want to be used up and want to have your body just used up for nothing. All right. You want to be used up on nothing? I'm going to grant you your request. Go! And this is how these trifling, no good, conquered, beaten men who have spent all, because remember, the Bible mostly talks about the men. It records that Miriam, the sister of Moses, led songs of praise. That's recorded. You ain't hear no men recording songs of praise till you get down to Moses having maybe written, well, not maybe, we know he wrote at least one in Psalm 90. You got to go over 14 more books.
Didn't David dance in the street too? Was that
That
David?
came about that same time that was actually recorded. But you hear these men, the men of Israel, the men of Israel, all the way through Exodus, halfway through Leviticus, a third of the way through Numbers. And this is finally where God is like, all right,
This is
you want
depressing.
your life to count for nothing. It's why the Old Testament is examples and non-examples. Another case where these same gentlemen nearly got people wiped out. So they're on their way. Finally, they stop going around the same mountain. They only got they only got a year and a half left to march. They decide they're gonna get them some of the preferences. They decide they want them some Moabitess women, and so they start bringing these women into the camp. 24,000 people died, like men, like that, because what they were doing out of the covenant. Because it was very, very clear. The lines of descent have to be kept because you have a land and you have a legacy. You are the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You are not to be just pulling in women. Oh, by the way, there was no marriage here, by the way, out of the covenant. You're not supposed to be out here sleeping with these women. And God's like, I wish you would. So old Aaron, the man who built the golden calf, who's now about 115 years old, maybe 118, maybe 119, has to put on all his high priest stuff and go out here and get between the living and the dead. And when God sees the high priest, the intercessor, the plague stops. Represents Christ later on. The type. I mean, Tiff, I tell you, if you understand, because remember, almost every time the Bible puts out a deadly rebuke, it is not against women. Almost every time. I'm talking about hundreds of rebukes to maybe 2 or 3. It is almost always because of faithless men. And if you look at the life of Jesus, you will note the same pattern. The Bible is a book. See, patriarchy, the European patriarchy doesn't understand. The Bible is a book to control men more than anything else, because the understanding is if the men get right, the women are gonna be fine. Because you just gotta ask. If Eve was able to turn around and hand Adam that fruit right after she ate from it, that means he sat up there and did not protect and provide because he wanted.
Look, Miss D, I didn't want to go there, but I was like, damn, Adam is really sounding like the same black man. Like if Lilith was there and Lilith said hell no, and then here come Eve, and Eve is still not protected, and he said, it's that woman that you gave me, God. It's giving manosphere.
Well, okay, I can't vouch for Lilith, but I can tell you this: Adam means the color of the earth. What color is that good earth in Texas, Tiff?
Red, black,
Okay,
clay dirt,
Adam means red brown.
red,
So when you say it's the same black man, because even if you take it from the view that women came first, at some point you have to have some sons that sold their mother out. So no matter how you choose to
wait,
start
wait, wait,
this,
wait, because that's
even
women,
if you take it from
the
love's
woman king.
perspective, that
That's the
women
woman
came
king, right?
first.
But that wait, y'all know my brain. It's like, okay,
You
so
see, you can't avoid it. It's even if you choose to take it from love's perspective of women came first, and from women, and of course, even if you take Eve, the first son and daughter are born from her. All our DNA can tell us about is Eve. Patrilineal DNA just doesn't pick up like that. So even if you choose to believe it on that side, you still okay. Nimrod and Semiramis. Love can probably do the story better than I can. How Nimrod felt the need, or may have been his son, felt the need to break down the altar to his mother. Ancient history. It may have been their son that did that. So you have the first mother child based religion, and you have that son choosing to then break down because he cannot share that with his mom, even though she bought him and allowed him to be elevated after good night, Dad. After the father's death, she set him up. His father died. If that's the son and not Nimrod himself, or Nimrod's married to his mother. I can't remember. Love, you'll have to actually teach that one. I don't have it completely.
Oedipus.
Oedipus, same story. There you go. That's the Greek version of the
like the
same
Oedipus
story.
complex where the mother
Oedipus
Yeah,
killed his father and married his mother Jocasta. Yes.
but he didn't. But
wait,
he
But he
also
didn't
didn't know.
know.
So if we take this all into consideration, it's something you just said, Misty, which is we something I said. We keep repeating the same choices. We keep we keep assume I as God is born. I'm gonna say when we adopted patriarchy and we kept choosing our sons, those sons were disloyal to us. They sold us, they sold their sisters. This was thousands of years ago. I ain't talking about what happened, in the international waters of the slave trade. Uh, in the 1600s, 1700s. I'm talking about we keep repeating the same dumb ass choice. And what I'm saying to people is look, Miss D knows what she's talking about because she's actually studied. She takes these deep dives. Miss D, you be taking these deep dives. Me and you get into rabbit holes and we be ending up. Listen, why do I know the difference between a vole and a mole? I don't know. It's really basically useless information, but I know it because I take these deep dives. I'm asking us to study something, not just be on the surface of it, not just go, we were like the Israelites and we were enslaved and now we're not. No, you really were though,
Oh.
because you black men want to stay enslaved. You're not doing what it takes. The reason you are even free today, as free as you are, was every black woman. I heard somebody say the other day, uh, oh, black men were so ingenious that they came up with braiding maps into the hair and blah, blah, blah during our enslavement. Girl, shut your ass up. First of all, black men over here in the United States were not getting their hair braided. Black women, because we all know in different places in Africa, black women, their hair told you what clan they were from, what their job was, whether they were, head of the market or whatever. Black women would braid their hair, maps into their hair, because we weren't allowed to speak to one another, right? If you was in with two, what they tell you, if there's two amongst you in the Bible, da 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 da. Well, white people took that and said, listen, if it's two of y'all talking, we breaking that shit up. Yeah. So y'all ain't gonna be talking to each other. You ain't gonna be making no escape plans. Ain't none of that going on. The Washington, the so-called general of America that was so brilliant and all of this shit, got beat by a young 22-year-old enslaved black woman on a judge. She ran away, and he sent everybody he could after her to capture her, and he could never get her. This is a man that supposedly conquered and did all this, chopped down some cherry trees. Shut up. You know it was a black woman that chopped down that tree. Shut up. So I'm just saying,
notice
we keep repeating the same choices. We refuse to study. We refuse to go deep into it and then understand how to not keep making the same bad choices as society, as humanity, right? So that's what I am. Oh, look, Michaela's like, did you take your meds?
And look, I'm trying to.
Yeah, you wasn't. Mama, did you take? Why you still? I love you, Michaela.
Hold on one second.
I just feel she's right. I gotta wrap up, but
I know, yeah, but
I just feel like I'm constantly sharing the different books that I've read. Mm-hmm. I'm constantly sharing my actual library with people. Mm-hmm. But people would rather, like you said before, Miss Tiff, go and watch this. Or Miss Deanne, you were saying, we're watching the
reactions of the reactions.
Of the reactions. Girl, go pick your ass up a book. Okay? Sit your ass still and read and comprehend what's going on here. You are not connecting the dots. Now, the three of us, we're doing the best we can to help people connect the dots. But for Miss Danae, it's just a vicious cycle. And we've experienced that same thing. That's why I think she's fascinating, right? In this sense, because she is showing us with our skin unzipped. She didn't sit there and go, my brothers didn't protect me. My daddy didn't protect me. My mama, she tried to tell me, but hey, she picked my daddy, so she's suspect. I'm just saying, we can't keep doing this. Okay. Go read a book. Go open up some books and read some books. Stop talking. Stop thinking that you got this, because if you had this, you would have it. Okay. If we as Black women could take this time, pull our energy back, and really just focus on our own healing and healing our own child, our own little girl, our own little Black girl that wasn't safe, our own little Black girl who had to not only take care of herself, but help her mama take care of the household, and then babysit the other ones, and then do all of the most, and then be, at the church 4 times a week, and know your Bible verses and all of that. We were given tools to help us survive. However, if we were to thrive, we would be able to help all of humanity. And what I need from humanity is I need y'all to just leave Black women and Black girls alone. Leave us alone. We need to be able to do us. We do have problems amongst ourselves. Miss Tiff, you're right about that. We be bad mouthing each other and doing the whole most. And I'm saying we need to have time to heal. We are going to have to stand up and say, access denied. No, you can't call me after work, from work, to talk to me about work. Okay? No, hooker. I don't know who you thought you was calling, but don't call here. Well, I can't call you during work. Nope, I'm working with patients. So you're right. You can't. Now you get it. Don't talk. We can't even concentrate our brilliance and our genius because we have so much pain that we have eaten. Now, part of my job is to help us get down and remove that pain, because that's where your power is, right? We have stuffed it down. We didn't give it away. Nobody took it. We stuffed it down with pain and suffering, and constantly needing to be everywhere for everyone else except ourselves and our daughters. When we are the key to everyone's survival and thriving, we've always been the key. Moses wouldn't have been Moses if he hadn't had his adopted mama school him on all the things that she did. Now, I know God gets the credit, but I'm telling you, a Black woman schooled him. A Black woman trained him up. So,
I just have a question.
When are we going to, girl, when are we going to do it? I just meet Black women.
I get it.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, but I don't miss. Okay, so here's what I'm struggling with. I don't understand what type of leadership women are looking for from men that never had to be men, and they've never had the power. So why are we spending all this time online talking about gender wars and women do this and submit and blah blah blah, with the demographic that you have no track record of your wins?
Bingo. The struggle is accepting it. This does not mean, I think Princella of the High Power podcast, when
Mm-hmm.
she had her conversation with Ken Billions about, do you think that Black males will become men? She said, it's not even a fair question because I'm talking to one who did. I'm
Mm-hmm.
talking to an individual who did. But in a mass, no, because they reject the work. Interestingly enough, the Bible does not teach that all men should lead. It is better to trust in the Lord than to put confidence in men. It is better to trust the Lord than to put confidence in princes. Psalm 118:89. However, again, you about ready, you're gonna get a sermon on, you're gonna get a sermon, you're gonna get a sermon talking about the men in Numbers 14 about the same time that you get that sermon from a man in the pulpit. The
This
struggle
is
is
bizarre.
accepting.
This
What
is
now?
it's
It's
bizarre.
ex-
Like it's
it's accepting that what we have been told is a lie.
yeah.
And once you accept it, it's still bizarre, but at least it's accepted. It is not even logical what we have been told to do. Okay? If we accept that, I'm going to say it again because we don't say it often enough. If we accept that Black women were imported in mass in 1800, that means that no man in heaven and earth prevented it. It
You
is
saying
what it is.
1600, like from the 1619s, so something like 1690?
1619 to about 1790, there's not mass importation because what the United States is doing is turning black men into the ground. But because the slave trade is controlled by the British Empire, and the British Empire got two things going on. They do have some people who are seriously abolitionists, but that's not the reason they went with William Wilberforce on this. They also didn't want the United States to become too rich and too powerful too soon, because remember, before 1776, our slaves were making the British Empire rich. After 1776, we were not. So they didn't want us to have access to that after that. It only took a couple of years in the form of human history for that to be the case. That's another lesson for another day. We've been here for 5 hours.
Yeah. So here's my last question, so we can wrap up because I'm gonna go snuggle with my kitten. Um. Do we believe with the right education? Never mind.
Because the more you think about it, the more you know the answer, don't you?
It's like, you know what? Why go there? Why knock your head upside the, like, it's like that meme where you're like talking to a brick.
You know what just happened? You know how they have the meme? This
Um,
is the thing. My future does not depend on 15 million men to get their life together.
right.
That's not, when you think about it, and when you finally peel off black men have to be this, and black men have to be that, it also does not depend on all 18 million black women getting themselves together, because that's not going to happen. We have to stop being codependent on a mass trauma bonded scale. But let's bring this back to where your question was. If you tell me that in 1799, African men were not able to protect African women, their sons failed. You bring me in here in 1801, and the men I meet fail, but they make the decision to go along with white men and interact with me as white men were doing, and their sons are taught the same way, and their sons are taught the same way down to 1865. And then in 1865, those men do not see freedom as an opportunity to purge themselves of that degeneracy. And I know this is the case because there are blues songs from 1860 and 70 and 80 where black men are telling little girls to raise up their dress and let daddy see what's up under there. So I know that that's now, see, black men keep talking about wanting to go back to a certain time in history. Where are we going? I say that to black men as much as I do to any white man. Where are we going? The only thing you've gotten going backwards is the casualties of the Civil War and the pandemic, and you about to get a depression. But once you accept that the record of history is the fact, you can stop tormenting yourself. One of the things about being a devout Christian is that you learn. Many are called. We can talk to black men until they turn blue. I ain't gonna do that. I wear blue. Y'all see it all the time. I know.
Mm-hmm.
Many are called.
Few.
You are chosen. It is what it is. You married one. That's good. My dad's one. Sergeant Love is one. We also can say the same thing about white men. They're gonna talk about they've had the Bible, the European is Christian. Many are called. But when they meet Jesus and he's not white, that's gonna be a hard day for a whole lot of white men. Don't know it's coming.
Well, it
But they
doesn't
gonna
make
have a brother.
sense. Like, just can you look and see where Jerusalem is? Those people are not white. Like,
But
even at
but the deal is, yes, everybody knows. But when you accept that there are people who do not have a love for the truth, men love darkness. John 1:8 ish. Men love darkness rather than light. Why? Because their deeds were evil. Romans 1, somewhere around 28, because they did not want to retain righteousness in their knowledge. God turned them over to do those things which were not convenient. They did not want it. And there is nothing, actually, sees it, I gotta get this quote right, did not retain this. They knew what the right thing to do was. They chose not to do it. You cannot make someone unchoose. The beauty of Danae Jackson is in the process of unchoosing.
Mm-hmm.
She wants better. Now, the Terrace R. Whitfield can be seen as at least he had enough knowledge to say, let's not send her out here looking in a manner that's going to have her ridiculed again. I will use my influence and my platform to make her look more acceptable to the audience that I have. It's not the step up that people think it is, but it's a little bit. She's still very male identified. She did the best she could do. It's going to be probably a little while before she can come sit with us because she just doesn't have the depth yet. And because of what Black women who also have not been nurtured right. But she is making the steps. She is healing because she wants to. As a
Yeah.
Christian, I wrestle with this tremendously on every single level. I do not have the right or ability to impose faith and righteousness on anyone else. Everybody I will ever meet and share the gospel with has a right to do what they will with it, and to deny that would be to deny them their humanity. Over here, we say instead of in on love side, people choose to be born once. Well, actually, Christianity says everybody ain't gonna be choose to be born again. So yes, over here too, some people only gonna be born once. That's their decision. Many are called. It is our responsibility to let it be known, gentlemen, and I'm being as polite because if you disrespect a man, he ain't listening to you. Gentlemen, all 15 million of you can do better than what you were doing. It is objectively that you can do better than what you're doing. Compared to other groups of men, you are still failing, but you don't have to. Access is available. Or maybe listen to Black women in your life sometimes. But if that is too much for you, suppose according to Love, hell is full. This is her show. You can't even get up in there. So you may as well get your life together. But if you choose, many are called, few are chosen. Black women, there are 18 million of us. We haven't even talked about these kids yet. So we're looking at these, okay, 18 plus 15 plus 17. We ain't even talked about these 17 million kids yet. Black women, we can do better than taking out our pain, tearing each other down. We don't have to do that. We can learn how to come together and have hard conversations and even be from three different, very different perspectives and honor each other's perspectives and each stand for what we stand for and make it clear and help each other understand and make sure and defer when we need to. Because like I said, Love can tell you more about Semiramis on that show than I can. And I could probably get more into the Pauline teachings about elders in the church and how most pastors don't know two dead flies about that. Probably just a little bit better, but we all can study it. And
Yeah.
as Black women, we all can choose to study. If you say you're a Christian, study the Bible. If you say you're a goddess worshiper, then you're going to need to capture everybody from Sekhmet all the way down to, well, even Kali is an older, fairly older one. But I mean, I would have to, and Oshun. That's probably
Shiva,
West Africa.
Oshun, Oya,
Yamanja, you're gonna have
you,
to get up on some
yeah.
stuff. You're gonna have to get up on some stuff. You say this is what you into. If you gonna be involved, stop using everything as a buffet. Everybody just taking everything they go to on the internet. We're just watching 5 minutes over here, 6 minutes over there. Look, everything is not 2 for $20 at Applebee's. You're gonna sit up here and tell these men, well, you're gonna have to take me roof. No, we gotta learn not to handle our whole life. And we just gonna take a little bit of this and put it on the plate, a little bit of that, put it on the plate, a little bit of that, put it on. And this is what
Is this that a la carte Christianity that
this is
somebody?
the a la carte Christianity. This is the a la carte. Look, let me just say this. If you knew who Oshun was and you
She's
understood
that
her,
girl. Oshun is that girl.
but if you understood her relationship with the gods that are also in that system, Aludamari is sort of God the Father in that system. It's not an exact match, but I mean, do they look a little bit more like the Greek pantheon Well, the point is, if you knew, you would no more be a worshiper of Sekhmet casually. If you knew who that was, then you would worship Christ casually if you knew who he is. The problem for us is we think as Black women, because we have been thoroughly Americanized, I'm going to say this again, we got a week. And we don't have any choice at what we're going to do about that, but these white men have about a week to figure out whether or not we're going to slide off into irrelevancy in the next 10 years. It may not be avoidable in the next 50. We think we have time to do everything a la carte when there are people of two different hues calling for our complete. Actually, no, I got to take that back because white men know they can't eradicate us, because if they do, the country's done. So,
But
our
white women
anti.
are, that's not how they see
Okay,
it.
so we got two different groups of people would like to see us completely eradicated, and we think we can be a la carte about anything. This is the issue that we have to resolve. If you're going to be a Christian woman to offer a solution, churches are full of Derrick Jacksons. I can give you one thing to look at, but the thing is, once you say that you're going to do this, vetting, discernment, becoming, two minutes, because it's getting late. If you are not a person that focuses on the fruit of the spirit, love, joy, peace, long, gentleness, goodness, patience, meekness, faith, and self-control. Galatians 5:22, I believe. If you do not focus on those things in your own life, how are you going to be able to recognize? Because you can't just vet for it if you ain't got it. A man needs to have these things around his life. We have not talked about whether he is a bus driver or a pilot yet. We are talking about his spirit. You need to be able to look at the women who are in his community circle and see what they have to say. Start with the women. Don't just talk to his mama. Look at how children treat him. Look at how children respond to him.
Animals too.
I was going there next. Look at how, because remember, who is a man supposed to be? According to scripture, he's a steward of all creation. He's supposed to be a good steward. Everything he touches, you should be able to see this. I don't care if we're not talking about, you can look for a high paid man or a low paid man. I'm not talking about that. If you're looking for a Christian man, he needs to be able to show you before he talks about submission. Ask him to quote, before he quotes Ephesians 5:22, can he quote Ephesians 5:21?
Because it says,
And
husband, submit yourself.
first of all, back at the head of every, in First Corinthians, the head of every man is Christ. So it says in 5:21 that everyone is submit themselves to one another. So that's your default. If a man cannot quote 5:21, if he cannot quote Ephesians 5:32, then he has no business quoting Ephesians 4:32. Be kind to one another, tenderhearted, forgiving one another, even as God for Christ's sake have forgiven you. If you don't understand what that means and you don't see evidence of that man's life, he ain't got no business. If he can't quote Ephesians 5:25, husbands love your wives as Christ loved the church and gave himself for her, then when he quotes 5:22, then you just call love and y'all go to the range and you do what you have to do. Because that Negro or white man or Latino agent, this man needs to leave your life. Change your church, because this means your pastor has failed. Because your pastor should be calling these men on. Why are you out here talking about these women to submission and you ain't talking about marrying their one? You don't know how to love yourself. You don't know how to love your own children, and you want to submit. These are the things that you look for. But here's the payoff, Black women. If this is what you're asking for, you then are also in the process of studying this and looking for it. The Spirit's not going to let you off the hook. You're also going to become the feminine version of this. And because we are human, yes, we have all the traits that go with being human. This division of masculine and feminine that we have is all from Western foolery in which only men were fully human. But if you say you are a goddess worshiper, then yeah, your husband gonna have to bow the knee and tithe every single day for the rest of his life. That's the price. It is what it is. Because if you represent the divine, then that's the situation. If you have a system of things where you are, and actually, loved, I realize we're talking about, say white men can do this because Norse mythology has Odin and Freya. So
Yes.
sometimes this works out. And Freya had equal rights to him because half of the warriors who died went to Valhalla, but the other half went to her house, Folkvanger, which means that they could choose which one they would swear to before they went to battle. And there were shield maidens on top of that. So they even had the egalitarian army before. So there are some white men who could work with this. Now I know why you said that, because I had to do some more study on that. But the point is, whatever it is you say you are, yeah, I'm gonna come and share Christ with you. You know, I'm gonna do that. But I realize that's not everybody's choice. But whatever you say you are as a Black woman, do not give general assent while remaining in solid ignorance. If I can't say anything else to you, whatever your choice may be, because I can't control that. I represent Jesus Christ, but I can't force him on you. This ain't the Crusades. And that didn't work, but that's a conversation for another day. Whatever it is you choose to do, you don't have time, you don't have the luxury to remain ignorant. If you can think of one other thing, is what I meant to generalize this all the way out. I don't care what that man is showing you. If your limbic system is telling you you're not safe, you in danger, baby. If you are even a baby Christian and on top of your limbic system, there's someone telling you in the voice of a father, he ain't the one, you you're not safe. Even if you don't have all the time and study in, learn how to acknowledge the warning systems that you do have and seek to learn. If a man says he does this and this and this, learn about the profession. If a professional journalist comes at you and can't figure out how to spell your name, like poor Mr. Jackson doesn't know how to do that, then you know he doesn't know how to use spell check. Probably means he's not much of a journalist. You got to find out what woman he had back in the cut that's been making it look like that, which means there's someone back there, guaranteed. If a man is a
The wife was doing everything.
this is what I'm saying. Even what you can do is learn how to really listen to that man, not for what you want to hear. Learn how to listen and check stuff out. If this man tells you the sky is blue today in San Francisco, he lying. We in the May grade. Learn how to, and when stuff does not check out the first time, run. Because you're being shown the things you need to see early.
You know,
So
You're not out here to be eaten alive.
let me just say this so we can
that's what
let
I
me
was
say
going to
this so we can
say.
kind of wrap up.
Can we come back to this part and say maybe by next week, because we've talked about here's my conundrum. I think women have more examples of womanhood and different success stories. Like you can be kid free. There are a lot of different information, right? My thing is like, what can we do to stop spending so much time with people who don't necessarily want to be successful?
Leave them alone. They're telling you
Stop
by their
spending so much
behavior.
time with
Yeah,
people who don't
they're
want to be
telling you by their
successful.
behavior. By the third, what do we learn in the course, right? In the self-confidence course. You have been learning about yourselves, right? And you're really learning about yourselves from yourselves. I'm just giving you some framework, and some exercises to practice, right? But you're really deciding for yourselves who you are, what you want, and on
With the
that
competition.
right. So it's something that Miss D coined. Um, and she called it living your comfortable lies.
Oh yeah.
We've made the lies that we've been told and the lies that we've been living comfortable, even though it is pure suffering and pure pain. Okay. So what I'm going to say is we need to start to understand our own worth. Before we can reach out, the Bible tells you the same thing. What I'm from tells us that before you're going to reach out and try to change that one, this one, that one, the other one, you need to work on you and your choices and your behaviors, right? And you need to come to understand, and I know it's so difficult because we've been trained up to be prey. I was trained to be prey. I just don't fit that. But I was trained to be everyone's prey. So I bucked that. It's a very lonely thing, and I understand that, but we're afraid to be with ourselves. People will tell me they don't want to take my class because they're afraid to spend that time with themselves and really just see themselves and really just embrace themselves. The things I say about myself, I'm not judging myself. I'm just telling you about my behavior, right? I've embraced my whole self. But you can't do that if you don't sit down and spend time with you. Now, I understand that we're looking for guidance, right? And how to do that. And we're going in a vicious circle where younger women are mad at us. We understand. We're mad at our mothers. We understand. But then we give our mothers a break because we were trained a different way. But my generation taught our daughters something different. I taught my daughter, you don't even trust me if my damn behavior is suspect. Okay? You don't get to say, I don't get to say to either one of you, I'm 55. I don't get to say to either one of you, well, you just need to listen to me because I'm older than you. So I know more. You need to have the respect, the da 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 da. You don't know me like that, especially if I haven't built trust with you. I used to do this as a director. I don't expect the people that I am leader to, I don't need to trust them. They need to be able to trust me. Because if they can trust me, they will feel comfortable to tell me about their mistakes so I can work with them. Because I need for y'all to make mistakes so you can grow. That's just one of the ways you grow. I'm not condemning you. I'm not doing all that. I ain't putting you on blast like that. I want to help you work through why you were thinking that way and how we can help you to see some other things. I want to give you more choices because we only think we have 3 choices, I guess, but we have endless possibilities. That's why question number 4, do you think in or out of the box? Listen, okay, Misty, does the sun rise in the west?
Actually, the sun does not rise, the earth rotates.
There you go. That right there. See that right there? See what she just said? The sun doesn't rise or set. That's a comfortable lie that centers actually males. The sun doesn't rise or set. We are on a circle, spinning on our own axis. There's no north, south, east, or west. We're on a ball. We rotate around the sun, not the other way around. So we're going to have to get out of, because it starts to sound like white women to me. Because black men, I swear to God, every time they open their mouth, I hear a white woman.
Well, since they took Miss Pearly, I guess they want to be.
I can't hear such things and blah,
They're
blah, blah.
following Miss Pearly. So,
but you could stand in a picture with my body hanging upside down, burning. But you could do that. But you can't hear that you did that. Girl, bye. So I'm saying to us, listen, there's plenty to read out there. God knows I give it all the time. Okay. And me and God, we ain't like that together. Okay. I'm calling on God. Do you people hear me? I'm a whole heretic. You got me
I was
calling
about to
Jesus.
say, that's remarkable to hear
Okay.
that.
You got me calling Jesus. So I'm telling y'all, we're gonna
Deep right
have
there.
to let go of our comfortable lies. We're gonna have to be okay with letting go of people who are adults who happen to be what we're terming male, right? We're gonna have to let go of this idea that because they have a penis, they should be leading. Okay? We're going to have to let that go,
Have they
right?
ever really led though?
Yeah, no. But I'm just going to
But this is
say,
the thing. This
but
is the
but
thing. History is
I'm going to say,
manifest about this.
yeah, I'm just going to say, can we just please, oh, Sekhmet, please help. Can we
History
please,
shows. Oh, I'm sorry, you weren't finished. My bad.
no,
Excuse me.
no, really, can we stop? Can, can we make a different choice? Because if you listen to the three of us, we're telling Black women, and um they could take this information and apply it to their personal situations. Okay.
Mhm.
We're telling Black women, you have choices. You I know people have told you you don't have any choice. We hear people say that all the time. Well, I had no choice, I had to boom boom boom. No, you had a choice. See, I chose my children. The Negropeans chose to act a fool. And you don't get to be in my realm as a fool. Okay? We don't need fools. We don't my queendom, my goddess realm, we don't need a fool.
The nacho dealer doesn't forsake fools either.
Yeah.
Look,
So
because
we
this
don't
is
we
why.
don't need that. We don't need that.
This what
We
life is
have
hard
got
enough.
to we have got to stop looking at everything else except for ourselves and really dealing with the things we have gone through that have hurt us so bad. And then we expect other people to understand what we've been through, but we don't want to understand what they've been through. We just make assumptions based on what we see on a surface. We have no idea how their brain is wired. We have no idea the pathways that their brain has made based on what they've been through from in utero.
Yeah.
We have no idea, but we want to judge every Black woman and every Black girl. Stop. Even ourselves. There's a reason you guys are using that descriptionary in several different ways, right? There's a reason why you have to go back and pick more words, because there are endless possibilities.
Man, words is taking me out.
You
AI 5 is no joke.
yeah, you can choose
Ain't no joke.
any of those words given at any time because it's your choice. That's what I'm trying to show you. I'm trying to show you that if you could apply those words to the person that hurt you the most, you could definitely apply those words to yourself. That's why I have you in the beginning picking, 1 to 5 words, of somebody who has done their worst to you. Because if you can pick some words, even if you pick one, most people don't get past one. Even if you can pick one, you can definitely pick words for yourself. And you can pick what you believe. You can choose what you believe about you. But I can't just come through and give you the descriptionary. I have to give a framework of where I'm trying to help you to learn to be good with you. And if you don't like parts of who you are, then you get to change those parts because it's you.
Right.
Okay? If you love all of them, keep them. If you don't like them, tweak them. If you don't want any of them, toss it. Okay? You get to choose. So if there are Black women out there who don't know, they don't feel like they were taught this way and that way, hey, you're probably right. You haven't been, because we're indoctrinated a certain way in a patriarchy. That's just the way it is. I am telling you, I believe in you. I have seen Black women and Black girls. You're magnificent. You're incredible. And I've been spending years trying to help us to see that about ourselves, but we want to keep saying, no, but I'm afraid to look at the other parts of me. It's okay. It's okay. Listen, Danae, baby, you come over here. Now I know I'm gonna have to prove myself to you. You shouldn't be trusting me just because I need to garner your trust. But baby, let me tell you one thing. We gonna make sure that you feel loved, that you feel comfortable, that you start working on your self-worth, not as how it's attached to anyone else. My children are my children. We all know I love them, and they are separate people from me. I'm not just a mom. I'm far more infinite. In fact, I'm just infinite. So I see this in Black women and Black girls, and it breaks my heart. When I saw that baby, when I saw her 2 years ago, I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't see that nigga, but I've studied for a long time, and I see this amazing woman, and she can't even move. She can barely breathe.
It was.
And then we're going to dogpile her. This is what we do. I need us to stop. Just stop. Leave this baby. This baby need to heal, and we need to hold. We need to be in the vanguard. We need to be on the side. We need to be coming through on mounts and shit to surround her. I need to be able to do that with my daughter. I need to be able to do that with other Black girls and Black women. Okay? I have to be able to do that because I know better. I'm asking us to please, we have some things that can help you build standards. We have some things that can help you build boundaries. We have techniques in which you can come to understand your incredible, undeniable worth. Everybody wants to be you. Everybody wants to be you until they are you. So I'm telling y'all, please, you don't need to trust me. I need to prove myself. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, I know everything. I will never in this lifetime not even get close. Okay. But I'm not going to stop studying because I understand how magnificent, how wonderful, how empathic, such healers, such warm and loving people that we are in a world that hates us, that uses every part of our bodies, that goes out of its way to even tap into our brain and take ideas and then spit on us. And then we house all that hurt and pain and suffering, and we don't know what else to do with it, or we have decided, oh, I know what I'm going to do with it. I'm going to kick the next Black woman or Black girl. Huh? But 2 years ago, none of you were standing up and saying, fuck white women. I was.
Wait a minute now, because I've been mad since Trump. Like,
No, come on, Tiff. Let me tell you, you might have been mad, but you were not on this here intranet going off on white women, because I've been
didn't
doing that for years.
I didn't have to. And
No, but you get what I'm saying.
I
Like
get
women, black women are going into a hellhole when they go and deal with these women at work. We always have. Even though we've shown them compassion and care and love, we've loved on their children. Girl, and nobody, they have put these women on such a pedestal that nobody better say anything. You better stop tripping. Nobody was going to talk to them like that. Now, we might say that amongst each other, we might talk about it, but I'm telling you, 2-3 years ago, wasn't nobody doing that. Most people were not doing that. And I was getting all kinds of people coming to me going, how could you curse like that? What do white women think? What do you mean you're going to make a body products for just black women? What will white women say? You can't do that. They're going to come against you legally. That's what I got. So I'm telling you, it wasn't being done out in the open. And for us to be able to give them permission, other black women, we're the three of us are giving black women permission and space. You don't need our permission, but if no one's told you, black women, you are freaking amazing. You're incredible. I can't prove it enough to you, but I promise you, you are. And we can work with from a framework to help you come and have some solutions. But history has shown us, now y'all go read for yourself, because I'll give you books. History has shown us that black men are not doing that for you. They're just not. Okay. The couple of 3 or 4 or 5 that are good, really good black men, for real, that's not enough for every household that every black girl is born into around the world, because we are being targeted for destruction and have been around the world. The most valuable resource on this planet is black women. White people would be gone by now, because they would have gotten rid of each other by now had they not encountered us.
Multiple times.
Yes. So I just want us to know, there are some standards, and you can learn how to build them for yourself, for your particular situation. There are different choices for you out here, and you can take the books. You don't need to believe me. You can take all the books that I have, over 2,000 of them, and you can read it for yourself. Okay. You can interpret it for yourself, and you can apply it to your life. But I just need us to, the ones of us who do know, to surround the ones of us who don't, and help them have a safe space to heal. Those who want to. Now, if you don't want to, and you want to go over there and pick your thuns and sons and whatever, baby, that's a choice too. Go do that. I won't be hanging out with you, but you go ahead. However, if you want something, you want to change. I saw a woman torn apart. She's looking for answers. She's gone to therapists. She's gone to here. She's gone there. She's gone to the church. She's gone to the Bible. She's gone all of these places. She's looking for someone to let her know she's amazing. And I know you've been through things. You've probably hurt people. People have hurt you. But girl, you can right your wrongs. You can right your wrongs. It's quite simple. But we don't need to beat you over the head as another black woman. And if we can't be, if you tell me, girl, I don't want nothing to do with that, I respect that. I'm gonna leave that. If you are showing me by your behavior that you are so unsafe that I'm not gonna be around you, then that's the way it is. I put the information out there. Do what with it, as Miss Deanne says, what you will. But anyway, we got to wrap up because, girl,
Let,
I am dying.
let Miss,
It's
I'm
2 o'clock.
tired. Miss Dean, you close us out. I'm gonna go and
No,
hang
no,
up.
I that's Miss Love's decision. We on her show today.
Oh, no, no,
Who
no,
I,
it's fine. No,
okay, okay,
we're
okay. I'm
all.
just respecting the house. Respecting the house.
I, oh, come on,
Manners.
you home? We all home together.
Okay, okay. We're actually in a black female democracy, and I get that, but I am on your channel, so of course I'm deferring because this is the house that you built now. So, by your mutual decision, however, good leadership is rare in male recorded history because they recorded the very few men that were able to do it for them. For those of us who love the men in our lives, just understand, as Love said, Danae cannot wait for Laterras R. Whitfield to get it all the way right. Nobody can sit around and wait for anybody else. And if you look at the history of the world, when the men failed in leadership, who were the leaders that cleaned up? When Nazi Germany failed, who cleaned up? Now, they did have Comrade
Yeah,
Adenauer,
January the 6th.
January 6th, been cleaning up. I'm not saying there aren't some people, men that rose to the occasion, but household to household, community to community, who are the leaders that pick up the ball and keep it going when the men have been vanquished? Same people all the time. So, since we know that it is the women, we don't always have to be in the we don't always have to waste the energy condemning men that are sinking under their condemnation. It is what it is. And we're not here, we can't take that burden off them. This is where you really do have to take your burden to the Lord and leave it there. But then He gonna hand your stewardship back and you're gonna handle it and you're gonna fail again. And Love's out here talking about where ain't room in hell. So now what? We're gonna have to open up the lake of fire, a whole star for you to be in the middle of your entire eternity. Okay? But see, their condemnation is not our burden to bear. We have to become, from a Christian perspective, if I'm as much of a king priest as my brother is, unless he is my husband, and even if he becomes my husband, his ability to lead me as Christ leads the church is by consent. On the day that he decides he don't want to do what Christ said, he breaks his submission to God. Guess what? I get to call him on that, and if he persists, the Bible does not say I'm to stay here and be abused. But since there's only one man ever who will be my choice, this means that I am responsible as also a king priest, because there's neither Jew nor Greek, bond nor free, male nor female, but all in one in Christ Jesus. It is my responsibility to live up to my responsibility. I cannot wait for a leader to come and for me to default to him because he's a him. I revere my father, but I'm 42 years old. He doesn't know what to do on the internet. He can't lead me in the 21st century in that respect. Now, about life wisdom, I often still defer to him. And sometimes I have to let him know that I appreciate what you about to say, but you can't tell me how to do my job better than I can. And of course, in a respectful way. But it's not the same relationship that it was. I am not a little girl. I'm not 4 and I'm not 2. So the time for him to be over me like that, even though he is the best man, this man defended his family, 4 women, grandmama, mama, Samantha, and me, to the best of his ability. He still, even by virtue of my being my father, cannot be over me like that properly anymore. Not because I'm not a little child. I'm his adult woman daughter. And when he needs a reminder, he gets it. Gently, he'll always be my father. He did a great job. He always gets that respect. But he has to sometimes be reminded. So if he, the best man I have ever known, cannot be my leader through life now. I certainly cannot be worried about anybody else. Right now, a Christian woman, till she chooses to marry, has only one sovereign. He is not walking this earth at the moment. This means that I am responsible for my stewardship in heaven and earth. And only if I choose to take a partner would I share this stewardship with anyone else. Generalize that out, and you realize as a human being, you are only responsible to who you choose to worship. And none of those, you need not worship a mortal man who shall die, who's gonna get old, who's gonna go gray, whose breath gonna stink. Since some of these people don't wash, sitting up there talking about, I feel fresh when the water splashes back up. Yeah, no, you better not be bowing the knee. But if we're not gonna bow the knee,
They said when the water splashed back, it felt good.
they actually have said this. I did not make that up.
Oh God.
You can't make this stuff up. But if I could say anything to Danae Jackson as we close out, as the Bible says, the time sufficed you in your past life to be caught up and led astray with the traditions of men.
Mm-hmm.
Bible actually does say that. To be led away by your own lusts, led away by traditions. Bible already says that. You are now 32 years old. You have been treated abominably by the mass of Black people. I can't apologize on anybody's behalf, but I would at least acknowledge that this is what happened. Black men sat back there, they wanted to be Derrick Jackson, so they covered for Derrick Jackson because they wanted to be Derrick Jackson. Because if you listen to these man of spirit creatures, they sit up there mad at men like Derrick Jackson because he's over 6 feet tall, got six pack, and they wish they could have the women that he had. He got the IG badge that they want, so they mad at him and mad at everybody else, so they can't be him. That's y'all's problem. That's not a problem over here. But now, welcome to being free and learning, Mrs. Jackson, what it is like to not have Hashatan, the adversary, up over you. Now you are a Christian woman, meaning that you can learn what's inside your faith to protect you. Read Galatians 5:16-25 every day. And if your man that you looking at is over here looking at ego, pride, malice, lasciviousness, and all this stuff over here, and he is not manifesting love, joy, peace, gentleness, goodness, patience, long suffering, gentleness, goodness, patience. There's the King James and the NIV are fighting in my head. Gentleness, goodness, patience, meekness, faith, and self-control. Those 9, Galatians 5:22. And if the Spirit of God is telling you, no matter how well he does, the Spirit of God is saying, he ain't the one. And then you work on your own time. And as you learn, you will be able to teach your children by example. Okay, Lord, how do I exemplify? Okay, you told me this is the fruit of the Spirit. So I ought to be able to experience the love, joy, and peace without any man needing to be here. I don't need any man to give me this. If you are who you say you are, God, then I ought to be able to experience this in my connection with you. So let me focus on that. Because, if I was a serious goddess worshiper, then love would be telling me but that's not her choice. She's a Christian woman. So focus on learning who you are and that Christ protects women. How Derrick Jackson would have gotten himself dapped up and shut down had he come up against Jesus Christ in the flesh like that. And how when you learn, because the Bible says you have the very mind of Christ because you have the Spirit, Christ can still shut these fools down if you know that this is possible. Learn who you are. And then you can take the self-confidence course because there's probably a bunch of stuff about yourself as a human woman you don't know. And that course ain't cheap, but if you let some aunties know, we might even be able to bless you. Let some aunties know. We might even be able to help you work out the cost to make sure that we honor this woman who's put this course together, but that it doesn't have to be a burden. We recognize you have 3 children. Let some sisters know. We might be able to help you with that. And to every one of you out here who's serious, you're going to get so much more value than you paid for in that course. It's not even, I can't even describe it to you.
Really good. It's very powerful.
For all of you who are willing to do the work on yourself, for those of you who want to be free, this call is to every Black woman who is listening to this, who will ever listen to this. I would, of course, as Paul said, would wish that you would be a Christian. But no matter what your choice is, we love you. We're not called to hate on you because you disagree with us in our choice of worship. We, as Tiff said, we need you to survive. Hezekiah Walker wrote the song, but we're going to do something a little different with it over here. We want you to be able to experience what it's like to be fearfully and wonderfully made, to be co-steward of the universe, to be able to have these puppies and these kittens up all over you because they recognize that you are in tune with what you're supposed to be doing. Because babies and animals, they know. We want you to experience that, no matter what your choice is of that. Now, Loved and I will differ at another time about whether you're going to meet Sekhmet or Jesus Christ. This debate will probably not be solved in this realm. One of us is going to show up and be like, well, I have to take responsibility for my choices because there's no way to make that meet. But that's not something about which we need to divide right now in this realm. So we want you, if we want you to be able to step away from being continually re-enslaved, a chattel remade. We want you to step away from that and to step into all that your humanity offers. You're not just a person in a body to be experienced and discarded with your children. You have a soul. You have a spirit that can commune with whatever deity you decide that you honor. You have the ability to live in the body and enjoy all 5 to 7 senses, because we learned that from Love. You have the ability to commune with the spirit world. Be careful out there. Don't go out there crazy, though. I'm telling you, no matter who you choose, don't do it. You have the ability to take an idea and turn it into music and art and writing and actually use performance for what it's supposed to be for instead of spending your whole life performing manhood. That's another video. We can't do that today. But all these things for you are possible. You don't need to be looking around, hate watching the reaction to the reaction to the reaction to the reaction. You can learn to come to terms with who you are and sit with yourself and learn how to understand your value and what you can minister to yourself and to your children and to each other. And then you will be able to vet a man who's going to understand. I just want you to know in closing, Tony Gaskins is out here talking about Black men need to tithe if they're in a security force, and if they're in Miss Jackson's town, that they need to consider it their reasonable service, provide her security for free, and consider that they tithe. So there's some men that it's getting there. So by the time we get ourselves together, if we choose to, there will be enough men who have gotten the spiritual word, maybe across a bunch of different races, but there'll be enough men for those Black women who choose to partner. But even if you do not, you are enough in your humanity. You are more than enough in your humanity. You have value as a member of the human race without reference to what somebody else says you are. We want you to understand and be able lay down your burdens, lay them down, and learn how to live your life and learn how to step into the fullness of your humanity as a daughter of original woman.
And get you some love products too once you start doing all this work, child.
And if you let your sisters know them things, hey, you got to pay full price. We got to tithe over here. We got to pay full price. But let your sisters know we can help you out with that.
When I tell you,
we can't.
Well, I don't mean you would. You're making the product, but I'll contribute because I done put it out of my mouth. So let some sisters know if you need stuff, we can help you get it.
I'll just say this: it's always a pleasure to be with intelligent, mindful, caring, loving women that you are fully who you are and can honor somebody else being fully who they are, and you don't have to have an echo chamber, because we don't this is not an echo chamber, nor is it a trauma bond. If you are a rescuer, notice, as the gentlewoman from California would say, a rescue mission, you get the people to safety, you don't stay with them. So some people, you need to identify, who are you in my life? And I will say this over and over: hurt, harm, humiliate, there. And then I've added to help and honor. You need to be able to identify what this person is attempting to do, because I can take 100% accountability and say, Miss Love's course, I'm literally at a year to date of when she offered it for a complete discord of Black women. And I think 2 or 3 of us have taken advantage of it. So sometimes you may be afraid of the work, but as a Black woman, you don't get the right to not do the work because you're too important to the universe to not be fully yourself. It is, you are at that point being selfish as a woman and selfish as a human being, because everybody has value and a voice, and we don't live in a lack or scarcity. If there's 18 million, no, all 18 million are not going to like you. But if you can get you some people that you can really do life with, that will challenge your thinking and then make you become autodactic, and then find out that you're a polymath. You'll get some of these SAT words. Now, what I'm going to say is these 2 have been claimed. Go find get somebody else to do it. We're busy. But it is somebody else for you that can help you. But not on this. This is what we got. We got this right here. We can meet up and talk and laugh and hee ha ha. But find you at least 1 to 2 people to be in community with, that they don't lie to you, that they will tell you, baby girl, you tripping. Because as much as I want to shame her parents and her brothers, my other thing is like, does she not have not one homegirl that was like, sis, hold up, wait, what's happening? What is going on? At some point, you need someone that can call you out with respect and love. And you've seen that demonstrated by a warrior goddess, a queen priestess, and I am a just simple yoga practitioner.
A balancer.
I take both, and I make, but that's the thing that I get to do. I get to take from Miss Love and take from Miss D and make it work for my heart center. And I'm 10 toes down. When I meet the big G and Jesus, and he will be like, girl, wait a minute. Look, bro, this was confusing. I did the best that I can. Let me up in here. Because hell is booked as
we found, yeah. We're gonna have to open the lake of fire early for some of these people, because
we no, I can't. I'm sorry.
So I'm going to say goodnight. I'm going to go on my kitty and go eat some black-eyed peas. And honey, we have smoked turkey necks, smoked ham hocks, black-eyed peas, cabbage, and then green beans and potatoes.
I just love looking at your food.
It's so beautiful.
I just love.
The food lovers on Peak D are waiting for that food, right?
It's coming. I'm coming.
But it's good that you have a good portfolio, though, because then you can schedule them things up and then live your life and not be there every day. But that's a different video. But hey, have a good night, y'all. This was real.
Thank you both so much. Like, I love being with you guys. Like, I really do. Mm-hmm. I love our conversations.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're just we just we're who we are,
Mm-hmm.
and to have a space where we feel safe, that we can be, well, I always feel safe, but
We
but
know.
Yeah, because you know how to handle it if it ain't.
Wait a minute.
yeah,
What they tell
Allegedly.
people?
yeah, allegedly, I live a half a mile away from a swamp on purpose,
Oh.
allegedly. So, I'm just saying, that's why special people need they special people meds. I'm gonna be for real. Like somebody set it on fire by accident. I was like, who? Girl, do you know what could turn up? Don't be playing with the swamp. That's not what we do here. Allegedly. Thank you both so much. I love you both. Like,
Love you too.
We
I
love you
have
too.
so
Look,
much fun with y'all. I
this was
really do.
this was good. We need to not wait so long, and I will say, I want us to start giving some tips out.
Okay.
Like the feelings wheel. It's effective not just for you, but your entire family. Like if you have kids and you teach them how to talk their emotions, you're
Yes.
gonna save them so much unnecessary pain.
Hmm.
And it's okay to like not be okay.
You
Um,
need your emotions. They're telling you something.
mhm.
And I really want people to be able to um get to the point where they understand their worth and can trust in themselves and say, wow, something's telling me it's all up in here. I'm not coming. Mm-mm. No, I ain't gonna be able. No,
Now
no.
save your life in times like this.
Yeah, I ain't gonna be doing that.
For
That's
real.
not happening. You
I
know.
will say this, maybe the
So
next call that we have, Miss D is um I'm watching her crypto journey right now. What I will say is if you have not watched any crypto videos, if you do not have any Bitcoin, start to familiarize yourself. June 1st is coming. If this place defaults, I have no idea what will happen. We'll come back and cry and hold hands. But I'm
we'll do it the last time they defaulted. They do it all the time. They do it every
the
20
debt service
years or so.
has been raised though. This
Here's the thing. If they default, just for those who are concerned about that, like I said, Janet Yellen dug in the pipe, dug in the couch and found 4 more days. So they actually have till June 5th, which is the first Monday of the month. They're going to attempt to pay the seniors and the veterans and all and the single mothers with children. Uh, I know Ms. Love and I have been probably praying to different people about this, but
Yeah.
we got an extra week. Here is the issue, ladies. This is another reason why you can't be reacting to the reaction to the reaction to the reaction. You need to take the self-confidence course, and then you need to start listening to Mogul Mommy, Sammy Bliss, Black Women Making Money, Black Women Building Wealth. You also might want to start listening to Stephanie
Deanne
Barrett.
Matthews
Okay,
on the Twine.
okay, that too. But let me list off these other people because I'm just trying to make sure Black women have the resources necessary.
right.
You're sitting here, confidence love, so of course you're gonna go up in that first group. Stephanie Perry, Adela Watershot, and Rashida Dow are going to tell you that the passport bros are only wrong because they're not going to talk about them. They're going to talk about why you need to be a passport cis and not to go abroad to fornicate. You need to have another plan in case the United States pulls into one of these things they can't get out of, because we have already established who the first consumables are going to be. So since we have now learned that, we need to do this. And I will break down these things on my channel from a Christian within a generalized perspective, so that you can literally, as you are walking around your day like I am, learn how to process these things and add them to your daily walk. Because it doesn't matter how much we say to you, you have to live it. Having a college degree is wonderful, but at this point, you need to be responsible to learn things that you must be. If love takes a learn, if she is initiated in the mysteries of Sibel, you don't get initiated over there to just sit down and pass the class with an A. No, you come to that obedient to it, or you don't come to it. Some things about life that we learn about how we handle our money You don't come to that casual. Prompt certification course is beating my butt. I thought AI was tough, and it is, but this is tough in a different way. I have a new crypto course that I'm taking right now. I thought I knew some things, but see, now I have to be obedient and apply before I can bring it to you. The United States is messing with the money. This is not going to change. You either going to choose to look at different things and learn different skills. Many are called. We call it all of y'all. Many are called. You get to decide. You get to choose whether you chose it on this one.
Yes. Yes. Thank you all so much. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
This was wonderful.
Mhm.
6 hours and a half later.
Woo.
Girl, don't anybody even look at me in the morning. Don't look at me. Okay?
But it
If there's
didn't
not be a puppy
feel
in the
that way.
vicinity. Okay? Don't even do it.
It didn't
I'm
feel
gonna be
like
deep sleep. Deep. All right. I love you both. And of course we'll be talking as
Yeah.
always.
There's
Right?
some follow up that we probably can do from this subject. I mean, we
Yes.
didn't cover it all. We tried. We didn't
Yes.
get it all. We can follow up.
Yes.
All right,
But we
everybody.
did. I feel like we did great. Have a good
I
night.
think so too.
Mwah.
Y'all have a good night.
Love
y'all.
you all.
Bye.
All right. Good night.
Good night, babe.